Good morning, Chatty House.
Hello, everyone.
A little Adam Ellen here, Michael, Eric, Chris Ochoa. Greetings from Oxnard. What's happening? Marcus and West Sac Kings fan. Lance Smith, hello. Warren. Did I say Eric early on? Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Chatty House after party going on. Casey Tucker Band. What's happening? Rust Dog, Wheezy,
15 seconds, actually 20.
Brian Cavett, David Jackson. Hello, David.
All right, here we go. Oh, it sure is. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. What up? Happy Monday, everybody. Happy almost NFL cutdown day.
Yeah.
Right around the corner. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Cuts will have to be finalized, but my guess is we will see, well, we've already started to see across the league some cuts get made. If the 49ers or Raiders do anything of significance, well, if they do anything at all, we'll talk about it. But if they do anything of significance, we'll really dive in. So
Okay.
That's what's happening here over the next couple of days. We also got a report from Mark Stein about Malik Monk.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little bit different tone on his standing with the Sacramento Kings. So we'll dive into that. We will have Friday was 47. Day 50? Yeah, day 50 already?
Kaminga Watch.
We'll have that for you. 49ers wrapped up their preseason. I got a ton of takeaways from that.
Yeah.
But today, I'm on my way here. And I try really hard not to complain about my commute because I chose to do this commute. It just made the most sense for my life to not move after I got this job. And so I try not to complain too much about the commute because all in all, it's been fine.
Yeah.
But there are days where it's like collectively everybody woke up and decided like, hey, you know what? I'm going to drive terribly today.
I hate those days.
And I'm not a bad driver. Excuse me. Let me back that up. I'm not a perfect driver either. There are definitely days where I'll do something. I'm like, dude, figure it out. Like, not checking the blind spot real quick, and all of a sudden you got to swear. Like I make mistakes. Luckily, nothing horrible yet. I had today multiple people. I have the clean air vehicle stickers on my electric car.
Mm-hmm.
So I am allowed to drive in the carpool lane without another person in my car.
How much longer does that last?
Till some point in September. There's some, I don't know if it's September 1 or what, but I'm counting my days.
Yeah.
On this luxury.
Yeah, because I have it too.
Right. So we're counting our days on this luxury.
Yes.
So the amount of people today that did the thing where I'm in the carpool lane and there's the lane to the right.
Yep.
That lane to the right is stopped. And people are doing the thing where they're swerving real quick into their carpool lane while there's people doing 75 plus next to them. And they're trying to swerve out. Multiple people with one person in the car, and they're driving like a 98 Honda Civic. Nothing wrong with a 98 Honda Civic. Not a clean air vehicle.
Oh, no.
They're not supposed to be there. Like, brother, now you're slowing me down in my luxury lane.
Your dirty air vehicle.
And you're just polluting the earth, and you're polluting my time. But it's fine. It's fine. That happens. People drive in the carpool lane with one person. Largely, when I see it happen, it's because, you know what? Hey, this lane's just not moving fast enough. They got to pass some people. Cool. Whatever. Live your life. Then I had this guy. I'm on 80. and I had just gotten onto 80 from 5.
Okay.
And I'm working on passing him, and he starts to drift over into my lane.
Mm.
And I always give so much grace on this because I do. I'm not an immediate horn honker. It takes a lot for me to honk my car horn.
Yeah.
Because when someone honks their horn at me, I like swerve and I freak out. So I try to this guy's drifting. I'm like, okay. All right. Honk, like quick honk, like dog. And then he just keeps going.
Oh no.
I am next to it. He doesn't even have to check blind spot. He can just look a little in his peripherals, and I'm right there, brother. And he starts drifting, and he just keeps going. I'm laying on my horn. This dude never swerves back. So I have to go into the lane next to me. Thank God there was no one there. And I honk, nothing. No acknowledgement, no my bad. Anytime I make a mistake on the road, I'm like, hey, that's on me.
Yep.
My fault. I screwed up. Everybody, I know I screwed up. This guy, nothing. And so I had gotten in behind him, and I'm waiting for a wave. I'm waiting for so now I'm mad. Now I speed up next to the guy, and I'm next to him, looking at him. Nothing. Give him the bird. Nothing.
Oh wow.
Like just stone face, staring straight ahead. No like wave. Didn't even give me the bird back. Couldn't even be a courtesy a-hole. I could get nothing from this guy. So I get in front of him. Bird again out the rear view window or out the back window, thinking maybe I'll get it. All right, I got it. I'm sorry. Nothing. Dude, come on.
I'm wondering if he's not on some sort of drug at this point.
Maybe.
Yeah.
He's a middle-aged guy. Had sunglasses on.
Yeah. I mean, you've driven with me. Like, I am ultra aggressive driver.
Yes.
Very fast.
Yeah, there's a reason I don't drive with you anymore.
Like, we get to Starbucks and back in like
4 minutes.
45 seconds or less.
4 minutes, and that's with ordering and waiting for drinks.
I don't like driving.
Sure.
And I want to get in the car, be where I'm going, and get out of the car as fast as possible.
Sure. Okay, but you drive fast. You don't drive recklessly.
Oh, no.
When we're making that turn from, what is that, Eureka onto Douglas?
Yep.
You hit the turn hard. Don't get it twisted. But if there's cars coming, you wait.
Oh, yeah, no.
You don't just jump out in front of cars for no reason.
Oh, no, I time everything.
You wait till it's safe, and then you go.
Yeah.
And okay, fine. Like I said, that's why we don't drive anymore. It was a joke. We don't do that just because of the timing, and
yeah,
it's expensive to go to Starbucks and Jamba Juice every day. But there's a difference between that. If that guy had been driving next to me and then floored it to get in front of me, wouldn't be talking about him on the radio today.
Mm-hmm.
But dude, give me something. Give me some interaction here to show me that you know that I know that you just pulled a jerk move.
And that you're not going to do it to someone else like 3 minutes from now and cause some sort of like massive accident.
Right. And he didn't even need to be in that lane. That's it. Oof. I wonder because I do struggle with this because I do know that like people go through things. Life happens for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that guy is just got the worst news of his life while he was in the car and he's in a daze.
He's just crying underneath those sunglasses.
Right. And so I try to be cognizant of that, which is why I try to give a lot of grace on the road. But man, you got to give me, like I said, give me anything to let me know that you know.
Yeah.
So hopefully that guy's okay. And hopefully he didn't cause an accident by just drifting in and out of lanes.
Maybe he thinks that's what drifting is. Just like wandering into other people's lanes.
To hell with the turn signal. I'm just going to go. Still get out of the way.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I'm aggressive and I drive very fast everywhere I go.
Yes, but you're not, in my experience anyway, reckless about it.
No, I'm not reckless.
He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Some news from this morning in the NFL. Terry McLaurin. His hold-in is over.
Mm-hmm.
The Commanders paid the 30-year-old wide receiver 3 years and $96 million. He gets a $30 million signing bonus. We don't have the exact structure of this deal just yet, but I am so glad the 49ers did not get, and frankly, the Raiders for that matter, even though I was a proponent of a Terry McLaurin trade for Las Vegas, at 3 and 96, man, I'm out. I don't want any parts of Terry McLaurin. He's going to be 31 when that extension kicks in.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
So we're talking 31, 32, 33. Okay, well, he might be able to hold up through that.
I don't think he's going to.
He's not a guy who's like, it doesn't feel like.
He's a good player.
Oh no, he is a good player.
But I don't think his game is the type that's going to like Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams' game is going to age great
Okay.
because of the way he uses his body, how meticulous he is as a route runner, how strong his hands are. I think Devontae Adams is going to be able to catch 60, 70 passes a season until he's 37.
Okay.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case for Terry McLaurin, who turns 30 on September 15th, by the way. So in about 2 weeks. And I just at $32 million, man, I'm just out. And part of it is this is tough because Terry McLaurin's a really good player. That was a Commander's offense last year with a rookie quarterback, and he put up 82 catches for 1,096 yards and 13 touchdowns, 38 career touchdowns in 97 games. Good player. I don't get it twisted.
Mm-hmm.
But this is something that San Francisco specifically this offseason has been trying to get out from underneath is the expensive contract to aging player, where the chances that they're going to live up to that contract are slim. And now all of a sudden you have this bloated contract where you're eating a bunch of dead money in the future. Now, this is, and again, we haven't seen the structure yet. So they have a rookie quarterback who's on a rookie contract for 3 more years.
Yeah.
So this will only be, there's a chance, in fact, I would be surprised if they didn't structure it this way with Adam Peters in their front office, where that last year is kind of a dummy year where they can get out from under his contract for cheap when they have to pay Jaden Daniels. But still, I am, for the sake of a team that doesn't have a rookie quarterback, I'd have been out on the Terry McLaurin thing at that price point, man. That's a lot.
Yeah, so I really like McLaurin. I drafted him when he was a rookie and second-year player. And so, like, when if you draft players in fantasy football, you usually follow them a little bit afterwards. So I've always liked him, but he's also, like, I think he's an excellent receiver. He's got great hands. He, runs a good route, all that stuff. But he's never had, like, the breakout season. Like, he's had really good seasons where he broke 1,000 yards, but we're talking 1,000 yards in 17 games now. And, if you're playing all 17 games and finish with 1,053 yards or 1,002 yards in 17 games or 1,096, like, he hasn't had a single season above 1,191 yards.
Yeah.
Like, I think the 32 million or whatever it is that we're talking about here, that type of contract should be reserved for the elite wide receivers, the Justin Jeffersons, I don't know, CeeDee
Jamar
Lamb.
Chase.
Yeah, Jamar Chase. Like, there's a handful of guys that should get that type of money. The rest of them, like, it should tier. And to me, McLaurin is probably a $25 to $26 million receiver, not a $32 million a year wide receiver, but good for him for getting his money and for Washington for getting it over with, because their season, would have been completely detoured if he wasn't there.
Yeah.
And I do think he's an excellent wide receiver, and he makes them a better team, and he sort of completes the puzzle that's there. But that's a lot of money.
So he was looking at, according to ESPN, he was looking at the DK Metcalf contract, which is 4 years and $131 million. It's a 32, almost basically $33 million annually. And that was kind of what he was going off of. Now DK Metcalf is younger, and he got that 4th year. But I don't think that $32 million in the current wide receiver market is super unreasonable for a player like Terry McLaurin. But again, I'm talking about for San Francisco and for Las Vegas here. I don't think that's necessarily the business they want to be getting into. The question I have is whether the wide receiver bubble is going to pop here at some point.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because you've got Jamar Chase making $40 million a year. You've got Justin Jefferson at 35, CeeDee Lamb at 34, DK Metcalf at 30. We'll call it 30. It's $32,999,882. We're going to call that $33 million. 32 and a half for Garrett Wilson. Terry McLaurin just got 32. AJ Brown got 32. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brandon Ayuk, Tyreek Hill all at 30. I think at some point when you look at how effective Brian Thomas was last year, when you look how good Malik Neighbors was last year, and you start going down the list, and you see all these really good wide receivers on rookie contracts. And I just kind of wonder if your Jamar Chases, your Justin Jeffersons, your CD Lambs, those elite guys, obviously you want to pay and keep around. But I mean, even the Brandon Ayuk contract, 4 years and $120 million, the 49ers regretted that immediately.
Yeah.
They don't think that was a good use of that money in that cap space. And I mean, it's easy to say in hindsight because he struggled so much last season before getting hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But I do kind of wonder if at some point teams are going to take players like, I think Ayuk is a perfect example. Very, not a tier 1 guy, but very firmly in tier 2. And going, hey, you know what? You can go get your $30 million elsewhere. We're going to draft a couple of rookie wide receivers and we'll piece together offense without you.
Yeah, I think when it comes to McLaurin very specifically, he became like a safety blanket for Jaden
Daniels.
Yeah,
Jaden
Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think that's going to be a big part of it. It's like, hey, if you're going to have a young quarterback and a young quarterback that's ascending, and he barely threw, what he threw, like 23, 24 touchdowns last year.
Mm-hmm.
13 of those went to McLaurin.
Right.
Like, that's a lot. That is his guy.
Yep.
So, I mean, I guess that's a good way if you're a veteran wide receiver to get in good with the young quarterback and say, all right, let's do this.
Sure.
So you become his guy as opposed to being like young practice squad guys that become like his favorite targets.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I think, like, again, you might be right. The bubble might pop and eventually the money might dry up. But for right now, like, these guys need to cash in.
I think I'm with you. And I think for Washington, I don't hate it.
Yeah.
But especially when you I hadn't even considered the Jaden Daniels aspect, and just that's a rookie quarterback's favorite target.
Oh, yeah.
Or a second-year quarterback's favorite target. You don't want to pull the rug out, especially because Deebo Samuel is not like a number 1 wide receiver. He doesn't have that skill set where it's like, yeah, he's just going to break off man coverage and he's going to get wide open. Like, that's just not his bag. So
well, even McLaurin, like his career high is 87 catches and he's only broken 80 twice and he plays every game.
They've had some bad quarterbacks.
No, that's true. That's true.
But I like I said, it's situational, right? This is not a blanket statement about McLaurin making 3 and 96. That's why San Francisco and I think Las Vegas probably didn't try and wrestle him away from Washington because, like, man, 30+ million, throw a couple of draft picks at the problem and see if you can't get similar production, or at least a close enough facsimile with a couple of players who are way less expensive. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We have day 50 of
Kaminga Watch.
Yeah, we got that coming up. The 49ers wrapped up their preseason. The 49ers and Raiders wrapped up their preseason. But I've got some takeaways from San Francisco's win over the Chargers. I have some big picture stuff and some really small minutia stuff. If I get too into the nerdy stuff, kick me in the shins.
Okay.
Please.
It's
okay,
a long kick. My legs
you
aren't.
just walk over here and just start
I'll have to get up and
shins.
do that. People will be like, oh, look at that.
ESPN also has a prediction of the top 100 players for the NFL this season. We'll dive into all of that coming up, plus that report from Jake Fisher about Malik Monk and his standing with the Kings. Tons of interesting stuff coming up. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear?
What's going on, everybody? Morning, Wilson. Morning, Sacktown Tony.
Sacktown Tony.
John Poles. What up? MF Beam. There you go. Hello. UED. Hello. Is the Liverpool game on right now?
He definitely could be. There's going to be some things that Washington can do with him that the 49ers did not have the personnel to do. Hey, what's up, Wilson? No, I didn't hear that. Hey, what's up, Bronson? Should be more than that. There's 145 people in here. Let's get those likes up. What's up, Manny? Hey, what's up, cousin Pete? Joe is in the building, but he is doing his promotions gig. I can't believe that this is the remote they've given us.
I asked for a replacement.
Hey, there's Joe. Yeah, legit. Joe is doing some big things with our promotion staff, so salute to him. I did not go see it in theaters. We have a couple of really busy weekends coming up, so this is a more chill, get some stuff done weekend. One minute.
I'm back. Oh man, that's a lot for marketing. I would do Levine in one. That's interesting. I wasn't super happy watching Markkanen play last year. I don't think he was moving well. And I know he had back issues, but
Here we go.
7-footers with back issues.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, let's get to it. The 49ers wrapped up their preseason against the Los Angeles Chargers on Saturday. They somehow won. It was a sloppy game. It's very, very preseason. There, I think 23 penalties between the two teams. There were, hang on, let me make sure I have this number right. It was a lot of turnovers. There were, let's see, 3 fumbles lost by the Chargers, 2 fumbles lost by the 49ers. They combined for, how many interceptions they throw? Just one interception.
Yeah.
So 6 turnovers in the game, 23 penalties. Ugh. The first quarter took almost an hour. Just brutal.
Yeah, there were so many
punt,
penalties. Like, what
punt,
are you
penalty.
doing?
The Niners started the second half. They had a 1st and 23. They were running their 4th play of the half and hadn't gotten a first down because it went penalty, penalty, penalty on their first 3 plays. And then they had a 1st and 23 because they were half the distance to the goal. It was just messy, man. It was not a super fun, not a super fun viewing experience. But I know that this is, I've got several takeaways from Saturday, and we've got some news as well. So real quick, our buddy from ESPN, Nick Wagner, reporting the 49ers have made the following roster moves. Oh, I'm sorry. These were announced by the team. The 49ers are cutting both Carter Bradley and Tanner Mordecai.
Okay.
Both quarterbacks. That's not a surprise, at least I think, to anybody who watched either player play. Neither of them were particularly effective.
One of them should be on the practice squad, but
I would be pretty surprised if it's not Carter Bradley.
Yeah.
Even though
I thought Tanner Mordecai was much better this weekend.
Yeah, I do too. And maybe the 49ers kept cutting Mordecai instead of Bradley because Bradley is Gus Bradley's kid and they just wanted him around the facility.
Okay.
But I agree with you. I thought Mordecai was a better player in Saturday's game. But again, they're not just going off of preseason. The other moves, Jalen Allen and Shaquille Brown waived on the defensive line. Keyshawn Vaughn, the running back, was released. And Isaiah Prince, who hurt his knee in Saturday's game, has gone to IR. So nothing surprising so far.
Yeah, and there's a couple other small, Mayoko said with Brandon Ayuk and Malik Mustafa remaining on PUP, Curtis Rourke remained on NFI in non-football.
NFI.
Yeah, yep. NFI. There we go. And Isaac Alarcon.
Yep.
Going on the suspended list leaves the 49ers with 18 more moves to make.
I see.
That's a lot.
Man, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So again, we'll keep track of that. Nothing earth-shattering there, though. Those releases and cuts before today's practice were all expected. Today's the last practice before the team gets to final cuts tomorrow, and then they can get into preparations for the regular season. Let's talk about Jake Moody. We have to.
Do we?
Yeah, because I'm at a point. I think what happened on Saturday, because if you missed it, he hit the game winner against the Raiders, 59 yards. It's like, oh my God, maybe he can turn his career around.
After missing a 53-yarder. Right?
After missing a 53-yarder earlier, then narrowly making a 26-yarder, but then he hit 50 and 44 to tie it in the fourth. Hit the game winner. It's like, all right, he's back. He's settled. Have a good final preseason game and coast into the regular season. And then he misses an extra point. And then a little while later has a kickoff go out of bounds.
Oh.
Like, I want so badly to be able to stop talking about this guy. Because people go, why is he still on the team? I don't know. Because they've decided he's going to be the kicker, and they're at a point, I guess, where they don't want to release him and bring in a new kicker. But I think what happened, because he hit a field goal later, he hit the rest of his extra points. I think what happened is any goodwill he built up against the Raiders in that second preseason game is just gone. Like, there's no... I thought he might have extended his leash a little bit there. That's... Nope.
No, I would waive him now and pick up whoever gets waived. I mean, anybody is going to be better than him. I hate saying that, but, like, the kicking world is difficult. Like, I'll just, Major League Baseball, a 300 hitter is incredible, right? It's an amazing hitter.
Especially now.
He fails 70% of the time. 70% of the time he gets out. So I get it. Like in sports, it's unfair that a kicker is held to this type of standard, but you got one job.
Yeah.
All you got to do is kick the ball.
That's it.
I just, like I have zero confidence walking into the season. And if the 49ers are a team that has like the narrowest margin to have a successful year, like they are literally going to have to tightrope this thing. They're going to have to hope for good health. They're going to have to hope that somehow Trent Williams plays more than 10 or 14 games. They're going to have to hope that, Brock Purdy is incredible, that Brandon Ayuk comes back quickly, that, that Ricky Pearsall can stay healthy, that same thing with Christian McCaffrey. There's so many things that start to stack up. You can't leave something to chance. It's realistically, if Kyle Shanahan keeps him and he costs them 1 or 2 games, and that 1 or 2 games cost the 49ers a playoff spot or playoff seeding, then to be honest with you, Kyle Shanahan should go with him. Because you're putting yourself in a situation that that you have something that's wrong on your team. And if you can't fix it, and clearly there's no fixing this,
nope.
then you got to move on.
I am fully with you.
Yeah.
I think that what Jake Moody showed in that preseason finale is that this is just who he is.
Yeah.
This is just it. You're going to have to live with, if you're going to have him on your team, you're going to have to live with, hey, can we put him out there for this 51-yarder with the game on the line? Hey, are we good? It's 4th and 2. We got a 43-yard field goal. We want to take the points or go for it. Like that's that's just something that what Kyle Shanahan wants out of his kicker is to not think about that ever.
No, because he's conservative.
Yes.
In those situations, he's conservative.
Very much so.
He just wants the points every time.
Yep.
And if you can't have somebody who's guaranteed to get you the points, what are you doing?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's at a point where I like I said, I'm with you. He is not a player that I would look at and go, oh, I need to have this guy. Like he's been too good. Because again, his rookie season started really rocky. He missed his first couple of kicks in the preseason, missed his first game-winning attempt, and it was like, oh man, like this is tough. But for the most part, again, because I'm trying really hard to be fair.
Yeah, I know.
In retrospect, his rookie season was good.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that miss against the Browns, and then the following week he missed one against the Vikings early in the game. But outside of that, he was really good until he got an extra point blocked in the Super Bowl. Like, man, why are you kicking an extra point low enough that it's getting blocked? Like, what are you doing?
You can stand there and swing a leg, not even take a step, and have a extra point go through the upright.
Should be able to.
No, I mean it's not a far kick.
No, and to get it blocked because your trajectory was low. It's like, dude, come on. So, but then last year he was terrible. He was, and I don't want this I wanted to be clear, and I hate that we're talking so much about the kicker, but here we are. I needed to be clear. He was, of every kicker in the NFL who has attempted at least 30 field goals, he had the worst percentage in the league since 2012 last year.
Oof.
He was awful.
Yeah.
Awful. Particularly from like 40 and out. He's nails inside 40 yards. But if you're awesome and then it's like, 50 yards and out, it's a little dicey. Okay, that you can kind of live with. If you miss 3 field goals in a year and they're all from 50 plus, all right. That you're fine with. But you're not automatic from 41, 42, 43 yards.
That's wild.
I can't. That's just, I'm really surprised that Jake Moody was the player that they stuck with when they had to release Greg Joseph, just because they had a numbers crunch on their roster. They were so beat up. They needed that one roster spot.
Yeah. I
was really surprised that Jake Moody was given that type of leash. And I week 1, he misses a kick. I bet he's not their kicker week 2.
But we keep saying that. And then he is.
Well, but this is, they weren't going to do it mid-season last year. They just weren't good enough. Like it was, and then he got hurt. Yeah. He had the high ankle sprain. He came back from the high ankle sprain. He really struggled after that. They changed long snappers, they changed holders because Mitch Wishnowsky. And from what I understand, that can mess with a kicker. So like, all right, you give him the benefit of the doubt. He was mostly fine in camp. And now they're at the end of the preseason. It's like, all right, we'll move forward, because you saw it at the end of the Raider game, those 3 field goals in the fourth quarter. Like, all right, look, this guy can be really effective.
Mm-hmm.
But then you get the nightmare scenario in week 2, in week 3 of the preseason. So I think they're just going to roll him out there. And it's going to be, if the 49ers lose week 1, 27-14, and he misses a kick in the third quarter, I don't think that's it. But if they lose by 3 or 2 or 1 and he misses a game-winning attempt, I bet he's gone. I just don't know how they move forward because we all feel this way about Jake Moody, the fan base. Did you hear the cheer when he hit his next extra point?
Ugh.
Like, that's sarcasm, man.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's not people. I'm sure there are some people who feel bad for him and are like, hey, good for him. But that loud ass cheer was people like, hey, the guy made one. Wow. Like, that's the fan base. You think the locker room doesn't feel that way when Jake Moody rolls out there?
Oh, no, they feel that way.
Like, they're rooting for him. They want him to make the kick. They're going to be hyped if he makes the kick, but nobody feels good about it.
Yeah, but also like kickers aren't really part of the team anyways. They're off doing their own thing on a different field most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you get them out there, you're expecting them to be really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're expecting them to just do their job.
Well,
And when they can't, it makes it tough. And like as someone who, my oldest he's a defender his whole life in soccer.
mm-hmm.
And you let one goal go through and you can lose 1-0.
Oh,
And you just feel so bad about it. And at the same time, you have strikers on your team that are whiffing on 8 to 10 goals in a 1-0 game. And you feel bad because you let the one through.
yeah.
And you save like 14 others. But that one cost you the game when the other kids go home and are like, oh man, if we wouldn't have given up that one goal, it's like, or if you would have scored, we would have been just fine.
Sure.
So it's one of those things where you're just looking at it's a tough position, but maybe it's just possible that you're not an NFL kicker.
Yeah.
And
I
I think that's kind of where we're heading, and it's kind of where we've been.
I agree.
Dude, you're just not an NFL kicker.
It really, really feels that way.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of where this is all heading for me. All right. Other stuff that happened in Saturday's game. I'm going to try. All right. The 7th round rookie, Connor Colby, I think might start week 1 at right guard if Dominic Pooning can't go.
Oh, boy.
I'm not going to dive into all of the reasons because I don't want to get kicked in the shins. Yeah. But the way they've maneuvered their offensive line in the preseason and the fact that Connor Colby, again, 7th round pick from Iowa, that he started at right guard where Dominic Pooning might not be available for week 1 when he's been playing on the left side leads me to believe the 49ers went, hey, we want to make sure that he can play right guard in the NFL where he played in college and just make sure that he's fine in the NFL and then he'll go in week 1. I think that's going to happen. I think he's going to be one of the rookies starting. The other thing that happened was on the defensive side because no offensive starters played.
Yeah.
For San Francisco. On the defensive side, they had a couple of starters play who hadn't played at all in the preseason, so they were trying to get him some run, knock some rust off. But Marquise Siegel and Jair Brown both started at safety and played a ton of snaps. And I was under the impression that, those two guys might start together. But the fact that happened leads me to believe that either Siegel or Brown will start.
Okay.
My guess is it would be Siegel. Like, this is where we talk about this with the Kings all the time. And it's the situation's a little different just because of how many players play in an NBA game and how many players play in an NFL game. But if I'm the 49ers and I look at this across the board, in that situation, I'm starting the younger player. I'm starting the rookie. We've got a year and a half of Jair Brown, and the fact that he's still battling for a starting job, like, all right, we know what it is. He's just not very good.
Yeah, I was even reading, the final cuts. They projected who the final cuts would be, and Jair Brown isn't even guaranteed to make the roster per ESPN.
No,
like they've got 2 spots and 3 safeties that they're looking at, and he might not make it. It's like, oh, that's not great.
Yeah, so, I think they're going to try and trade him.
Yeah,
I don't know if they'll be able to.
And we'll see.
But, man, yeah, that's a 3rd round pick from the 2020. Was it 23, 4, 23, 24? Yeah, the 2023 draft. Where they traded up to get him in a year where they didn't have a 1st and 2nd round pick.
Man,
it was him and then Jake Moody and then Cameron Latu.
Oh.
If you're going, hey, I'm a Niner fan. I don't really follow them that closely. What is a Cameron Latu? Exactly. You never played.
They have so many.
He's on the Eagles drafts. Now. He's on the Eagles practice squad now. Yeah, just a mess. Elsewhere, Sky Moore made his debut. I hit up the Chiefs wire guy when the Niners made this trade, and I said, hey, why did Sky Moore struggle with the Chiefs? And I don't want to dive all the way into it because we've already talked about it, but he goes, his response is, man, I think he's just bad at football. And you just kind of saw it. Not that I was expecting a ton because he didn't even practice with the team. And you see him coming out of the huddle and receivers are like telling him where to go and where to line up. And the quarterback's like telling him when to go in motion. But like you watch the punt returns and it's like, oh, he's just not good at this.
Mhm.
Just doesn't have the shake. He's not making anybody miss. He's not breaking any tackles.
It's just fast.
He's just going to catch the ball and chew up whatever grass is in front of him, and then he's going to get tackled.
Yep.
Like, all right, that's fine. Anyways,
It's not. They gave up a 6 for a 7th.
Oh, come on. That's in 2027.
I guess.
It's fine.
That's fine.
We'll have some more stuff from this, but I also want to make sure that we're keeping the Kings in the conversation because Jake Fisher, Mark Stein on his Substack had an interesting note about the Kings and Malik Monk and Russell Westbrook and that whole ongoing saga, the subplot to Kuminga Watch. We'll dive into that. We'll keep talking about any roster moves that the 49ers or Raiders make. We will get to those today for you. Cut down day in the NFL is tomorrow. The deadline is 1:00 p.m. Pacific time. We'll have all that coming up for you. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. This might be a super short break because there are 2 spots that are not in. Just a heads up.
Okay. Ron, I would say that they somehow did develop Brock Purdy, the final pick in the draft. They also found Jordan Mason, who did develop. Lenore was drafted during that stretch.
5th round.
Yeah. I mean, they have developed some guys, but there are complete throwaway drafts, multiple throwaway drafts where you're like, oh man, you got very little out of that.
He didn't muff a punt. Wasn't that Junior Bergen?
I don't know. Isn't Pooney like? Don't they consider him long term like the left guard, but they can't really move him left guard because their right tackle so bad? No. All right, he's just gonna be a right guard.
I don't.
All right.
He was just good there last year.
Yeah. He was excellent. I thought like instantly stepped in and like you're like, hey, they got one.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's like, oh, he was good. Why move him?
Yeah.
It's kind of okay. Might be. Ron, I think overall your premise is just kind of wrong. But you're very clearly staunch in your opinion, so that's cool.
Yeah.
He also played left tackle at Kansas. A right tackle?
Yeah, because I thought that was possibly one of their moves too, is to move him.
That's a choice
to tackle. Oh boy.
30 seconds.
That is a choice.
Oh, I see. Got it. Okay. I see what's happening now. 15 seconds, Charlie.
Paramount is the same read.
Perfect. Thanks.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
And back to the NFL in a little bit. Got some NBA stuff to dive into. NBA Talk on ESPN 1320 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Just to start reading that in silly voices.
Great read.
I did it.
Uh,
Charlie's so happy with me right now.
Michael Williams, CJ West, Richie Grant, Fabian Moreau, Mac Jones, Ben Barch are all back in uniform and on the field today in the early portion of the 49ers practice, according to our friend Nick Wagner.
Okay. Great. I don't think that means anything.
No.
At least not yet. All right. Let's get to, we'll do some King stuff.
Yeah.
Day 50.
Kaminga Watch.
Nothing on the Jonathan Kuminga front, but we do have stuff on the Malik Monk front / Russell Westbrook front.
There seems to be a front.
There's two fronts, according to Mark Stein. After Sacramento explored various trade scenarios earlier this summer involving Malik Monk, league sources say that the Kings are not actively engaged in such trade talks now. The Kings have maintained an interest in unsigned free agent Russell Westbrook, sources say, but I'm told that they have indeed explored the possibility of creating a backcourt opening for Westbrook by other means rather than dealing Monk. Monk is said to have made a positive impression in Sacramento, not only with his play, but how he has embraced his role and the franchise as a King. All right, I want to put a pin in the Russell Westbrook part of this because I have so many questions about that.
Okay.
What are we doing here? This went from can't get rid of Malik Monk fast enough, oh my God, get him off the basketball team, to he's made a positive impression in Sacramento, not only with his play, but how he has embraced his role and the franchise as a King. If that's the case, then why were they trying to get rid of him? That feels like one of those, hey, we're building a culture, we want to get this thing going the right way. That feels like they're saying that he embodies that.
Okay, so to me, this feels like you put the guy's name out there a whole bunch for like a month and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is brewing. The deals that you were looking at aren't working, and you've got to change gears. And part of changing gears means that you have to embrace Malik Monk and get him back in the fold and make him feel like he belongs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this sounds like. Like, I think one of the biggest, the biggest issues that I've seen from this team during the Monty and Wes era was that players were left hanging in the wind for like 6, 8, 10 months. Like, how many times did Harrison Barnes have to hear his name mentioned in a potential trade? How many times did Kevin Huerter, who's already dealing with confidence issues clearly, how many times did he have to hear that he was about to be packaged with Harrison Barnes and traded somewhere, and nobody in the league wants you? Like, how many times? So at a certain point, you need to stop with that, and you need to try to trade players during a window. And once that window's over, you need to have a meeting of the minds with that player and say, hey, look, this was our path forward.
Yep.
It didn't work. You know, we had this idea, and this idea was that we might be able to find a cheaper version of you and that we need to use your money in a different way. And it didn't work out. And so you're here and we love you, and like, no hard feelings. This is a business. You have to understand we're trying to improve the roster, and you're a really good player that we thought we might be able to get a really good player at a different position by trading you. And so I think that's, you have to do this part where it's uncomfortable, and you have to put it out there that, hey, we're not trading you.
Yeah.
We're not trading you unless we trade you between now and February.
Yeah.
And then even if we don't trade you then, we might trade you next summer because, like, look, we have this idea that in 2027 that we're going to reboot our roster, and you just happen to have 1 year left on your deal with over $20 million. So I don't think we've seen the last of this, but I do think that there is a moment where you got to calm everything down and say, hey, look, this is a path forward for us. And like, the Golden State Warriors not wanting to trade for Malik Monk, that's not because Malik Monk's a bad player. I mean, Malik Monk like took them to the woodshed in the NBA playoffs. Like, they should understand how good Malik Monk is. The difference is he's a 3-year contract, and they're looking for a short-term thing that they can flip for something else.
Sure.
Almost out of respect, it's like, hey, we don't want Malik Monk. His contract's too long, but also he's kind of too good to do what we're going to do, our next steps. And that's why they want to.
And they didn't want to get rid of Moses Moody or Buddy Hield.
Yeah, and the impact of making that trade would cost them. So, yeah, I think it's interesting. But again, like, this is today. This is whatever it is, August 25th.
Mhm.
We got a long time until training camp opens. We got a little over a month. We've got 2 months before the season starts. Like, a lot can happen between now and then. But for right now, let's calm everything down and get Malik back in the fold.
Let's call Mark Stein.
Yeah.
Get him talking about Malik. Okay, so that brings the Russell Westbrook part of this into the conversation. I need someone to help me.
Okay.
What is it with Russell West? Like, what? Why?
I have this fear, Kyle, that I'm not the person to answer this for you.
No, that's fine.
No, but you understand what I'm saying. Like, I'm not a Russell Westbrook guy. I don't believe in him as a viable option for a team to get better right now. And it's not that I think he's a bad player, but at age 36, he'll be 37 in November. There's certain players that are out there that impact winning in a very distinct way. And then there are other players that are out there that I feel like are looking for their numbers at all times.
Mm-hmm.
And Russell Westbrook is a guy who literally goes to the scorer's table in the middle of a game and asks him if he's going to get that steal or not, or why he doesn't have 6 rebounds. He only has 5 rebounds. Like, he is a very, very good player, and statistically speaking, one of the great players we've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
But my fear is something that we've kind of quietly brought up. This, I believe, if you were to add Russell Westbrook and then let's just say you're able to go get Jonathan Kuminga, this would be the worst 3-point shooting team in the league.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's even
By
close. By a lot. It's already like in danger of being that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when you go out and you sign Doug McDermott and you give him a full contract, not even a partial guarantee, but you do that, that tells you, like, they're hoping that Doug McDermott will play on this team because they have to have somebody who can shoot the 3.
Mm-hmm.
And it can't just be the Keon Ellis, Zach LaVine, who play the same position.
Sure.
And then Keegan Murray, who nobody passes the ball to. It can't be like those 3 guys and nobody else shoots a 3. Oh, wait, we got Domas, who's a 40% 3-point shooter. He just won't shoot them.
He's going to take 2 and then be all done. Unless he misses the first one, then no mas.
No mas.
No, but it's just, is it, hey, Russell Westbrook is a future Hall of Famer. He's one of the 75 best players of all time.
Of course he is.
He's a former MVP. And vibes, and this is what we want, is just we want him to tell opposing fans to get the F out of here. Is that what we're looking for? Is that, because I like practically, and I will ask D'Lo and KC this because I know Damian specifically is a big Russ guy.
Yeah.
What does he do here? Like, what is it about Russell Westbrook that you go, hey, you need to do everything you can to maneuver the roster? You got to move heaven and earth to open a roster spot for Russ. Like, what? What are we talking about? If this was, and if it is, they identify Russell Westbrook as a player who can help them potentially get to the playoffs this year, then all right, I guess. But if you wanted Russell Westbrook, then you should not have signed Dennis Schroeder. You should have just signed Russell Westbrook and saved the money.
Yeah.
If that was the goal, I don't know, man. And now you're talking about doing something different to clear a roster spot so Russell Westbrook can come in, and now you have Westbrook and Monk on the team.
Well, then you have 3 point guards because
ostensibly, if Monk is on the team, he has to be a point guard.
Well, Monk is a point guard. He's a combo guard. He's a combo guard. He's not a starting level combo. But when he's on the court, he has the ball in his hands the whole time.
Yep.
Like, he is an offensive weapon who has the ball in his hands, a reasonably high usage player.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so I don't understand how you can have 3 of these guys, none of which are an elite defender. I don't care what people say about Dennis Schroeder. He's a solid defender.
He's a pesky defender.
Yeah, he's a league average defender. He's at Russell Westbrook below league average at this point. Malik Monk below league average as a defender. I don't know how you can have 3 of those guys and none of them are great 3-point shooters. Monk has had some moments, but Russell Westbrook has more seasons in the 20% than he does in 30% as a 3-point shooter for his career.
Ooh.
I mean, last season he shot 32.3%. The year before, in 68 games, he shot 27.3% from three. The year before that, he shot 356, but the year before that, 296. So if you go by the Brett Saberhagen every other year thing, which it sure does look like Westbrook has done throughout his career.
Can you elaborate for the non-Brett Saberhagen heads out there?
Brett Saberhagen was a pitcher for the Royals in the late 80s and early 90s. He was absolutely phenomenal every other year. Every other year. I mean, he was like a Cy Young candidate every other year. You're like, oh my gosh, look how good he is. And the next year, you're like, what happened? And then next year, you're like, oh my gosh, he's back. This went on for years, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like, this is exactly what Westbrook does. Like, he does not shoot the ball well from three. And if you're a team who's looking to hoist threes, I think Russell Westbrook can still help a team. And I agree with you. If Russell Westbrook is your backup point guard to Dennis Schroeder, okay, that's fine.
But now what does Monk do?
But then I don't know how you play them. And the bigger question, Kyle, what does this mean for Keon Ellis? Because Keon Ellis is your best, your second best 3-point shooter and your best perimeter defender. So if you're going to add another guy, the only way that this whole, because that's sort of the language in here, they're going to look for a way to change the dynamic of the backcourt so they can add Russ and keep Monk. The only way that it makes sense, logical sense, is if Zach LaVine isn't there. Because then at least you can start Keon.
Sure.
And then you can come off the bench with Malik Monk. You can come off the bench with Russell Westbrook. You can have Devin Carter as your fifth guard. You can have Nate Clifford as your fifth guard, whatever it is. But if not, like, how are you going to make up for the fact that you don't have more than 48 minutes at the point guard position and 48 minutes at the shooting guard position? And if Zach LaVine is going to play 32 to 34 minutes, that's it. There's no more minutes. So I don't know. I don't know how this would work.
I feel like Russell Westbrook does a lot of the things Malik Monk does, but worse.
Yeah,
that's sort of how
point in his career.
Yeah, right. If they were getting 28-year-old Russell Westbrook, hell yeah, sign me up, obviously.
Yeah,
but they're not. They're getting a Russell Westbrook that does that is, again, we talk about the Kings having overlapping parts all the time. If you're keeping Malik Monk, you don't need Russell Westbrook. Outside of, look, we have Russell Westbrook on our team. Maybe ESPN will make a graphic about us.
Yeah.
Is that the goal? If that's the goal, cool. 2 thumbs up, go get it. But I don't see a purpose for him on the roster currently. I certainly don't see one where you also have Malik Monk, but you're moving something else to get. I don't get it.
I agree.
I don't understand the obsession, and it has been lingering, and it's still there. Oh, they're trying different routes. Like, for what?
Yeah.
Insane.
Hey, we have an interesting trade proposal in the chatty house from.
We love a trade proposal. We'll get to that in the second hour. Jesse Tapia is going to join us in the second hour. We'll talk trade proposal. Is that fine? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just making sure. We'll talk about that. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We'll also have some more NFL stuff coming up for you in the second hour on an ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. We're gone for a second.
Okay.
We back? We back! Hey, yo. Why is the file unreadable? Okay, it's still saving. It's still saving, everyone. Relax. Hi, Jesse. Oh, here comes Charlie.
Hmm.
Do you have that trade up, James? Ready to go?
Oh, it's way up here.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Charlie.
How are you?
Chilling, buddy. How are you?
Listen, if I were any better, I would be perfect and I'd be walking on water.
Happy
Wow.
birthday. Oh, it was
thank
your
you.
birthday late last week, right?
Yes, it was.
I don't know how.
What?
Yeah, how do we miss that?
21st was my birthday.
You son of a. Well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Belated.
Thank you. Thank you. I've had many, so it's not a big deal.
It is. Are you 34?
35.
35. Oh, very good.
There it is.
Cool.
Yes.
Cool. Couple 90s babies.
Hello
there.
out there, Medulla Oblongata to all my friends.
Charlie, everybody. No Upton Stout still.
Oh, that's a bummer.
That's deeply concerning. Also, no
Yeah.
Jawan Jennings. Buddy, this is way down the list of reasons why I'm the worst. Everybody's birthday's in August because it's cold in November, y'all.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We have a lot of August birthdays.
Here we go. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia behind the glass on the 1s and 2s, filling in for Joe Brazil, who is doing bigger and better things with our promotions department. Good morning, Jesse.
What's up, guys? How's everyone doing today?
Doing great. Did you have a good weekend?
I did. My buddy got married on Saturday. Shout out Edgar and Dulce.
Salute.
He's like one of
Hey.
my best friends. So like that was cool being
You were
on-
in the wedding?
It was like a smaller one. It wasn't in it, but like we were
Oh,
all with
okay.
them all day and stuff like that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Love that for you. Did you cry?
No, I didn't. A couple of my friends did. But I didn't.
Hell yeah. Salute.
I came close. Like
a
they
big
gave a little
cry,
speech,
baby.
and I wasn't crying, no tears, but it's like we've been boys for like 15 years or whatever. It was a pretty
Damn.
big moment.
That's
It
tight.
feels like every weekend you have one of your friends getting married.
Yeah, I got one more before mine. Another one on September 20th.
So 3.
I keep
Yeah. Well, I guess I've been to 4. I've been to 3 already. I got one more and then mine.
Oof.
it is kind of crazy how you turn like 23 and then it feels like all your friends just start knowing people who are getting married, whether you're going to the weddings or not.
Oh yeah, it's happening in
It's
bunches.
just constant. And I feel like you have been every Friday.
Oh
I
yeah.
got a wedding this weekend. I got a wedding. You got your own coming up.
Yeah, my own. Gotta prepare for that. That's like full fledged, just locked in right now.
Hey,
We're
do
just
you-
planning.
Are you doing the thing in James? If obviously you and your lovely wife have been together for a very, very 26 years now.
26 years we've
26
been married.
years. Man, that's amazing. Salute.
Almost 29 we've been together.
Man. So, did you do this, James, and are you doing this, Jesse? When you have your wedding coming up, but you go to another wedding, do you judge that wedding?
I wouldn't say judge, but I'm definitely taking notes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, taking notes is better. Yeah.
You know, the funny thing is we were like the first. So
Oh, okay.
So all of our friends, like my 2 best friends and then my brother all got married right after us.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like we were probably like the one that was out in front that everyone was looking at and taking
I
notes
see.
from type
Okay.
deal.
All right. Did you judge their weddings when you went to them?
Not really. I think for
I did
me,
that.
it was like, do you do that? Yeah. I think for us, we were so young and we had to pay for a lot of it ourselves
Okay, that makes sense.
that
Sure.
it was like, like, did we have a beautiful wedding? We had a beautiful wedding.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at the same time, like it was on a shoestring budget.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I gotta say for mine too, we're doing no kids. It's 18 plus. I feel
That's
I
brilliant.
feel
That's so
I
brilliant,
feel
dog.
vindicated after the weddings I've been to. I feel vindicated about that role.
That's the move.
Yeah,
Just
that
for
is the move. I'm sorry, but keep your little ass kid away from the aisle or whatever when people are walking down. All right,
That's it.
we'll take them outside if
That's
they're crying. Nobody
it.
wants to hear them.
That's it.
So yeah, I feel pretty good about that role.
We put on our invitations like we love your kids, but
Yeah, no, not that's fine.
keep
They're
them at
great, but
home.
yeah, like come on.
There were 2 children allowed. One of them was the maid of honor's kid who was in from Kansas, so they didn't have a whole lot of like options on babysitting because they were out here for a while. And then our what would she be? Niece who was in from cousin who was in from England. She was the flower girl. She was allowed to be there, and she was like 11 or 12 at the time.
It's like the same situation at ours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
But,
didn't
hey,
have a bunch of kids at ours.
other bratty kids. Get out of here.
Like, how are you letting your kid, like, they're about to be married, say I do. How are you letting your kid walk to the front of
It's
the aisle? Or
insane.
whatever? Yeah, come
It's
on.
insane.
Have some game awareness here, some self-awareness.
It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
That's
So
wild.
you know what? How we actually landed on that rule for our wedding was we were watching. Is it Married at First Sight?
Maybe.
It's a reality show where you get matched by these like psychologists and like this marriage counselor, and they match you with a person, and the first time you see them is when they're walking down the aisle. And then you have to like be married as you're getting to know this person. And at one of the weddings, there were just hella kids running around like in the background of the ceremony
Yeah, it's a no.
while they're getting married. They're like rolling down a hill. Like, no.
I will say,
We're not going to have that.
it also saved us a lot of money.
Bang. Exactly. I'm not paying another $110 a head or whatever it is for your kid to eat 3 French fries.
Yeah,
Get outta
that's
here.
tough.
Hell no. That's my biggest piece of advice. I have 2 pieces of advice for people getting married. 1, don't let kids come to your wedding. 2, when you're standing up there, this is for you, Jesse.
Okay.
When you're standing up there, take a second, like build it into your ceremony to take 10, 15 seconds to look out at the people who are there, because that's like everybody, most of the people you love and care about in one place. That's going to probably be the only time that all those same people are in one place and they're there to celebrate you. Enjoying that moment was really cool.
I'll write that down.
Yeah. Write that one down.
And here's another one for you.
Oh, nice.
You're gonna get caught up in what the priest or the preacher,
Yeah.
the official is saying.
Yeah.
That you're gonna stare at them the whole time.
Yeah.
And not your bride.
Yeah.
So take a second, look at them, kind
Head
of
on a
get your
swivel.
notes, and then
This is all good stuff right here.
and then
yeah.
focus on your soon to be wife.
See, this is all stuff I haven't
100%.
even thought about, so we're good.
100%.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
What-
because you're gonna be nervous as hell when you're up there.
Oh yeah.
Also, hey, just know that anything that goes awry, it's going to just be a good story one day.
Oh no, that's just my motto in life.
1000%.
Yeah.
My man. The worst is when you're getting married and people find out you're getting married. The amount of people, and this is when I got married when I was at 95.7. The amount of people, specifically at the radio station, but just in life in general, who I would be like, yeah, my wedding's in March. And they'd be like, oh, why are you doing that? Like, man, what? You don't know me. Like, oh God, hey,
Listen, buddy, your issues do not apply to my
Right,
life. All right. I'm
right.
sorry you couldn't hack it. That's nothing to do with me.
And it's just, that's so rude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an unbelievably rude thing to say to somebody. Like, I don't care if you're joking. Like, oh, don't get tied down. I'm not tied down. Just
Okay.
spend the rest of my life with my favorite person. Get out of here.
Yeah.
It's a cool thing.
Sorry you're miserable.
Very weird.
That's James M. Kyle, Jesse Tapia on the ones and twos. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. What did I say we were going to do next?
We were gonna talk about a potential, trade idea.
Yeah. We had our trade idea. Yeah. Do you still have that?
Well, yeah, I know who said the trade, and I know what the trade idea was.
Okay, great. That's all we need.
Okay, so Michael Fredgren in the chat,
Shout out to Michael.
he said, why don't the Kings trade Zach LaVine
For Lauri Markkanen.
for Lauri, and 2 firsts for Lauri Markkanen. And I think that, again, I don't think that it's a horrible, I would probably make that trade, like if I were the Kings. I don't know that I have to give up 2 first-round picks. I would hope that you could get that done for Zach LaVine and 1 first-round pick, but it might take 2. Let's say it does. You know, you
Okay.
give up the Minnesota pick, and you give up 1 other.
Mhm.
Or hey, why don't you just give up the Spurs and the Minnesota pick? The Spurs, of course, is top 16 protected or whatever. Give up the top 16. and see how that goes. But like I don't hate that idea. Like the Kings just have like a super unbalanced roster, and Lauri Markkanen, number one, he averages like 8 threes a game, and he's a good 3-point shooter. Number two, you don't have to worry about him being like a subpar, like a mediocre rebounder. He's an okay rebounder, but a lot of times he's subpar. You have the best rebounder in the league in Domantas Sabonis, and Keegan Murray took this huge leap as a rebounder this last year. He averaged 6.9 rebounds a game. The other thing it does is it allows you to take Keegan Murray and move him to the 3. So you go from having a massively undersized roster to having a very, very big roster. And then, like, the last thing is it opens a door for you to not only bring Keon Ellis into the starting lineup, but also lock him up long term with the idea that he's going to be the starter. And I think he would be much more on board if he knew he had a role going forward. Yeah. So, and like if you do that, it would free up enough space where you could potentially go out and sign Russell Westbrook. Like financially, you would save a little bit of money, not much, because Markkanen is a huge contract. Markkanen is 28 years old and he's under contract, I think, for 4 more years, and it goes all the way up well above 50 in the final years of his deal. But I certainly would consider that. Yeah, so he's at 46.4, 46.1, 49.8, and 53.5, but 53.5 in 2028-29 is way less than paying 47 right now for Zach LaVine.
Sure.
So
I agree with all this, but I'm gonna play not really devil's advocate for a moment, but I'm gonna poke a hole in this.
Okay.
The one major flaw I can find here, because I'm with you on everything you said. 61 games in 21-22, 66 in 22-23, 55 in 23-24, 47 last year.
Yeah.
He has never played more than 68 games, which is what he played as a rookie. And since then, he's played more than 65 once and more than 60 twice.
I would add to this, too. The only time he's been really good is on a team that is completely trash and is no good at all. So when you look at his 25.6 and 8.6 3 years ago, or, the 23-24 season where he's at 23.2 and 8.2 rebounds, like those are great seasons, especially both of those seasons. He shot 39 and 39.9%. So from 3 and at high volume, 7.7 and 8 threes a game. Like the back issue that I saw last year where he rolled through Sacramento and looked like he couldn't move at all. I was super concerned, like, oh, I don't think I'm going to put my faith in him at all.
Yeah.
He's a 7-footer. And again, a 7-footer that it's 5 years away the contract that you owe him at this point, and you're worried that whether he's going to hold up for that. But I would also, 4 years left. I'd also say the same thing about Zach LaVine. He played, 70, we looked this up, 74 games last season. And the games he did miss was not due to injury. They were very specifically due to the birth of a child. Like, look, if you could move like him for Markkanen, I think injury risk, they're pretty much a coin flip. Zach LaVine played 23 games the year before he got traded to Sacramento. He played a bunch a year before that, but then scattered throughout his career. He had the ACL tear. He's had foot surgery. You're talking about a high flyer that may not age that well versus a 7-footer that may not age that well. And I might bank on this 7-footer a little bit more, specifically because I think there's a point where you could move Markkanen, just like push him outside and say, hey, just shoot the 3 ball for at least 15 minutes a game, 20 minutes a game, and then we'll get you into other actions.
Yeah.
I think Markkanen would take the Kings from a play-in / non-play-in team right now to a legitimate, like I would put them in the back end of the playoffs, 6, 7, 8.
And it's funny with the Kings roster that, because I don't think I disagree with you. And it's funny with the Kings roster how much one move like that makes so many more things fall into place and make more sense.
Oh yeah.
and just makes them better.
Mhm.
Like we're talking about a high volume, high usage player who plays a position where they have a log jam to a high volume, high usage player in Markkanen,
Mhm.
but doesn't necessarily need the ball in his hands, who allows you to move Keegan to the 3 and gives you more spacing, more shooting, just creates different problems for an opposing defense. It just I'm with you. Even if you think that Zach LaVine is a better player than Lauri Markkanen in a vacuum, and I think he probably is, but even if you think that, Markkanen just makes way more sense. And we talk about this all the time.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily about quality of player. It's about the right players. And I would happily attach a pick to make that swap
Yeah, and I know like
if the Jazz are interested.
Rustog throws in, how about Levine, Carter, and a first-round pick for Markkanen? That again is something that would make a ton of sense. And that way you're giving up a former first-round pick, but not a first-round pick in the transaction.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, where are the Jazz and like in their build and what they're doing? And to be honest with you, they got crushed on lottery night when they fell to number, what was it, 4 or number 5?
Yeah.
And they were able to go out and get who's the kid they drafted? Ace Bailey, who does not want to be there.
Allegedly.
They were able to, get a very, very strong player at the position where they drafted, but a player who's a couple of years away.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a bunch of players who are a year or two away from being like refined NBA players.
Mm-hmm.
Markkanen doesn't fit their age arc at all. And neither did John Collins. That's why they traded him. And John Collins, I think, a full year younger than Markkanen, or right around that. So, like, look, if you could make that trade, hey, I would do that in a heartbeat, just because I think it balances and it saves Utah 2 years of Markkanen at, 110 million, 112 million. It's a lot.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, the Jazz, they got rid of John Collins. They also got rid of Colin Sexton. They also got rid of Jordan Clarkson, or rather Jordan Clarkson signed with the Knicks. Colin Sexton's gone. It feels like they're trying to give the keys over to a Keontae George.
Yeah.
Or an Isaiah Collier, where Zach LaVine maybe gets in the way. It doesn't fit the timeline. I'm just trying to think of reasons that Utah wouldn't be interested.
It just shaves 2 years off the gigantic salary that they just gave Markkanen, and it gets them another first or 2 firsts in a transaction like that. So yeah, if I'm the Kings, I would definitely call, and that right there is the way in which you clear space for Westbrook and Schroeder and Monk.
Sure.
Because if you can give Keon Ellis 30 minutes a game and have his defense and his 3-point shooting and Markkanen's 3-point shooting and Keegan Murray's 3-point shooting, all of a sudden you're not worried about the fact that Russ and that Schroeder and that Monk are inefficient 3-point shooters.
Yeah.
And then you also see a pathway where Neat Clifford can be your backup 3, DeMar DeRozan, you can either find a place for, or he can be your backup 3. Neat Clifford can play some 2 if you need it. Keegan Murray can slide over and play the 4, but for 15 minutes a night or 12 minutes a night, not for 38. And that's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, that's James. I'm Kyle. Jesse Tapia on the 1s and 2s. We got to step aside for a moment. ESPN predicted the top 100 players for the 2025 season. So predicted how this list at the end of the year, all of these players, this is going to be the order from 1 to 100. We'll talk about that list, where the 49ers rank, where the Raiders rank. We'll get into all of it next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. I'll be right back.
Okay, so let's see. So for those of you who weren't around for the Brett Saberhagen era, in 1985 he went 20-6 with a 2.87 ERA. In 1986 he went 7-12 with a 4.15 ERA. In 1987, he went 18-10 with a 3.36. In 88, he went 14-16 with a 3.80. And in 89, he went 23-6 with a 2.16 ERA. He was a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. And this just kind of the way his career went. Like after 80, 89, and 90, he went 5-9 after going 23-6 a year before. He bounced back in 91 for a 13-8 record. And then he had like a random really good season with the Mets in 94, where he went 14-4 with a 2.74 ERA in 24 starts. And then again, he pops back up in 1998 with a 15-8 record for the Boston Red Sox. Interesting career. Who is Steve Perry? I don't know why you guys even... Steve Perry's a lead singer for Journey. Although, not anymore. Oh. Scott Perry. Steve Perry, Journey. Scott Perry, Kings. I give the rundown of Brett Saberhagen's career. In case you missed it, Kyle.
What?
Saberhagen's career.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah. If you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up for us. We got quite a few folks up in here.
Honestly, even if you do mind, hit the thumbs up button.
Even if it's going to be a real
Yeah, even if it's like the last thing you do ever,
issue
like
for
just hit
you.
the thumbs up button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, a couple of things. One housekeeping thing and then a question for everyone. Wednesday, August 27th. That's this Wednesday, 2 days from now. So not today, not tomorrow, the next day. At 6 p.m., Coach's Corner live from 32 Brewery Street at Sky River Casino. Coach Brennan Marion, that's Sac State's head football coach, is going to be out there with Kenny Caraway. It is a live Coach's Corner, the beginning at 6 p.m. Must be 21 to attend. That's going to be a really, really cool thing, though. Look, if you're a Sacramento sports fan, get on unless you went to UC Davis and you have a visceral hatred of Sac State, which I understand, because same. So
Also learn your enemy, though.
yeah, no, great
So
point.
tap in on
Great
Wednesday.
point. Well, yeah, be there regardless. It's going to
Yes.
be a great time. If you're a Sacramento sports fan, I think that Sac State is pushing a lot into making sure that their football program is going to be one of quality and one of some kind of national noteworthiness. Get on the train now. Get in early, because I think that's going to be a really, really good program. What Coach Marion has been able to do first at UNLV and now what he's doing with Sac State's roster, I think that's going to be a really good team. My Stinger's way up. Way up right now. So go ahead and check that out. The Coach's Corner, Wednesday, August 27th, 6 p.m. Coach's Corner live, 32 Brewery Street at Sky River Casino. Coach Brennan Marion from Sac State and Kenny Caraway going to be out there. It'll be a great time. Must be 21. Hey, okay, I have a question about Scott Perry.
I'm listening.
So Scott Perry does his Monday motivation on Twitter, and he posts a quote that is not attributed to anyone, which I think is kind of interesting. And at first I thought maybe, he's doing a Chat GPT thing. Maybe he's hitting Chat GPT and going, hey, give me a Monday motivation quote with this theme or whatever. Because here's today's, and I not that Scott Perry would be incapable of writing this. This just sounds like a cheesy motivation quote. When you blame others, you are affirming that you have no power and your existence is only a reaction to the power of others. When you stop blaming and become positively self-examining, you will begin to move forward. Blame keeps us stuck in the past. We cannot change the past. We can only learn from it. Empowerment is never about blame. It is about taking personal responsibility. Oh, two things on this. One, I don't think that he ever does, at least right now, I don't think this has anything to do with the Kings. I see that sometimes he posts these and people try and ascribe some meaning to what it means. I think he's literally just, also, it turns out that that's a quote from somebody. How do we feel about Scott Perry posting these quotes with no attribution?
Oh,
I don't.
Blatant plagiarizing. We good with this?
If he was in my journalism class, it's automatic fail.
Obviously.
But for the
Yeah.
tweets itself, it's fine.
All right.
that's a tough one.
I mean, does the man pay for Twitter Blue? Does he have enough characters to source
Yeah,
it?
he
I
does.
guess?
He does.
I don't know, Scott. That's tough then.
We got hashtag Monday Motivation in there.
Scott's just been stealing from Socrates for like the last 2 months.
No, he's stealing from some dude. I copy pasted the first line of the tweet into Google, and I got this Facebook post from My Motivational Quotes. It's a Facebook group, and it's from some guy named Bryant McGill.
Oh,
I don't like it. Clean it up, Scott.
fact checking.
Clean it up, Scott. A cool slow news day. Yes, it is. Not a lot going on with the Kings, man.
Spend an entire segment on Scott Perry.
Is Scott Perry a fraud? 916.
Scott Perry's Twitter, problematic or not? Many people are asking.
No, I just thought I think that's great. Shout out
Scott
to him.
Perry's got the Kings winning again. Yeah, but you see the way he tweets his Monday motivations?
Oh man. All right. Anyways,
What was the guy's name that tweet that?
Bryant McGill.
Can you imagine like Brent McGrill is just somewhere like, I can't believe Scott keeps stealing my stuff.
Oh yeah, Bryant McGill is an author, activist, and social entrepreneur who advocates for human rights and gender equality. Salute to Bryant McGill.
All right.
Hell yeah. That's all I know about him. If he sucks, I've not done my
Doesn't
research.
count.
I've not done my research.
Yeah, that's
If he sucks, I have more questions about Scott Perry.
Disclaimer: if Mr. McGill is not a great guy or whatever, then yes, we denounce everything we just said.
Maybe Scott Perry loves the quote, was going to attribute it, did some Googling on Bryant McGill and went,
Oh, can't do that.
"Ugh,
Oh no.
love the quote. Let's just get rid of
Yeah.
this."
Can you imagine this? Oh, never mind.
Nope.
Yeah,
nope.
never
Let's not
mind.
go down that road.
Yeah, never mind.
Anyways, obviously, I don't actually care if he copy pastes motivational quotes. I just thought it was a funny thing. I'll go to hell, I guess. All right.
Killed 4
ESPN's ESPN. Hey, don't say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
Dog.
I can see that as a win.
ESPN has a prediction up right now. The best 100 players in 2025. Want to take a crack at who number 1 is? I know you've looked at the list. Jesse, you want to take a crack at who number 1 is?
This is NFL or NBA?
NFL.
Josh Allen.
No, Josh Allen is number 2.
Lamar?
Lamar is number 4.
All right, this is bugging me. Who?
Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
They've got a big time bounce back year from Patrick Mahomes. 4,400 yards, 30 touchdowns, 12 picks.
Look, to me, Patrick's like one of the 5 best quarterbacks of all time already, but I don't know. It's fine, I guess. He hasn't really looked too good not too good, but he just hasn't been what he was the first few seasons. Like they dialed it down a bit, kind of played along the defense, just smart, clean football.
Sure.
So that's why I put Lamar, Josh Allen up there. But if the ESPN wants to put Patrick up there, that's fine.
I want to get to this Raiders thing because there's a really interesting Raiders note from this. I bet we could sit here all day and try and have Jesse guess who number 3. Do you remember who number 3 is?
Who number 3 is on this list?
Yeah.
Well, I've seen it.
Okay.
Jamar Chase.
No.
Oh.
Is it a defensive player?
Well, now that's cheating, but yes.
Myles Garrett or Michael Parsons, TJ Watt?
Yeah, it's Myles Garrett.
Okay.
And number 3, can you be the 3rd best player in the league when your team's going to win 4 games?
No.
Why not? Because what more of an impact could Myles Garrett have to bring wins to the Browns?
Does he impact winning? Is the question.
Yeah.
But that's just no. I guess I don't know. I just when Lamar Jackson's 4 and they're predicting for Myles Garrett 52 tackles, 10 sacks, and 3 forced fumbles. Like that's
Like the 10 sacks might be really shortchanged over the season.
like if you're maybe I don't know. But Joe Burrow 5, Lamar Jackson 4. I just
Okay, so here's the problem.
that
I
feels
have.
like
Real quick.
overthinking.
Myles
to me.
Garrett hasn't had 10 sacks in a season since 2019. He's been 12 and more since then.
Jesus.
Last year he had 14.
So he'd be taking a step back this year with 10
Exactly,
sacks, and
yes.
ESPN's like, this guy's amazing.
Yeah.
That feels like trying to be too smart to me.
Yeah, because I have an issue with this because, like, look, I love me some Patrick Mahomes, right?
You're a big Patrick Mahomes guy. Maybe
Yeah.
the biggest.
No, like Pete Youngman is a much bigger Patrick
You know,
Mahomes fan
that's
than
a
me.
great damn point.
Yeah, so
Shout out to Pete.
shout out Pete. Yeah, the problem is that you're putting Patrick Mahomes on this list this high because he was 15-2 last year, and his team went to the Super Bowl. Like, I think that you're being respectful, right? You're saying, like, look, it doesn't matter. The numbers don't matter as much. Even their projections are way off of what he had last year.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you're saying, hey, we still believe that you're the best quarterback in the NFL. We're going to put you number one on this list. And we believe that because you keep winning. And at 29 years old, you've already got 3 Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
He's got another, he could play another 11 seasons, 12 seasons, and he could rack up another 5 Super Bowls. I mean, he's that good.
Yep.
But he wasn't very good last year as a player. I thought both Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson were much better players, like on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And so here's my problem is if you're going to give Mahomes a boost because he's a winner and because he led his team to a 15-2 record and we can't really find any flaw. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How do you have Myles Garrett at number 3? Because that like
overthinking.
You devalue what you're doing when you do that. You can't be that blatantly like inconsistent.
If you're just in a vacuum going, these are going to be the best players. These are going to be the most effective players in 2025.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. This is a prediction. I can't fathom a world unless the Browns go 10-7 and make the playoffs and Myles Garrett's the defensive player of the year and he has 25 sacks.
Yeah.
I can't envision a realistic world where we're sitting here at the end of the year going, okay, let's make a list of the best NFL players from this season. Patrick Mahomes 1, I'll buy that. Josh Allen 2, I'll buy that. Myles Garrett 3, no chance. It feels ridiculous. It feels like an overthink. I could see Mahomes though, and here's the explanation from Nate Taylor, who covers the Chiefs for ESPN. After the Chiefs lost in Super Bowl 59, the league's most talented quarterback will have plenty of motivation to showcase that he can still be a better version of himself. Mahomes should have more of his best targets: Travis Kelce, Isaiah Pacheco, Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, and Hollywood Brown on the field together in 2025. So I'll buy that.
Yeah.
I think Patrick Mahomes is always going to get some kind of benefit of the doubt. But at 20 and 21, we have the only 2 Raiders on the list.
Mm-hmm.
21, Max Crosby, and 20, Brock Bowers. I don't disagree. I think Max Crosby is one of the 3 or 4 best edge rushers in the sport. Brock Bowers is arguably already the best tight end in the sport. So I don't disagree with those placements at all. How good can a team be if it has 2, we'll say 2 top 25 players? One is a pass rusher. One pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
Pass rusher. One is a pass rusher. We'll fix that in post. And the other one's a tight end. Like, to me, I see this and I go, oh, that should be a pretty good team. 2 top 25 guys.
Yeah, they have 2 top 25, but they don't have anyone from 26 to 100. I mean, I think that's the biggest issue. And, I'm actually surprised Ashton Jeanty didn't make this list at all. Just because it's one of those things that a list like this usually includes like a exciting young running back that could put the league on notice. I just think it speaks volumes, though, that, again, it's the players that you are highlighting play positions that are important, but aren't the most important on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where I think the Raiders run into problems. They do have some nice high-end talent.
Mm-hmm.
And even like they have really solid veteran players like Jacoby Myers and Smith is a very, very competent quarterback, right? But overall, the just talent level isn't there for the team.
Yeah, at least not yet. If Ashton Jeanty's really good, if Ashton Jeanty out the gate is the player that people think he's going to be, it wouldn't shock me at all if he's in a similar list next year. Colton Miller at left tackle, good player. I think Jackson Powers Johnson is a good player. He's going to play right guard this year, even though he got drafted as a center. I think with the Raiders, it's going to come down to what Geno Smith do you get on a regular basis?
Mhm.
Can you keep him upright? Like how well is that offensive line playing, and how well is that offensive line improved? And then can Dante Thornton, who had that, did you see that touchdown catch he had on Saturday?
No, I missed
That was
it.
sick. It was a dot to like the front pylon, and it was a really good throw from Geno. But Thornton had to kind of go like twist his body back around on the front pylon, and he was like well covered, and he had to make a tough contested catch and keep his feet. It was nice. It was really, really nice play. And Dante Thornton was a player that our guy Tashawn Reed pointed out when we had him on a couple of weeks ago. Tashawn Reed, who covers the Raiders for the Athletic. So yeah, man, I think as long as Geno Smith's healthy, and if you get any kind of good offensive line play, I think you're going to get dramatically improved quarterback play.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden, I don't think the ceiling comes down to Max Crosby and Brock Bowers. I think those guys help set a floor. I think Geno Smith helps set a floor, but I think it's going to be guys like Genty, guys like Thornton, who are going to elevate. A guy like Malcolm Kuhn's coming back from a torn ACL.
Yeah.
Can he regain the form that he found in 2023? Like those are going to be the kind of things that elevate the Raiders more than like what more can Brock Bowers do?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
he was amazing last year.
he could catch for. I mean, like they're projecting 110 catches and almost 1,200 yards.
Which like I don't like. Sure.
Okay, like if he has
Pretty good.
1,400 yards as a tight end, that would be incredible. Like if he becomes like prime
Mhm.
Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah.
And I think he's got like every potential to do that. And actually, he could go down as one of the great tight ends of all time, especially
has a
after a
skill
rookie
set.
season that he had.
Mm-hmm.
But you still have to have wide receivers. You still have to have.
Sure.
I mean, we can't say, hey, there's a big question mark with the 49ers because their best receivers are number one, a running back, and number two, a tight end.
Sure.
That's it. Like,
Yeah.
oh, that's a problem.
Yeah.
So hopefully they figure it all out.
Yeah, like I said, I think guys like Bowers and Crosby elevate their floor, and Geno Smith elevate their floor. Their ceiling is going to come down to what they get out of the rest of their roster.
Mm-hmm.
And that's or certainly the younger players on the roster. Can Jeremy Chin in the secondary make a difference? Is Caillou Blue Kelly going to start? And if he does, can he make a difference? Like those are going to be kind of the
and either way, the Raiders are in a
ceiling raisers.
they're a very difficult division. They like very, very tough division.
Do we know what their over under is this season?
7.5.
You taking the over or the under?
I'm going over.
Over?
Yeah, remember we did this with Kenny, and Kenny said they weren't going to beat the Patriots in week 1.
Oh yeah.
There's a whole
James,
thing.
I don't think James was here for that. Who are you taking, James?
I think I'm going to take the over as well, but
I got him at 8. That's what I'm stuck on.
I really don't like that division for them. Like I think Denver has the best defense, one of the best defenses in the NFL, if not the best. You got the Chiefs, and then you've got the Chargers, and the Chargers just look like a team who are ready to finally break out.
Yeah, my only holdup with the Chargers is Rashawn Slater, their left tackle, being out, just because that's such a massive deal. But Jim Harbaugh's a good coach.
Mm-hmm.
Their talent level is really high.
Hypothetically, Herbert is the best quarterback of all time.
Yeah, depending on who you ask. Depending on who you ask, Justin Herbert is God's gift to quarterbacking. He's like a combination of Dan Marino, Tom Brady, and Lamar Jackson, and Josh Allen.
I do love watching Herbert throw the ball.
Throws the hell out of it.
Yeah, because it's an intrigue. Like he has so much arm strength that it doesn't matter where he's throwing. It's almost like he's holding the power button on Madden and throwing 50 yards. Like, whew, just like
you see the talent level super high.
Oh yeah.
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
I've done this rant before. I'm going to keep it a little shorter this time. I just need our criteria for what is a good and bad quarterback to stay the same for everybody.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that Brock Purdy's only good because of his coaching and the weapons and this and that. And then you can't make an excuse for Justin Herbert that he would be better if he had better coaching and better weapons and players around him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. That's just how this all works.
I'm with you.
You can't knock a guy for one thing and then elevate a guy because he doesn't have those things. Like that just doesn't. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Just really talented player. I think Justin Herbert is very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
But God, you get the internet people who just are like, I watched the All 22 and he's one of the 2 best quarterbacks to ever put on a uniform.
Watch them playoff games.
Yeah.
Not his fault though. 4 interceptions, not his fault.
Mm.
He's never thrown an interception that's his fault. Every pass should be caught.
But
It's always the receiver.
This isn't him though. That's not. It's the voices on the internet that say that. This isn't like he's. That guy.
No, this is not. I know.
Yeah.
No, I'm not throwing. I'm not throwing Justin Herbert under the bus for that.
Yeah.
I just again, it's not even a Justin Herbert thing. It's just an evaluation thing.
Yeah.
No, you're gonna look and you're gonna go, oh, his weapons aren't good enough this year. All right, then just say he's in that second tier of quarterback who needs good weapons and coaching.
Yeah.
Every quarterback does, by the way. Anyways, that's James and Kyle. He's Jesse. We got the handoff coming up next. I'm going to get to the bottom of this Russell Westbrook thing. I'm going to figure out why the hell everybody's so obsessed with this for the Kings.
Okay.
We'll get to that. We might get to, if there's any more 49ers or Raiders cut news, we'll get to that as well on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The handoff's next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
We didn't get to the 49ers on the list.
That's fine. We just it's the same 6 guys. We can get to that in the handoff though. Hey Jesse, good news.
Tua's top 50.
No, God, no.
Damn it. Hey, you chill out over there.
He's not.
He wasn't in their list. Tyreek is.
Oh, that guy sucks.
The only Tua Tagovailoa mention is in the blurb about Tyreek Hill.
I hate Tyreek Hill.
He's in the process of rebuilding his relationship with Tua, according to Marcel Louis-Jacques.
Tyreek Hill just talks and talks and talks and just talks.
Here's the good news. According to Sean McVay, barring a setback, Matthew Stafford should be ready to roll week 1.
Why is that good news for me?
Because that's your boy,
Who, Sean McVay?
Matthew Stafford.
Fair enough, I guess. I think his name is John. Real name?
Wait, his real name is John Stafford?
John Matthew Stafford.
Get out of town.
You didn't know that?
No. What an all-time great move by him, going by Matthew. Oh my God.
Hey, John Matthew Stafford.
That sounds like the name of a serial killer.
John Matthew Stafford sounds like it was left on the cutting room floor of what Will Ferrell's character's name was going to be in Blades of Glory. Chaz Michael Michaels.
Oh, yeah.
John Matthew Stafford.
It's a great movie.
No, it's not. Just rewatched it.
Wait,
Bad.
Blades of Glory?
Bad movie.
No,
Did
it's
not age
it's
well.
not. It's funny.
Did not
it's
age
fine.
well.
Stop.
Not funny.
Mr. Serious over here. I only love the real comedies. It's fine, dude. Throw it
No,
on for
dude.
an hour and a half and you laugh.
Brother, no, I was stoned and I didn't laugh.
Oh.
It was not a good watch.
Brother, you bought bad weed that day, man.
Do you have you watched it very recently?
I watched it like a handful. I watched it enough to I know that movie. Yeah.
Not a good movie, not a funny movie. And I'm easy to please movie wise. I am like
Where the hell
Napoleon
Joe? I'm gonna
Dynamite?
get Joe to do the
Napoleon
rest of this.
Dynamite in.
Yeah.
Land of the Lost, Will Ferrell and Danny McBride in.
Land of the Lost is great, by the way.
Nacho Libre in.
Oh, it's a cult classic.
Blades of Glory, thumbs down. Not a funny
Wow.
It's fine.
movie. No, it's fine.
It's not bad. It's good. It's fine. It's funny.
No.
It's stupid, but it's funny.
No sign of Micah Parsons during the open portion of media or open portion of practice.
Oh, Bobby Gerald, who is listening to the show. Shout out, Bobby. What's up,
Hey,
man?
salute, Bobby.
He did love the Brett Saberhagen reference. He also, Lauri Markkanen is owed 4 more years at $195 million. Back issues limited in 47 games. He ranked 22nd among power forwards on his hoop obsession calculation. His salary is that of a superstar. He would have no interest.
Jacob Z, don't do that. Land of the Lost is. We're gonna take that with us.
Who? Yeah,
Land of the Lost is good. Good cinema.
Land of the
Oh
Lost
my
is great.
gosh.
And with some
You said
hippie
chorizo tacos.
with some trailer park reject who smells of malt liquor and feet. I'm standing right here.
Have you ever seen Eastbound and Down?
I
I've
have
never gotten
not.
into that show. Everyone
I
says it's
have not.
hilarious.
That's one that my wife actually wants to watch. So I gotta wait.
Now, back to the
Oh, yeah.
Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I had a question while we wait for the handoff of D-Lo and KC. I was talking to Justin Case from 96.9 The Eagle
Great
about
guy.
this morning. What's the and I have an answer for this, and I had an answer at the ready. What's the best cereal milk?
Cereal what?
Like the milk after the cereal.
Oh,
What is the best cereal to put in your milk?
if
got some-
you're gonna drink the milk
Yeah, if you're
afterwards.
gonna have the
Cocoa
milk.
Okay.
Puffs.
No, for me it was Cocoa Krispies.
Which is like chocolate Rice Krispies.
Yeah,
Do
and
they still
then
make those?
yeah, they do.
Okay.
I'd say I'm a big Captain Crunch with Crunch Berries guy.
Love Crunch Berries. So that was Justin Case's answer. Was Captain Crunch.
Okay.
Mine was Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
See, that seems
Okay.
to be Cocoa
Cool.
Puffs and Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Seems to be
Yeah, Cinnamon Toast Crunch is extremely that vibe.
Cocoa Puffs, like the chocolate. You'll get enough chocolate milk or whatever where it'll be good.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I don't hate that answer. So the reason I brought it up is because I bought these protein shakes from Target because I'm getting sick of Greek yogurt.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna switch it up a little bit. So I bought these protein shakes while I was at Target. I was trying one. It's cookie dough flavored. And he was asking me, he's like, oh, my either he or his wife drinks these protein shakes. Oh no, his wife uses them as coffee creamer.
Mm.
And so he's telling me like, yeah, she likes the vanilla one. He goes, but I've not had this cookie dough flavor yet. I was like, oh, okay, I'll let you know how it is. And I took a sip. I was like, it tastes like cereal milk.
Oh,
That's the vibe I got from it. And I was like, I can't put my finger on what cereal. And then he said Captain Crunch. It tastes like Captain Crunch cereal.
oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Are you guys still cereal people?
Only when I'm watching Blades of Glory.
that makes sense. I've been making myself breakfast in the morning
Blades
now.
or Blaze of Glory?
Well, damn. That's
Little bit of
that's a
both.
good joke. That's a good joke. Yeah, no, but only I haven't done like somebody said Apple Jacks or Captain Crunch or like one of those cereals in a long time.
Mhm.
Trader Joe's does a couple of like grain type of cereals that I really like, and yeah, we have these big ramen bowls,
Oh,
and
okay.
you just load one of those up, just go to town.
So when I was a kid, my parents would not buy sugar cereal at all.
Mhm.
We like the most extreme we could get would be like Cinnamon Life or Honey Nut Cheerios.
Mhm.
My best friend, on the other hand, had all the good stuff like Trix, Fruit Loops.
So is spend the night at that kid's house
All
as
the
often
time.
as
Hey, that
possible.
was
All the
my
time.
house too.
Hell
We used to have
yeah.
all the good, like
Salute,
four
salute.
different cereals all the time.
Hell
It was just
yeah.
perfect.
Oh yeah. All right, we'll get to the handoff. We'll talk sports in a minute.
Hey, when you're
Going
the
on
cereal
Dylan
house though,
Casey.
you're pretty cool at that time.
Oh, for sure,
Oh yeah.
for sure.
Especially,
You get
oh,
cereal?
my mom only lets me eat Raisin Bran. Oh, it's good. Here's some Fruity Pebbles, brother.
My mom might get up if I had friends over. My mom might get up and make French toast. That's a W.
Mm.
That's a big time W.
Shout out to all the kids that eat Raisin Bran growing up.
Oh,
Or Cheerios, not the good one. Not
Yeah,
Honey
just-
Nuts.
hey,
regular
I like
Cheerios.
hey, I rock with plain Cheerios.
Do you throw
Oh.
sugar? You throw some sugar in that?
No, I
Yeah,
just
see,
dude,
that's-
dude,
all right.
So bad.
cereal,
I didn't-
milk. We're
I didn't
good
know
to
you've been
go.
70 years old since you were 10 or something.
Okay, see, now I'm being disrespected. That's
like
crazy.
Frosted wheat. You're like, this is literally the worst thing I've ever had.
That I'm out on.
What was it? The cornflakes? Yeah, let me get a couple of
Oh,
spoons of sugar in there. We're good.
Hey, I have this recipe where it's from it's this recipe book. It's what's it called when you fake a recipe? You remake it. It's just like restaurant recipes, but like remade.
Mhm.
And apparently at there's a popular restaurant and like casino chain that does Captain Crunch chicken,
Oh yeah.
and it's Captain Crunch and cornflakes, and you grind it up into like powder, and then you use it to bread chicken. It's
That sounds
delicious.
healthy.
It's delicious. It's delicious.
Where is this at?
I'm not gonna say
What city?
it. Well, there's one in Vegas. There's one here in Sacramento, which is why I'm not saying it.
Oh,
Hey, shout out Filthy McNasty. I agree.
Yeah.
Regular Cheerios, eating that by
Alright.
itself is worse than unsalted eggs. I agree.
All right. Well, to hell with you guys.
Regular Cheerios just by themselves is pretty bad.
Regular Cheerios is delicious.
No, it's not.
But the delicious is a little strong.
You might be full.
It's-
You might be like, oh, no, I don't need to eat anything else because I had breakfast. But like, oh, damn, that was delicious.
It's edible, but delicious is a little strong. It's a little strong.
All right, whatever.
Honey Nut Cheerios is the way to go, though.
Delicious.
Yeah,
Sorry?
that's delicious.
I was wondering if anybody was going to say it.
What?
What he just said.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Shout out Kevin
Fantastic.
Barnett.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
I need one of you guys to explain the Russell Westbrook thing to me.
What is
Why?
it that you need to explain?
Why?
He's a playmaker.
What are we doing here?
He's a playmaker.
Is he?
Absolutely.
Is he better than Malik Monk at this point?
Yes. We've
No.
been over this. How
No,
many
he's
times do
not.
we have to go over this? Yes, he is.
He's
Why?
not better
Yes,
than
he
Malik.
is. Yes, he is.
I don't think his head and
Like, and
shoulders,
if
I don't think
no,
it's-
no, absolutely,
Yeah.
it's not. Like, it's marginal. And if you
Right,
said
okay.
Malik Monk is better, that's fine. If you said Russell Westbrook is fine. It's a margin of this.
Right. Okay, but it's a negligible difference between the two. And now we've got Mark Stein saying the Kings have moved on from trying to move Malik Monk, and they're now trying to find a different way to create a space for Russell Westbrook. And it's like, for what?
Because he's a
What
point
is
guard.
the obsession with having him on the team? Then why do you need Malik Monk on your team?
Because you're stuck with him.
But you're
Kind of
not stuck with him
You-
because
you-
according
no,
to
no,
Mark
but you
Stein,
are.
he's a brilliant part of the what is it? The
Jesus
culture
Christ,
and the
man.
future of Sacramento.
I don't believe anything that's being written by anyone at this point. Everybody is full of crap. Everyone. All of these people writing about Kuminga and the Warriors, these are all the same exact people who the night Matt George put this story out there, the night James put out, I'd be surprised if Kuminga was in a king. But these are all the people who say, oh, there's no talks. Oh, this isn't happening. And then 2 months later, it's like, oh, yeah, well, the talks have broken down. What talks? You said they weren't happening. And now I'm going to take your word for it? Please stop. Stop. Raphael Stone said this the other day, and this was fantastic. The stuff he said about Kevin Durant was fantastic because it gave us one little note
Mhm.
that if you caught it, you're like, oh, remember Woj's last tweet?
No,
Like his last, the thing he wrote about Kevin Durant, where he was like, such and such, nothing was happening. Yeah, the Rockets are positioned to acquire Kevin Durant if they wanted to, and just left.
That was his last tweet.
I don't know if that was his last
Well,
tweet
like,
ever,
yeah, last
but I remember
insider
like he
tweet.
just
sorry,
wrote,
St. Bonaventure's called.
he just wrote this Kevin Durant thing and then left and like said nothing, never followed up on it again.
Mhm.
Raphael Stone almost accidentally confirmed that this has been going on for 2 years.
Mhm.
But he was like, all of these insiders, that half of them aren't really insiders. They're talking to someone who's talking to somebody else who's trying
Mhm.
to glean context from something that they overheard and trying to put this all together. I can tell you from my perspective, I talked to nobody.
Mhm.
The people that I worked with closely, there were 3 people in my front office involved in this deal. They
Mhm.
talked to nobody.
Mhm.
Now, if he talked to the equipment manager or the concession stands manager or whatever, then I can't do anything about that. But the
Mhm.
people who were involved in this deal,
Mhm.
they did not talk to anybody. And that's the case around the league.
Mhm.
And people are, and he's right, and I don't mean this in a negative way. People are just writing stuff to get people to read it.
Mhm.
The Sacramento Kings clearly have interest in Russell Westbrook.
I agree.
Great.
Yeah.
How do they acquire him? Well, we've determined Malik Monk makes the most sense because they keep trying to move Malik Monk. Devin Carter makes sense. Position, backcourt, all of this different stuff. None of us know. None of us.
Mhm.
We're putting together what this person said, what this person said, what this person reported, and what this person reported.
Mhm.
There's obviously a reason that Scott Perry thinks he fits with this basketball team. And it could be, as James points out, it could be as simple as finances.
Mhm.
The plus of Russell Westbrook over Malik Monk. Now, the idea of Malik Monk and Russell Westbrook, not quite as sure unless Devin Carter is gone. If it's just Russell Westbrook on top of everything else, that
Mhm.
I'm not sure how you pull that off.
Here's the
Or-
other thing.
Why?
Here's the other thing that could be the case that to the chagrin of so many people in this city,
It's a great word.
thank you, is they're trying to win basketball games.
Mhm.
They're trying to field the best team they possibly can so they can be successful.
Mhm.
And I know people want to see them tank. I know they want to see them be bad. I know they want to see
Mhm.
Clifford and Maxime get all this time and
Sure.
see what Devin Carter is and Keon Ellis and all this other stuff. But they're trying to win basketball games. And I think Scott Perry said as much to all of us when he kind of completely went against the grain about what people thought were going to be the case with DeMar DeRozan. When he essentially wrapped his arm around DeMar DeRozan and let it be known in a number of different ways, like, no, he's not going anywhere. I like what I have in DeMar DeRozan. He told us, I'm here to try to win basketball games. And the unfortunate thing is a lot of people around here don't want to hear that. They don't want that to be the case. They have their reasons for it. I'm not saying one is right or wrong, but getting Russell Westbrook, bolstering that bench, being in a situation where you don't have to play Devin Carter and you got a Russell Westbrook to go to instead of going to Devin Carter, that makes your team better. And they're trying to make the team better right now.
Yeah, my concern is you got 96 minutes in the backcourt. And those 96 minutes, they go away super quick. I mean, at this point, there's like a very, very like small window that Devin Carter will play any minutes at all. Just because that's the dynamic. You have 2 point guards that, in Monk and Schroeder that are going to play 24 to 28 minutes each. You've got a 32 to 34 minute per game guy in Zach LaVine. You've got a guy who should be playing more than 30 in Keon Ellis. And it's like, okay, well, that's way more than 96. Way more than 96. So how do you figure out how to fit just the guys that you have? So if you're going to bring in Russell Westbrook, you've got to move. Either you're going to just completely throw Keon Ellis away this season. Don't worry about Devin Carter. Keon Ellis won't play either. Or you've got to move somebody who plays a bunch of minutes. Yet you're not moving Monk in this scenario. You're not moving Dennis Schroeder because you can't until December 15th. So does that mean that you're going to move Zach LaVine, or does it mean that you're going to move Keon Ellis?
I don't think you're moving either one of them. I also think at this point in his career, you can put in certain situations Westbrook in a 3 position. And he might be able to steal some minutes there. Keon minutes will probably be a little lower than a lot of people hoped. He's going to be part of the rotation. He's going to play, but it's going to be a little lower than maybe people hoped. But you also might be able to steal, 5 to 7 minutes a game with Russell Westbrook being playing that wing position, that 3 type of position, and maybe having a 3-guard lineup. Or like I said, Russell Westbrook, 6'5", 6'6", something like that. At this point in his career, he might be looked at like a bit of a 3 at this point in his career in some instances, and depending on who the opposition is.
Is he 6'6"?
No. Westbrook? 6'3", 6'4" with shoes.
Oh, okay.
How many games?
He's
He's
listed
I'm
as
gonna guess
6'4".
6'4".
Yeah, he's 6'4".
6'5" with shoes.
No,
He's taller than
he's
De'Aaron
listed
Fox.
at 6'4".
Yeah,
Like,
6'5"
Yeah, I
with
don't
shoes.
think Russ is 6'5", is he? I don't think
No,
so.
it's 6'4". You just said 6'3".
NBA
6'4"
height,
with
whatever they
shoes.
list you as, you're 2 inches shorter, actually.
You put some shoes on, he's 6'5".
All right.
Okay.
Anyways, that didn't do a lot to help me. I got to be honest.
It's
Well,
good.
I don't know,
I
like
mean,
what, like I don't know, like what, like
just-
let's
it's-
make sense of anything that the Sacramento Kings are doing.
Well, I guess that's just it. Is that like
They're
I
trying to
can't.
piece this together the best that they can, and they don't feel like Malik Monk is a point guard that they can utilize moving forward. They want to find someone else who could do it.
Right.
They want to find a guy who can lead the league in assists. Russell Westbrook could lead the league in assists next year.
I think it all goes
Right.
back
I think
to
that's what it boils down to. I mean, as a backup, it might be a little bit difficult, but
Sure.
he's like, per 36 or whatever numbers you want to use, he's absolutely capable of doing that.
I think it all goes back to they are okay with trying to win basketball games this year, and nobody
Right.
wants that.
Right.
Sure.
Like they look at Dennis Schroeder as like he helps us win games.
I guess
And
that's
people
just.
are mad about that.
I guess I say it is. That's not where I'm coming from on this at all. It has nothing to do with like, oh, we'd make him too good. I don't think he does anything. Like it's just another player who's good at a position that they just signed Dennis Schroeder. If Malik Monk is on your roster, they are overlapping. And what we talk about with the Kings, you say makes sense of anything they're doing. They have so many pieces that overlap already. And it feels like there's this obsession with getting Russell Westbrook in the building. And I don't know why, because it overlaps with
Kyle,
so much
it's
of what
not
they're
an
already
obsession.
doing.
It's not an obsession. It's August 25th. There's nothing else to talk about. It's not an obsession. It's just a story. It's just like Kuminga. It's just the story.
Sure.
There's just nothing else happening. So it's what people like focus on. It's, Russell Westbrook. He's a Hall of Famer. Kings, they're a laughing stock. Let's do something with this. That's all it is. And then I guarantee you, if Trae Young, if Trae Young said, this isn't going anywhere, y'all did all this offseason, you don't want me here, I want to trade, no one would be talking about Russell Westbrook or the Sacramento Kings.
Okay.
The attention would immediately shift, and it's like, okay, now we've got something we could sink our teeth into. I lived through this. I lived through it with Kyrie. Kyrie shut the whole NBA down in the middle of an offseason because he requested a trade. Like, that's all this is.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think there is a way that Russell Westbrook
Talk about Jonathan
helps his team.
Kuminga again if you want to.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy, we're on day 50.
Kuminga watch.
Or we could talk about how you're listening to ESPN 1320
That's
KIFM. I tried to steal it.
Hey, that's 2 fouls. That's 2 fouls. That's way early.
I tried to steal it, man.
Low-key, Kenny should be banned for the week.
Hey, there it is.
Look, I tried to steal it.
Hey, hold up.
I tried to steal it.
Hey, hold up. Commissioner Stern, what was that?
I think Kenny should be banned for the week.
Banned for the week.
Committee of one right there.
Banned for the week.
No, you started 11:59:15. Like, what was that?
That was
Look.
and no.
What are we stealing from?
And he pulled up his phone.
Yeah, I
he was
gotta
reading
make
it
sure I
on
got it
his
right. I gotta
phone.
make sure I got it right.
That's a week suspension right there.
Look, the tush push, it can't be stopped right now. Okay, I'm gonna jump over the pile before the snap.
Well, you got a
happened.
penalty.
That's what happened. Okay,
now-
5 yards. What? I don't care.
And everybody is still listening to KIFM, West Sacramento,
No.
KRXQ,
There it is.
HQ,
Wow.
ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader, always free.
What a debacle this is.
That
I'm
was
not
a
even
different
taking a
ball.
point for that one.
That
Remember
was
when the Commanders did that last year?
Oh, yeah, Frankie Louvu kept jumping the
That's
snap.
what I was just like. Whatever.
I got
Hey,
4 penalties in a row.
It didn't get nearly enough attention that it's apparently in the rules that the refs can just award a touchdown if they think that
Yeah,
a
I
team
didn't know
earned
that
it.
till that happened.
And the ref just came out and he's like, hey,
Too many
that's
penalties.
some BS. We're just gonna give them a touchdown if they do it again. Like, what? You can't do that?
That's wild.
Crazy.
That's
Can
insane.
you
Yeah.
imagine?
That is absolutely
In
insane.
spirit, they scored.
Okay.
And who gets credit for it?
Yeah.
Like, who gets the touchdown?
Somebody
They just assigned it to
what if
somebody.
what if that was price picks?
Officials?
Like 1.5 touchdowns.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Can you imagine?
And it was supposed to be Jalen Hurts, and they just said, nope, just touchdown into
Hey.
the abyss.
Completely unrelated to prize picks because that is daily fantasy. I want to talk about gambling for a second.
Okay.
Unrelated to that.
Wait, before you do, I'm not going to read the ID. Russell Westbrook at the combine was listed at 6'2" and 1/4,
Oh boy.
6'3" and 1/2 with shoes, but those are some big shoes.
Oh
So he's more 6'2" than he is 6'6".
He's in them Huggy Bear shoes from I'm gonna get you sucker.
Yeah.
With the fish.
Get
in
a
'em.
goldfish.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair to that, though, I mean, he was guarding 1 through 3 last year
Yeah.
with Denver.
Yeah.
And he's a difference maker for better or for worse.
Sure.
Like when it's bad, like it changed the game in a bad way. When it changes the game in a bad way.
Sure.
When he is like
Anyway,
playing
wrong.
well,
Yeah, he had
He's an
several
X
moments last
factor
year with Denver.
to
For
why
sure.
Denver might win. So.
For sure.
All right, sorry, Kyle.
What was I talking about?
Gambling.
Gambling. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So did you guys watch Iowa State, Kansas State this weekend?
Yes.
This is speaking of like goal line tush pushes and
Oh, yeah.
over-unders and stuff.
I know. Yeah. I know.
The total in that game was 50.5. It is 24-21. Iowa State leads
Mhm.
with about 2 minutes to go. They have a 4th and 3. They go for it. Running back catches it in the flat, makes a guy miss, dives for the end zone, touchdown. That's going to make it 30-21. The over hits, right? They review it and they go, no touchdown. He's down on like the 3-inch line. It was one of those things where like his forearm was down as he was reaching the ball out, and it was but if you got the over, you're still going, okay, hey, there's 2 minutes left. They'll just punch it in, ice this thing. They don't do that because Kansas State didn't have any more timeouts, and so they kneeled it out from the 3-inch line 3 times, and the game was over. The under hits. I'd have been so mad if I had the over.
I know.
I'd have been so. Oh no! Do you know?
No, I had fictitiously. I had Kansas State -2.5, I think it was. And the only chance for me to get to that or get close to that was for them to score, get the ball back. Like that was the only shot.
Yeah.
And when they did the right thing, which was nil, it was all out the window.
Can you imagine if you had like a rushing touchdown? And now let's go talk about Prize Picks.
Uh-huh.
If you had a rushing touchdown for the quarterback, and you're like, "Oh, let's go!
About to punch it in. Let's go. 1.5, 1.5. I got the more. Let's go. Wait.
Nope.
Wait, victory. What?
Hey, nope.
I had that crazy prize pick a couple of years ago where Michael Porter Jr. needed a bucket.
It's the wrong person
in the
putting in your lineup.
Well,
I'm guessing Michael Porter Jr. knew this.
That's probably true. You know what? Now it all makes sense.
Right.
That's the wrong person.
He got to the rim, at the rim, all alone, and threw it to the corner for a 3 that was missed. Then he got fouled and missed both free throws.
Yeah. It's a little different today, doesn't it?
It does. My goodness. I think it was 19.5. He finished with 19. And I think that was one of the crazy ones where I won $200, but if he would have got those points, it was $2,000.
Oh,
yeah.
I've had those.
Crazy 6 pick.
We didn't spend any time on this because of our show parameters, but it is insane that Michael Porter Jr. went on a podcast and went, shoot, yeah, if you can just call your friends and tell them to bet the under, why wouldn't you just do the under? Like, whoa!
Yeah.
Nuggets got the best PR staff in all the league.
Yes, 1,000%. Meanwhile, the Nets are sitting there like, oh no.
Yeah.
That's just a crazy thing to say.
He's low-key been on a rampage all summer.
He should not be talking.
Stop talking.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
If that was me and that was my brother got banned for life for gambling, you would have not. I'd have been like, gambling? What's that?
I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah.
It's not the sharpest knife in the tool shed or whatever it is in the drawer, whatever.
Almost had it.
I don't know.
You know what? Hey,
Right sharpest.
Elevator don't go to the top floor.
Anything from the Niners preseason game, preseason finale jump out to you? Anything? Maybe after the first maybe after the first touchdown.
Well, one.
Bro, what
do you, I got a question for all three of you. What are y'all gonna do? This dude stinks.
What are we gonna do? We want to cut him.
Who is we?
We all want to cut him.
I'm trying to sign Russell Westbrook to be their kicker.
Well,
Kyle, and then Kyle, and that's my boy. You know that's my boy. But Kyle, then he come out talking about, he just in Vegas. He had, one of the great games I've seen from a kicker. The guy almost missed a 28-yarder. What are you talking about?
26-yarder.
Do we know whose decision it was to draft him in the 3rd round?
The buck stops with Shanahan.
And what school did he go to again?
Oh, yeah. It was like
he went to Michigan, but ain't no go blue right now for him. Ain't no go blue. Ain't no go blue until he's gone.
Moody's probably still here because Kyle Shannon is trying to show like, yeah, I didn't make the wrong move drafting a kicker in the 3rd round.
KC means go blue. Has a 3rd round pick for Kyle ever hit?
Fred Warner.
Yeah.
Fred was 3rd?
Yeah. Good player.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's dicey.
The track list for the ones that haven't worked out is a little bit longer.
I didn't know he was that
Dominic Pony, good player.
Okay.
3rd pick, 3rd round
pick. Trey was 3rd round, right?
They used it.
Sermon.
Yeah, he was no good. They used the 3rd round pick, right, to get Trent Williams?
Yeah, future 3rd, a 5th that year, and then a future 3rd.
That's about it. That's all I got.
Yeah, Danny Gray, Ty Davis Price.
That's all I got.
Jair Brown was the 3rd round pick. Cam Latu was the 3rd round pick.
Kello Weatherspoon was the 3rd round pick.
Kello was I think
3rd or 2nd?
3rd round pick. I think he was 66 overall. It was the highest they drafted a corner until.
And then they move up into the 3rd round to get CJ Beathard.
Yeah, that happened.
Oh, man.
Speaking of Dominic Pony, Matt Mayoko said that he saw Dominic Pony going through conditioning and physical therapy on a side field. I saw him running. He looked as if he's improved so much. I'd be surprised if he's not out there week 1 at Seattle.
They need him.
Well, that's good because you still have 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
Yeah, you need him. You need him out there. But yeah, no, Jake Moody needs to go. And I don't say that lightly. I don't say it like this is a man's career.
This isn't new.
Yeah, it's just
we've been talking about this for
Nah.
That's it. We're on
Like-
year 3 of this.
Yeah,
The moment you
it's
run your
not.
kicker
Come
out
on,
there and
man.
you're not confident, you need to cut him right then and there.
I totally
Yeah,
agree.
you got it.
Well,
And
that
the
and,
longer you put it off, the worse it gets.
Yep.
and you're not like a 13-4 or a 14-3 team. You're a team that's like,
Mhm.
if everything lines up, you could get to 12 wins, but
If everything goes perfect.
you're going to go between 10 and 12 wins. If you have one dude that can cost you 1 or 2 games,
That's it. It's a wrap.
not happening. I'm not going into a season with that hanging over because the margin of error is so slim for them.
Mhm.
I can't do it. You
It's-
got to cut the
it's-
dude.
It's not going to work for him here.
No.
It's just he's reached this place where, for me anyway, let's say he goes into the season as the kicker, because I'm not even sold that he's going to. But let's say he goes into the season as the kicker and makes every kick, goes 35 for 35, hits 2 game winners. They go to the playoffs. He hits a game winner in the playoffs. If he comes out in the preseason next year, week 1, and misses his first field goal, it's going to be like, here we go again. Like, there's nothing he's ever
That is
going to do.
absolutely how your brain works.
That's how everybody's brain
That's
would
how
work
it
in that
should work with
scenario.
This guy.
That's
I mean,
how
if he goes 40 for 40 and wins you the Super Bowl,
I said
you
a
give him
playoff
little
game. I didn't
grace.
say
Oh,
Super
okay,
Bowl.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
He won
Yeah.
the Super Bowl. Here we go again.
Yeah, I think there's just such a. I think everybody, he's missed so many times now and had so many opportunities where no matter how good he is, it would
Mhm.
always be waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Mhm.
And I don't know how as
That's
a-
because Kyle has prolonged this for so long.
yeah.
It's like you gotta find a kicker, man.
When should he have been cut? Like, realistically, should he have made it through the season last year?
Probably not.
Yeah, I think that's fine, but I mean, if you weren't going to do it after last year or during last year,
hmm
because again, he had the high ankle sprain, he was coming back. Like, okay, you don't want to cut a guy because he's trying to play through an injury. Your team's not very good anyway. When you had to cut a kicker between Greg Joseph and Jake Moody, to me, it's like, all right, I'm just going to go with the new guy
Mm-hmm.
and figure this out.
You know what really pisses me off about Jake Moody?
Did he
Well,
misses all
really-
the time?
Well, that's part of that. That's probably the top of what pisses me off. But not only does he miss the damn field goals all the time, then he kicks the kickoff out of bounds.
It's ridiculous.
Goodbye.
It's ridiculous.
Goodbye.
That's it.
Goodbye.
Did you see the?
Don't even come back to the sideline. Just keep walking to the tunnel
You see
that
the-
you almost kicked a field goal into.
That's Chase McLaughlin.
Well, Jennifer,
Like when
they
Jimmy,
said, but they
Jimmy
said
cut the
during
running back
warm-ups-
during the game. That's what Kyle should have done. Get out of here. You're out of here.
Jennifer Lee Chan said he almost did it during warm-ups.
Oh my god.
Almost did
Moody.
what? Kicked the ball
Kicked
out of
it in the
bounds?
tunnel.
Oh my god.
Y'all know
They
how
were
far
talking-
away that tunnel is?
They were
from
talking.
the goalpost.
They were talking on the broadcast about how, like, oh, the wind, it's really swirling. Robbie Gould always said how hard it was. Like, buddy, I don't give a damn. It's wind. Figure it out. Yeah, man.
Kick
I
it
don't know why it's-
straight.
It's
Then
the fact-
kick it straight, and it gives you that wiggle room to go either way.
It's the
Not
fact
bad.
that it's the number one story for the 49ers coming out of training camp for a second time in 3 years. It's like, dog.
What should be the number one story?
Ooh.
Wide receiver issues.
Yeah, I think that's probably it.
I don't think they're far behind.
Yeah, the wide receiver problem is.
Is
a-
that why
is a
you
really big
guys
deal.
aren't particularly high on them? Like 10 to 12 wins is not a bad season, but it sounds like you guys don't really.
Yeah,
It's not
so
a 10 to 12 wins you're moved by.
I feel like their roster is very similar to what it was last year. This year just has more upside. Where
this
you-
year has more upside.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, for sure. Because like Leonard Floyd is who Leonard Floyd is. Like he's just not a good run defender. He's gonna have 4 sacks across 3 games, and then he's gonna disappear for 6 weeks. And Micah Williams has a chance to be a really, really like
Mhm.
awesome player for
Mhm.
them, where he's setting the edge in the run game, and then on passing downs you kick him inside. Apparently he's been awesome at that, and when he's been able to practice. I think you look at a player like Marquise Siegel, Upton Stout. There's all these reasons to believe like, oh, okay, there's some Jordan Watkins, even before he got hurt, rookie wide receiver.
Mhm.
He's like, oh, he's really starting to come along. He's really
Nick
starting.
Martin keeps getting better.
Nick Martin was phenomenal last two preseason games. Again, sample size and situation matter, but he was dramatically improved from week 1. So yeah, there's all this upside, but I mean, that's guessing, and it ultimately doesn't count for anything unless they become good players.
Of all those young guys you just named, who's the most important?
Ooh,
Probably Michael or Stout. Michael.
Michael was
Yeah, probably.
It's just that's such an
Huh.
important position that they have not been able to figure out.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably one. But Upton Stout being good would be a really big deal.
If the 49ers are kind of shaky at receiver just going forward this season and all that, like say Ayuk gets back, he's not necessarily himself. Juwan Jennings is working on his calf. It doesn't look great offensively this season. Who catches the blame for that?
Kyle.
Yeah.
Is it Kyle, or is that something that they look at Brock for?
No, Kyle gets it first.
Kyle's
gotta catch the heat first.
I think it depends on how Brock plays. If he regresses again, I think that comes down to like Brock Purdy. But even that, you're circling back to like, wow, they paid this guy. And now it all comes back to Kyle Shanahan. Like he's the guy. Like it's Shanahan, then Lynch.
Can Brock elevate if Christian McCaffrey's hurt?
Maybe a little bit more
'Cause
now
Christian
with Brian
McCaffrey-
Robinson.
Christian McCaffrey feels like the most
point.
important offensive lineman they have. He's the guy because it feels like Christian McCaffrey can do the most to protect Brock Purdy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. I'd not thought about that. I'm gonna have to sit with that for a second.
Okay, you're welcome.
I don't.
Get back to us on Friday.
Okay, very good.
I think you're more prepared this year.
Or maybe
with,
tomorrow at 1. Maybe that.
with Robinson and Garendo, I think you're better prepared for it this year if they're healthy.
Yeah.
With McCaffrey, if McCaffrey misses time, like again, I really like Jordan Mason, but the fact that he can't catch a ball at all, I mean, that you had no trust in him to go out into the out into a pattern, that just like completely messed up their offense. They didn't have the short area. So it all became like intermediate passing and deep passing, and it just exposed Brock Purdy as someone who he's still good, but like trying to hit those passes with like less than stellar players.
But maybe
is not-
exposed isn't the proper way to
Mhm.
frame it. Maybe it's like, this is your learning. You haven't had to deal with this
That's
yet
it.
as an
Yeah.
NFL player.
Yeah.
Now you did. Now what did you do?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what did you do this offseason to prepare you for this, something that you didn't see your first 2 seasons in the NFL?
It felt like without that reliable check down option, and I think this is what James is saying, like without that reliable check down option, it became like, I got to get 50 yards on every throw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, nah, man, there's a lot of space between check down and bomb.
Right.
Yeah, but Brock loves to live in that intermediate area where Ayuk used to catch all those drags and stuff, and just was so incredibly effective. But when a defense doesn't have to look for the running back coming out, they'll just sag back and take away that throw. And it's like, okay, well, who's going to beat us now? Because you don't have anyone coming underneath, to sort of collapse the defense forward. And yeah, it's just a problem.
They also, I look at the 49ers wide receiver situation a little different. Obviously, if people go down to injury, there's not a lot of depth there, so that's an issue. But if you get Juwan Jennings back, I think everything kind of falls into place. You've got Juwan Jennings coming back. You got Ricky Pearsall.
Real quick,
Mhm.
I want you to finish that point. But speaking of wide receivers, Jacoby Myers requested a trade, according to Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero.
I don't blame him.
Damn. Damn.
Yeah. Wait, can you, we all watch, we did this exercise a couple of weeks ago. Can you name another one?
Jack Besh,
Good
Trey
job.
Tucker.
Okay, that's not
Deontay
fair.
Thornton.
We just watched them. No, you could just be saying names. I know names too.
Damian Barling.
Thank you.
Kenny Caraway.
Yeah. Brian Matson's my personal favorite.
Celtics legend.
Yeah, that's
Celtic.
tough for them.
That absolutely sounds like a Celtic.
Yeah.
Brian
1000%.
Matson. Yeah, he was on those Russell teams. He was the one guy that didn't make the Hall of Fame.
He invented towel waving. You were saying about according to Ian Rappaport, the Raiders have no plans to trade Jacoby Myers.
That
The team
always
attempted
goes
to
great.
Negotiate a new contract, but could not come to terms.
That's
Vibes are up.
Vibes are up.
Good player,
Yeah.
though, Jacoby
He
Myers.
is a good player.
You
He's
were
a good
saying about
player.
the Niners receiver room. Maybe they'll try and pry Jacoby Myers away from the Raiders.
That'd be a good look. But I don't think the wide receiver room is that far off. You get Juwan
Okay.
Jennings back in there. You
Okay.
get Ricky Pearsall
Okay.
Healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus Robinson coming back.
Mm-hmm.
You got George Kittle.
Mm-hmm.
You've got McCaffrey in.
Well, now you're getting away from the wide receiver room.
Yeah, but we always forget about that. Like he's a pass catcher.
Mm-hmm.
Like that should be factored in.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I think it's not far off from being perfectly fine. But the biggest thing is getting Juwan Jennings in there. And you compare that to what we talk about McCaffrey not being there last year. That wide receiver room was worse last year. Pearsall was hurt. Ayuk got hurt. Debo, I love Debo. Debo is not as good as any other top receivers right now.
Yeah, no.
As a pass catcher, yeah.
He can't even get open.
Is it
Yeah.
a bottom 10 unit in the league right now?
No.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't have enough
Well,
of
hold
a
on, 'cause,
grasp
like-
of
like
the rest of the league's receiving cores to answer that.
Because CMC, like he's pass catcher, but he's not part of the receiver room. I'm looking at the receivers. You can throw Kittle if you want, but like Juwan Jennings, that's 1 year. Like Pearsall hasn't even been on the field like long enough for us to even know what he is. And then you got Ayuk coming off ACL whenever that is. Like it's a tough group.
I think
Ayuk, I don't even
to,
talk about Ayuk though.
to Kenny, yeah, I think if anything
Well,
they
even if
get
you
from
add him or
Brandon
don't,
Ayuk
like,
this year
Yeah, even still.
is gravy.
Yeah.
I agree with you that if you get a full season of Juwan Jennings, a full season of Ricky Pearsall, and you get DeMarcus Robinson back week 4, that's plenty. If you've got Christian McCaffrey and you've got George Kittle.
Yeah.
The concern is Juwan going to be ready week 1?
Mm.
Is Ricky Pearsall able to stay healthy for a full season?
Mm-hmm.
And if they're not, it's okay. What happens if Juwan Jennings goes away?
Right.
It's like Jacob Cowing's hurt now.
I'm off Calvin.
like,
Can't
is
stay
it-
healthy.
Yeah, it's just so that's I think more the issue
The
is
depth
is
isn't
less
there
than
with
But
the
what
depth is
makes
terrible.
what makes a number one wide receiver? Is it
I don't think they have one
so-
from
but,
from this.
But what I'm
traditional
saying
sense.
in general, what makes a number one wide receiver? Is it the quarterback or is it the receiver?
The receiver.
I think he has the receiver.
I typically
think-
it's a
The
receiver.
Malik Neighbors, plays with whoever was on the Giants, but
Being
like,
able
they'll
to
stand
get-
out.
I don't know.
Being
Yeah,
able to
open.
get open. Like
I look
being
at the-
able to beat man coverage, being able to
The Rams, though, like whether it was Cooper Kupp or Puka Nakua, like their system created like 100 catch receivers.
Kenny could be Puka Nakua. For
That's a
those
great
that don't
point.
remember that, he's like,
look,
Good point.
I could turn around, I could do a button hook and catch the ball.
I could. The fact that people are amazed at that, where there was literally nobody ever standing in front of him. I didn't say
Do you
I
know
could
why
beat
that
man
didn't-
coverage. I didn't say that. I said I could do that.
They don't do man coverage because he would beat their ass and get open.
No, that's fine. What they did against, I'll never forget that Colts game. There was nobody over the top of him. He gets off the line. There's not a Colts defender in the picture. And he goes 12 yards down the field, turns around and catches the ball. Now he broke tackles after that. He ran. I can't do
So-
all that, but I can do that.
So
And you're shame on you guys if you think you can.
so just remove all of that extra nonsense out of it and just go to the part that he was wide open.
Yeah.
Is that Puka or is that the system James was talking about? Because there are, I think the like Jerry Rice, I think, is the unique combination of he was a number one wide receiver
Mhm.
who had 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and it
Mhm.
created the most perfect combination we've ever seen.
Mhm.
And I don't know that he ever really truly played with a bad quarterback, even in his, random final years with the Raiders and so on. But there's also, Patrick Mahomes takes the next guy up, and Xavier Worthy.
Mhm.
I'm sure he's a fine wide receiver. I'm not sure, but I know year after year, Patrick Mahomes is finding someone to throw the ball to. Jesse will love this. Tony Romo found guys to throw the ball to.
Sure.
Like he made Miles Austin like millions of dollars.
Yeah.
I think there are I think there are more quarterbacks who can make a number one wide receiver than there actually are the Malik Neighbors, the actual number one wide receivers who are true game changers that elevate their quarterback.
I think those
I agree
things
with
are
that.
different though, because like Mahomes, I think he's just making it work with what he's got. Because you look at Xavier Worthy, put up like a little over 600 words. Like that's not a number one wide receiver. And I think with
Oh,
the
yeah.
Rams' system,
But wasn't he their number one wide receiver?
On the depth chart.
yeah, on the depth chart, yeah,
But
but he's not like
Kelsey
a
was
number.
the number
Yeah,
one.
but he's not like a number one. Was like that's your go-to
And
guy. or
Mahomes'
anything like that.
production has also dipped pretty significantly.
Yeah, it was.
And
yeah.
Rice was their number one until Mahomes blew out
Yeah.
his knee.
And looking at the Rams thing with the system, I feel like I'd still give credit to Kupp and Puka because it's like I think if you give credit to the system, it's kind of like you can throw in whoever and like they're just gonna dominate. But I mean, Puka going for 1,500 yards his rookie year. I don't think that's a system.
Well,
That's
who
true.
missed half of last year? Wasn't it Cooper Kupp?
I think it was Cooper Kupp.
He's missed half of like every year.
yeah.
Well,
sneaky injured guy.
Those true, like a real number one wide receiver. It's because of them. Like they,
Yeah, but I also
the-
think there's so few of those in the
Yeah.
league.
that's
for
that's
sure.
and that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
There's what,
sure.
like maybe half a dozen?
Like, who's the best wide receiver in football right now?
Justin Jefferson.
Jamar
Yeah.
Chase.
Yeah, either
it's
or,
with
take
one
a
of
pick.
those two.
Yeah.
I think Jefferson's a better receiver. I think Chase has like
Jam-
that top end
well,
speed.
Jamar Chase also plays with the guy that they're anointing right now.
But
Yeah.
Jamar Chase is Jamar Chase.
Yeah. Jamar Chase is a dog.
The guy that they're anointing, he may, and I'm not even saying this, he may make T. Higgins better, but he'll make Jamar Chase better.
Jamar
Jamar
Chase might
Chase-
actually make T. Higgins better.
That's true too.
That's a good
Yeah.
point.
Like,
yeah.
that's how good Jamar Chase
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Well, the same with I think like Lamb is going to be way better this year with Pickens on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd hope so.
It,
But
it
those-
should be.
Not all
Those
of us do.
guys, those, and like you said, there's not a lot of number ones like that. But those true ones, they get open in any coverage. They can go get the football. They can make the quarterback look good because the
Mhm.
pass may not always be on point, and you
Mhm.
just get it in their
Mm-hmm.
vicinity,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll go get that. We
Yep.
saw that on the doc. I didn't finish it yet, but
Oh,
when
I did.
Burline went in there, and Michael Irvin was just
Yep.
like, just
Give
throw
me
it
the
around
ball.
here.
Yep.
I'll go get it.
Yep.
He wasn't like open or nothing like
Mhm.
that. He got it done. So I think it goes both ways though. I think the receiver and his ability to get open and make those plays matters, and the quarterback understanding how to manipulate defenses and put those receivers in a good spot also elevates that receiver as well.
The
Did Troy
dumbest
Aikman-
decisions in
did-
history of sports.
Did Troy Aikman make Michael Irvin or vice versa?
Mm.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Ooh.
Game
Hey,
manager.
okay, so I'm
Ooh.
three. When did they do the Niners episode? Is that episode 3?
Yeah,
Episode
3.
So I watched the first 2. I'm working and they're like, and the 49ers, and I was like, we'll move something. We'll move on.
Well, the good news is they appear in episode 4 too.
No, that
Oh,
documentary is
okay.
essentially Niners versus Cowboys. The
Yeah.
rest of it was
And
just
I
the other
can't
stuff.
lie. I started having feelings when that 94 game came on. I was like, oh.
that's when we beat your ass.
Finally.
Yeah. Hey,
No,
hey,
but
I'm not gonna
hey,
put it. I was
Two,
just
two
go ahead,
things.
go ahead.
Two things. I understand 100% what you're saying about like you understand why Jerry Jones is the way he is.
Yeah.
Like not like
And
feeling
let's
for him, but like understanding. Oh, this
Yeah.
is why he won't relinquish control.
and
of the
let's be
Cowboys.
clear, this was a fluff piece. Like this wasn't like this
Oh, yeah,
this was
yeah.
not. I mean, the
This
guy,
wasn't untold.
yeah, the
Yeah,
guy who,
facts.
and we'll talk about this at some point today. The guy who, like, they weren't hard on him. They didn't pull any punches when talking about Michael Irvin.
Mhm.
Like, there was no stone unturned when it came to talking about Michael Irvin's problems. Magnificently, though, in 40 years, Jerry had never had an issue.
Huh.
And the second, because I was this little baby face turn was happening where I'm like, oh man, we got this football thing coming up where I was like, I might get a T.O. Cowboy jersey or a Deion Sanders Cowboy jersey. And then they show Kaepernick. I was like, I'm gonna F this dude, man. I just needed to see him
Yeah.
to remember. I was like,
There it was.
I can't do it.
That was 2 minutes of the last episode. And then
That's
back
it.
to Love and Jerry.
That's it. Yep.
I literally turned the episode
That was
off.
it.
After that. I didn't finish the last episode.
Yep. That
I
was
know how
it.
this is. All right, I'm good then.
The last episode glossed through every ass whooping that they've had over the last and amazingly, they didn't zero in on the 49ers beating their ass again.
Oh yeah.
They
was
went
waiting
to
for that
Green
one.
Bay instead.
Yeah, I thought they were on the Niners.
Hey, look, real quick. I want to say this. I want to be perfectly clear because this is up for the board to discuss at some point. I'm not going to put, after seeing episode 3, I only saw half of it too. I'm not going to put 92 as one of the lost rings.
Oh,
Damn,
for
they gave that
God's
one away. They had the holding on a touchdown. I forgot they fumbled a punt. They missed the field goal.
Man.
Man, come on, man. That game, that should have been a 10-point game at the half.
But it wasn't. And Polo's right. I was about to come in here today. And I saw Cap. I was like, nope.
I blame
Can't do it.
Moody.
I'm getting,
I love
Yeah,
Jerry
blame
Jones.
The Cowboys are
hilarious.
still
I'm getting
coming
one
up.
of those red Deion Sanders jerseys.
watching that doc. The Cowboys are
Mm.
still recovering from Jimmy versus Jerry Jones.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They're still
Yeah,
like
that was-
everything leads
absolutely.
back to why they haven't won a Super Bowl. All the issues leads back to that.
They glossed.
No.
Well, this was primarily about the 90s, but they did not want to spend a lot of time on Bill Parcells either.
Yeah.
I disagree. We'll talk about that.
I mean,
completely
and Tony Romo was defending him too. He was like, you watch these teams that went out there in recent years. You look at the team I had. It wasn't Jerry Jones that dropped the kick.
That's what
It
that's my
wasn't
point.
like it was like we did that. It wasn't Jerry Jones that went into that 49ers game scared to
Yeah.
death.
Sure.
But he hired Mike McCarthy, who was
Mike McCarthy won like 36 games in 3 years.
Do you know the Cowboys have the 11th most wins in the NFL since 2000?
He won like 36
Yeah.
games in 3 years.
Man. All right,
In the show.
D'Lo and KC coming up next. Drink water, be nice, people. Good work, Shady House. Appreciate you guys. See you tomorrow.
See you guys.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's get in here on this Monday. Hey. Just want to back one more time. Come on now.
Yeah.
Welcome you in here to the Monday, August 25th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside a man. That's how we roll, baby. That's how we roll, man. We are thrilled that you're here with us. Hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. I did. I had a great.
That man is eating good, man. Come on now. I see you champagning and campaigning, literally.
Hey, shout out. Hey, ain't no lie. Shout out to Chef Q and Q1227. They stay rocking with this show, man. Chef Q always know what we doing over here, man.
Shout out Q, man. That's
I
my
appreciate
dog.
that. I know he was telling me he's doing something for Doug coming up. Like when everybody comes back, he's doing a big dinner.
Okay.
For the guys. He was telling me about that. And he just talking about, like, I know he had done something for Snoop. He did something for Kevin Hart. I was like, hey, man, we got Ty Dolla $ign coming, man. We might need to do something with our man Q. But we had this like private dining experience. If you ever have the means for a meal like this, I could not encourage it enough. 6 courses, wine pairing, just phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Shout out to Louis. Shout out to that whole staff, man. They some of the best people in the world, right there. Chef Q and his wonderful wife treat us so well. So shout out to Pastor Tamara, that is. Just treat us so wonderful when we walk in the door. We have so much fun there, and the food is just, oh my God. This grilled peaches, watermelon salad, fam. Unlike anything I've ever had before.
That man, Chef Q, he cold, man.
Yeah,
he cold.
yeah.
And everybody that's there, I got to get back out there. It's been a minute since I went out there, but I had the salmon last time I was out there. Mom, wasn't enough. I should have ordered a second helping of that salmon.
I hope they drop. I hope that their social media team drops the pro video that they were doing for so you could get, like, I did the picture, like it was fine. Like the reel, I mean, Katie did a great job putting the reel together. But the pictures I got and the videos I got, it was fine. But if you get the pictures that my man was doing with the light and Chef Q's commentary, oh my God, I want you guys to see it so bad. It's incredible.
I need to figure out a way to get out there and get that experience myself.
Oh, do it, man. You got to do it. You got to do it. I ain't going to say what it's better than, but for those who have been around a while know I may have had an overrated experience at a particular place. This like when I tell you it is the greatest dining experience I've ever had, man, I'm telling you the truth with that one.
I love that. Shout out Q.
Incredible Friday night.
Yeah, man.
49ers and the Raiders wrap up their preseasons. Yeah, we were just talking about with Kyle and the Insiders, with Kyle and James on the Insiders. I'm sorry, we're talking about Jake Moody again, man. I'm sorry, brother.
This guy, he gotta go, man.
So
you gotta go.
I know we often think you could just bring in a kicker, and sometimes you can. Sometimes it can get worse, though.
It can't get worse than this guy.
Okay.
It can't get worse than this. This guy misses all the time. Like, it'll be, I thought about that situation, right? Like, we all want him gone. Bring somebody in. Is there a scenario where we're like, well, man, we didn't know how good we had it with Jake Moody. This is even worse than we thought.
Yeah,
nah, there's no scenario.
This situation's cooked because there's too much pressure on him where he clearly can't handle it. Like James mentioned it earlier, like the kicker is kind of always off to the side on an NFL team. You got to prove yourself, make your kicks, and they'll accept you after that. You're also a 3rd-round pick rookie brought in. So imagine having to prove yourself as the kicker, but also, oh no, you're supposed to be like Janikowski type because like they selected you hella high. I know Janikowski was 1st round and all that, but like same thing in a way or whatever. Then you're just dealing with that pressure. Can't ever get on top of it. Can't ever get in front of it. Yeah, there's no fixing this. Just bring a guy not off the street, but just a kicker who's been around the league, doesn't have a team right now, and he'll be better off that way.
The anxiety that coaching staff will feel every time they're involved in a close game in the second half. And if you had marched Jake Moody out there, if you don't do something, which I think it probably constitute being drastic over the course of the next 24 hours, I think you're living with an angst all season long if you put him out there.
Yeah, we talk about late game situations. The first quarter, we're driving. We got a 9-play drive. It gets us down to the 31. 4th and 4. Or what do we do here? Like in any other situation, in a number of different other situations around the league, you get to the 31, 4th and 4, you have confidence, you handle business with your play calling and get that 3 points. Yeah, you're mad the drive stalled out, but you get your 3 points and you're good. There's angst and nervousness in that in the first quarter, first drive of the game.
Deebo Samuel got in his face last year. Like Deebo Samuel wasn't the only 49ers player, I think, that probably felt that way. I'm sure they feel the same. He's not here now, but I'm sure the rest of the players probably feel the same going into it this year.
Yeah, I don't know how you and if I feel like he is. I don't have a good read for this situation. I feel like Kyle is going to start the season with him, but I don't know how you start the season with him. Jake Moody is cooked, and he could go somewhere else and resurrect his career and do just fine. It's at the point now with the crowd.
Has a kicker ever resurrected their career?
I don't know if he resurrected his career because he was already kind of proven, but Robbie Gould struggled when he signed his new contract with the Niners.
Okay.
There's kickers that like you can bounce around for probably 10 more years. Like you won't.
Yeah.
Like you'll still have a career after this. Like I don't think Moody's just done in the league after this. He'll go to one more team, and if he can, I guess get over that pressure, he'll be fine.
It just ain't happening here in San Francisco. There's too much going on, and I really sincerely don't mean this in any type of disrespectful way. I don't think he's strong enough to work through it here in San Francisco. Like he looks despondent. He talked last year about how his confidence was the lowest it ever been. As a player and all this other stuff. Like he can't. It's not going to work here. They didn't already. Yeah. This whole situation had already gotten to his head and into his psyche a little too much. He needs a fresh start, and maybe, like I said, he can resurrect his career somewhere else. But in San Francisco, no, the weight of it is too much.
It's when you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Like when you acknowledge the struggles you're going through, it's like, oh man, that's tough. But now it's like, oh, word, okay, we're gonna have to find someone who doesn't feel that way, right. Like that, especially at that position. Like it's a position who I don't like. I feel bad. Like these kickers are down. They're down graded so often. They're talked down to so often. But at the same time, it's like your confidence can't be like of all of the positions out there, there's probably two where your confidence can't be shaken. And it's the quarterback and it's the kicker because you don't have a lot of people who can make up for you. If you're a right tackle and you got roughed up a little bit, like, yeah, you've got an offensive line that can help you get through it.
You got a whole unit.
Edge rushers, the same thing. You talk about the most important positions in football, same thing. Cornerbacks, you get beat. You have guys that can help you help guys kind of dig you out of that. The quarterback and the kicker, it is you. That's it. And if you're, as the kicker, talking about your confidence is shaken, man, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope it works out for you at your next stop.
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
Exactly how it is.
Sorry, man. Head over to Ann Arbor if you want to. They could always use losers like you.
Can't come back.
Oh, fair enough.
Can't come back. It ain't gonna work there.
It's going to be an interesting story to follow for sure over the next 24 hours. It's got to be, I think, one of those things where it's like, all right, we're moving on, but we know what we're doing. I don't know if there's going to be all right, cut him and see what happens on the waiver wire. I don't think you're going to do that.
They got the guy that was just in there kind of competing with them, Greg Joseph. Just bring him back. He was doing fine in training camp
Mhm.
and was pushing Moody, and the numbers were identical during training camp. I think he had to be cut because they had so many injuries for the Raiders. Well, that's what Kyle says. Kyle Shanahan said for the Raiders game, they had so many injuries they couldn't keep another kicker. They had to go get some players to play.
Uh-huh.
So that's one of the reasons why he got cut. And just bring him back, like today.
Now, bring him back now.
I don't even know why he messing around with Jake Moody. Like I talked about a little bit on the handoff. The missed field goals are like the top of the top. Like that is the most important thing and what pisses me off the most. But the second or third time this preseason, he's kicked the kickoff out of bounds. What are you
Yeah,
doing?
That's tough because that is such a yardage swing when you mess that up.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, he gotta go. And the crazy thing is, I don't think he is gonna go.
I'll say that. Yeah, that's kind of the other thing. I don't know that
Which
he is either.
I can't defend Kyle on this one. This
I
one
understand.
is ridiculous.
I
If he goes into the season with this guy as his kicker.
Egos, man. Eagles got to make sure that Kyle's going to make sure that third round pick, he's vindicated that works.
You see,
I don't even think, but that would be kind of ridiculous. He's fine. He's fine. Nobody's tripping if Jake Moody's cut and it shows that it didn't work.
I think, yeah, I know. I think like just the rest of the world, everyone's gonna be like, fine, you finally did it, whatever. But I think just personally, like just how these guys in the league are and how they're wired, I think he's just doing his damnedest to make sure he can get whatever he can, make sure it works, maybe.
Kyle, we don't have time. You don't have room for that no more. Like Kyle's seat is not hot.
Well, I
at
don't,
all.
and
But you can't play around with this season.
And I argue that point because I just don't see how you keep him on for kicking reasons going forward.
I understand.
Like I said earlier, like if your kicker out when he goes out there and you're not confident in him, then yeah, that's ran its course then. Because they're gonna miss more. They're gonna feel that pressure.
Yeah. What was he? 5 of 6. What was his stat
The
line?
Raider game?
Yeah.
5 of 6,
5 of
missed the
6.
53-yarder, made the 59 one.
Now I know the confidence line that you were talking about was last season,
Mhm.
at the off season, like end of last season. How did that not do wonders for your confidence? Just headed into last week.
Yeah, he's not good enough. That's why.
And see, that's the thing. That's where you start. Like that's the thing where you start removing the psychological factor of this and just zero in on the fact, hey, like maybe he's not that good. If you're not that good, you've got to come up with a different solution. You've got to find someone who is. And that could be the position that the 49ers are in over the next 24 hours. Because if they're not, I think y'all got a little issue. I think you got an issue headed into week 1. I don't think it's a deadly issue, but I think you're going to have a problem when these games get close and your coach starts getting nervous.
As long as Jake Moody's there, you got an issue. In that respect, like he can start the season off 10 for 10, and like Kyle mentioned earlier in the handoff, just waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Yeah,
just waiting for him to miss a field goal and then spiral and start missing a bunch of field goals after that.
And how do we know that like that's not in the back of his mind too? Like I'm 10 for 10. He misses one, here's some booze or whatever. And it's like, oh no, like I'm back again.
Oh, it's for sure in the back of his mind. I don't want to. I for real don't want to like. I don't know this guy. He's a professional athlete. We joke about. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just look at him, and you can see the lack of confidence in his face. You can see it. This is not a guy that if something goes wrong, that he's able to shake it off and still keep his head up and keep the confidence. And it's understandable as well. Like if I missed a bunch of those kicks too, I might be doubting myself. I might be wondering if I'm for this. Like it's not inconceivable to think that. It takes a different type of person to have the type of journey that he's had and still be like, oh yeah, I'm probably the best kicker in the league.
Well, it's a tough job. It's one of the toughest in the league mentally, I'm sure, because he's not a linebacker. All right, I'm gonna get my coverage right the next play or get this gap right the next play. It's like, no, we're gonna probably wait about 15-20 minutes to your next kick, and we all remember what you did last time. So now we built up those thoughts, and now we're all just waiting on you. Like there's no, I'll fix it next play. Like it's a buildup every time now.
I mean, he almost got left in Tampa last year. There is this isn't necessarily fair. I don't want to single him out, but there, off the top of my head, there were 3 games. Well, they won the Tampa game, so it worked out. But him, and it's not fair. He got hurt in the Cardinals game, but why are you going shoulder on shoulder with a guy running full speed? He gets hurt in that Cardinals game, gets knocked out. They don't have a kicker in that situation. And he cost them the Rams game. They're about to put that game on ice late in the fourth quarter, and he wasn't able to make that field goal. And that's before we go to Cleveland. That's before we go to the Super Bowl where he missed the extra point and all that other stuff. Like, it's just, yeah. I don't know. Kyle has his reasons. Maybe Jesse, you're 100% right. He doesn't want to bite the bullet on that pick if it was his pick or whatever.
Bro, you've bitten the bullet
that's
on a lot of
crazy.
picks. Like, you traded Trey Lance or waived him or whatever you did to him.
That
Like,
bullet was easier though because you had a franchise guy right there.
I got a competent guy that plays at Sac City College.
Fair enough.
He's not a franchise kicker, but he's competent.
what's his name?
Jack Dawson.
Yeah, Jack Dawson, the third.
Oh, I saw him. I think Joe Davidson wrote about him recently. Well, that'll be a story everyone will be following over the next 24 hours or so. I don't
It's
know.
a pretty decent, not decent size one, but it matters, like you said. I mean, we just spent 15, 18 minutes on it right now.
Nah, it
We're not the only
absolutely
ones.
matters because it's not. I
Like, it's
think
not just the kicker. It's like,
well, it's not just that. It's not the first time we've had this conversation.
Yeah.
That's probably the bigger problem. If it's like, oh man, yeah, Moody looks a little shaken here in year 3. Like, nah, we're having the conversation again. That's the problem.
now we're saying it's time.
Yeah, and it we talk about in the games and crunch time and all this other stuff, but I mean, in my eyes, it absolutely affects the entire game. It affects the play call. It affects strategy from the opening drive.
Yep.
How you go about things. If
I
you
mean,
can't-
it affects third downs. It affects play, every. You have to start thinking third down is a down in yardage is a 2-possession down
for sure. And if you got a guy that you can't trust to if you get to the 28-yard line and you can't, that is elementary in this league. That is the bare basics. You got guys out here hitting 70-yard field goals nowadays. This is not the 90s Cowboys documentary where, oh man, 41, he put his leg into that one. Like, no, they hitting 41 with their eyes closed. They hitting it with their left leg now. You know what I mean? Like, if you get to the 28 and you're not sure about your kicker and all this other stuff, it ruins everything. Absolutely ruins everything. I can't believe Kyle Shanahan is potentially going to go into the season with this guy as the kicker.
There's discussion in the chat that Jack Dawson is actually on the Titanic. Did you just name Leonardo DiCaprio's character from the Titanic?
I promise you, I can't name any character from the Titanic.
Well, you just did. Jack Dawson. Everybody knows Jack Dawson was a famed kicker before the Titanic went down.
Even he could be better than Jake Moody. As cold as he is, he can be better than Jake Moody.
Jack Dawson today, with Rose watching him drown, could be better than Jake Moody. They really made that a love story. Rose just watched his ass die.
The only thing I remember, I shouldn't say the only thing, I remember them out to sea and all this other stuff.
Well, that's kind of where it took place.
Well, I remember other moments as well.
Well, I remember that one.
But the one that stays with me, not to go all James Ham with you, is when the cable snaps.
Ah, yeah.
I said, what the hell just happened?
That's one of those, I guess, great movies. Like Forrest Gump.
His name is Jack Dawson.
It's one of those movies that I've literally only seen it one time. I never saw it again.
I think I've only seen it one time too, and I would not. Now I understand what you're saying. I understand the nature of what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I would not put it in the category as Forrest Gump. I've seen Forrest Gump at least 10 times.
What I'm saying, I've only seen Forrest Gump once.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I'm
not
only
trying
seen
to go
Forrest
back
Gump
and
one
watch
time.
Titanic. I didn't think it was that good of a movie for me to go back. It was cool. Like it got its awards. I'm not disparaging that, but I didn't watch Titanic like, oh man, every time it's on TNT, let me stop and watch.
Like it's always I know it's a punchline, but I knew how the movie was going to end. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, all right. Like I thought the movie was fine.
It's
perfectly
fine. It's fine. Just the rewatchability.
Bolstered by the Celine Dion song, but I never saw it again. So the fact that the chat knew that Jack Dawson, the kicker,
I had no clue.
That's amazing.
I had no clue. Learn something new every day.
Manny brings up Passion of the Christ. I never saw the end of that movie.
I didn't even.
I was one of those people who left. I was like,
I didn't see it at all because I heard
it's a lot,
yeah.
And it was a lot in the theater.
Mm.
It was like I can't sit through this. I'm good. Never saw the end of it. Although, as Manny points out, have a pretty good idea how it ended. So, very similar to the Titanic.
How'd it end?
I'm gonna be honest. Had no clue how Forrest Gump was gonna end. Kind of knew how the other two movies were gonna end.
Shout out Forrest Gump. I love that movie, and I love Bubba Gumps. Jesse, you said you're out on Bubba Gumps, huh? That's a bad take.
I've never eaten.
Maybe I'll go
Bubba
back.
Gumps.
I'll get shrimp and
you went there and got steak, bro. It's Bubba Gumps. Get some seafood.
Look,
yeah, the steak is not gonna be what you want.
Bubba Gumps, is it fast food or is it just a chain restaurant?
It's like a TGI Friday.
And look, it's not that hard to cook a steak, by the way. I can do it at home. It's not that difficult. If I want a medium rare steak, I don't need a 5-star, like not the places you hate or whatever, but like just cook me a medium rare steak. It's fine.
I don't trust the steak from anywhere. People can mess that up. A burger, now that's one you should just get right every time.
No, you could terribly botch a burger.
No, you should get a burger right every time.
Oh, I got you.
If you are hired to work at a restaurant,
yeah,
you should not fail at a burger.
I see.
Like I won't not acknowledge that I made a mistake ordering a steak. That's fine. But also, like they butchered that so bad where it's like this is disgusting. Almost made me ask for a refund. And I don't do that.
Oh, Jesse,
I don't do that.
Jesse was about to ask to speak to a manager at Bubba Gumps. Is there a Bubba Gumps anywhere near here?
San Francisco.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they need to put one. I don't know where you. Well, I know where you could put one. I'm not trying to do that. So it's all good.
You could say
I feel like I know what you're gonna say.
They're not gonna put it there.
Actually, I think you like this place. So I don't know.
It's cool. It's
Chevy's
fine.
on the river.
No, hell no. Chevy on River need to stay for Chevy on River is fine.
Okay.
I was gonna say Joe's Crab Shack. I like Joe's Crab Shack though.
Oh, okay.
But that would be where you would put a Bubba Gumps. You put it.
Nah, put Bubba Gumps at Chevy's.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm
Chevy's on
telling
the
you,
river.
we can do that.
No, Chevy's on the river.
Chevy's chips are trash. And salsa.
Best thing about Chevy's is the river.
Bad taste.
There, oh my man.
Best thing about
That's
Chevy's is
my
the river.
man right there.
Just a bad taste.
I don't think so. I think that's pretty solid take on my
I ain't
part.
saying Chevy's just gourmet food, but it's fine. And the ambiance is cool. It's all good.
Well, that's what Jesse said.
Well,
the river.
but you guys said the food is trash. The food's fine.
I said
and
the chips are
ambiance.
trash. I
Chips
think
are
the
good.
salsa's trash too. And my coach Christy here knows what time it is.
That's really excessive. Disgusting is like excessive.
That's
excessive.
I've never eaten at any of the Bubba's
That's extra.
spots though. So shout out to Bubba.
Next time you go to Vegas, I think it's in.
No, sweetie. No, man.
I think it's
No.
in.
I'm gonna go to Vegas and go to Bubba's. What's it called? Bubba Gump?
Bubba
Bubba
Gump,
Shrimp?
yeah.
No, man. No.
All right, no, look, you go to Vegas with them kids, you go to the same place you went to.
I'm not taking.
No, go ahead.
Hold
Go
on.
with the kids
Hold on.
and see where you go
What do
to
I
eat.
look like? I'm gonna take kids to Las Vegas.
Hey, at some
Hey,
point,
that's where
there's
we went.
cheerleading competitions, there's volleyballs, there's basketball tournaments. Vegas, you go with the family at some point in life. Take them to the places you go to.
My brother wanted to go to Vegas for his 8th birthday. We went.
Take them to the places you go to.
First of all, lower your voice, because no, I'm not doing that. Two,
Oh, hey,
Hey, you signed up.
just
Yeah,
wait.
you will.
I'm
Hey.
not taking them to the places we go to eat.
Oh, I
when we're
thought you meant
alone.
taking them to Vegas.
Oh yeah, Vegas.
I was gonna say, just
I'm
wait
like,
till my
they're
brother started
theater
with the
kids. We
McChicken
ain't,
too.
we ain't going to Vegas. They're theater kids.
D-List, I'll take 2 McChickens. What do you want? Big Mac, McFlurry as well.
Here, y'all sit in the car. Me and Mom going to Ocean Prime. Yeah,
Leave the windows cracked.
yeah. I'll
They got
put it-
AC. They're
I'm
fine.
gonna put it on pet mode for you guys. Don't worry, Mommy and Daddy will be back. Oh, man, we'll come back. We talked about the 49ers. I want to talk about the Raiders a little bit for a different reason. Their season's interesting. I just don't know what they're looking for. Like, a little Sacramento Kings vibes coming out of Las Vegas.
We'll talk about it.
D'Lo and KC. Man, there's a lot more ahead. We're thrilled with you're here with us. We're just getting started, as a matter of fact. It's D'Lo and KC, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
So this guy in Titanic, Victor Garber, I would not know who he was from Titanic.
Titanic also pretty overrated.
I'm okay with that. I'm not going to just dispute that. Victor
There's
Garber.
so little that I remember about that movie.
I've seen it once. Like, boat sinks, Jack and the girl. She don't let him on the thing at the end. They die.
Yeah, I'm not. If I don't see Titanic
out.
again, I'm okay. But Victor Garber is, I'm trying to remember his name. I can't remember it. But remember in Power, he was the white guy that was going to take Ghost to like another level, a corporate level, get him out the nightclub business and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
That's the guy that was in Titanic. And
Okay.
I wouldn't, if somebody would have, like, they come through this office, oh, that's the guy from Titanic. No, it's not. It's the guy from Power. What are you talking
Right.
about?
Right.
What are you talking about?
The funny thing is that guy's in a million shows,
He
movies.
seems like, yeah. Well, let's find out.
I feel like Alias.
That's a good call. That's a fantastic call.
Alias. He was a major character in Alias.
There's some other notables here that
okay.
you might know. Do you want to take a guess? Too specific.
Nah. Go ahead. Hit it.
Sleepless in Seattle.
I don't remember. Okay.
I don't remember it either.
That's that's Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan?
Yes.
Okay.
By you. And Legally Blonde.
Yeah. Dad, right?
I don't remember. I think I might have seen half of that movie.
I think really?
Yeah.
You strike me as a Legally Blonde kind of guy.
I would enjoy it
because you like Clueless.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure I would enjoy the movie. I just haven't. If I didn't catch it the first time,
I feel like he might be the dad in that movie.
And he was also in Annie, the 1999 remake.
Which one was black? That wasn't that Annie.
That was I think Jamie Foxx was in that one or something like that. This was 1999 remake with Kathy Bates, who was also in Titanic.
Okay. Oh, the professor in Legally Blonde. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, let's just get to the part where I find out his name.
I always had a little Steven. I'm with Steven. I always had a little crush on Reese Witherspoon. I always thought she was really cute.
Still is.
Yeah.
She's a cutie. Let me find her because this is gonna bother. Whoa.
Mean drunk, but still.
What?
I have not seen that side.
Oh yeah, like she
Would Joe name it to her?
Do you know who I am? Like I think
Simon Stern was his name.
Simon Stern, yeah. They just called him Stern the whole.
Yeah.
When you pull the "Do you know who I am" card, you're either the coolest person of all time or just the biggest asshole ever.
She did that?
Yeah, she had a rough little night with a cop one night.
Oh.
I think she hit him with the "Do you know I am?" Reese Witherspoon. Yep, Reese Witherspoon is absolutely in Cruel Intentions.
This guy was in Charlie's Angels. Oh, the TV show. No, yeah, he's got a decorated career. Wow. He was in The Town.
Town's Fire, Joe Mazzulla's favorite movie. I'm a Departed guy myself.
I haven't seen all The Departed.
I think The Departed is better.
The Departed is perfect.
It's a wild ass ending, but
And it works.
it works. Yeah, you're right. Thinking about big storylines headed into September 4th. I thought one of them might be the one on our screen right now, Terry McLaurin, but it's not. It's done.
Yeah, they figured that out.
They're like, yeah, we're not going to do that to our quarterback. So they got him signed to a 3-year extension.
I'm not ready to crown their asses just yet. When you talk
Oh,
about
me
the
Thank
neither.
you.
Me neither.
We're all on the same
I think
page.
they're going to
now.
be good.
Yeah.
I'm not.
They're
betting
not
on them
Super Bowl
being
contenders
signed.
right now, though.
No, I wouldn't put
Not
them in that
yet. They're
category.
like it's
Nah.
just
Who's behind the Eagles then?
Detroit.
Mm,
Uh,
mm.
Come on,
I mean,
guys,
yeah.
you guys gotta
I mean,
jump
if
on
we're
that
just we do it because in that way because we're being fair to what they did last year. But I'm not.
Well, you could do the same with the football team then too.
I know. Well,
Is everyone out?
but you heard my tone when he said Lions.
No, I know.
Why
Same
are
tone
you
you have.
out?
I'm not.
You don't think they can get
That
back?
was well. I'm sorry. What? That was your Lions last year, wasn't
Shout
it?
out to the Lions, man. Shout out to my guy, Coach Chris. As well. Shout out to Oliver, big Lions fans. But I don't know,
I think
man.
it's too much health to overcome because I feel like a lot of their defensive issues last year, like they were playing 4th string, 5th string type of guys. I wonder if you get the right guys back.
That's absolutely a big deal.
Mm.
But you need another really, really good season at it. You need another great season out of Jared Goff. And I'm not going to minimize coordinators like that,
Mm-hmm.
especially for a guy like Jared Goff. Like I think losing a coordinator is tough.
Right.
When do we just count on Jared Goff to be that every year, though, no matter what? Because he's been a really good quarterback since like LA. Like I feel like the McVay stuff, a lot of it was like McVay's helping him, telling him where to throw this, and that. And then he gets to the Lions and it's Ben Johnson or whoever, insert name.
He kind of,
But like he's kind of been
he kind of took off.
But like he's been to a Super Bowl, multiple NFC championship games. Like he's been that dude. Not saying he's like top tier, but like Jackson Mahomes, but more so like just Josh Allen, Jared Goff. He's just one of those dudes too.
And he's only
He's a top
30.
10 guy.
He's a good quarterback.
He's only 30. He played 17 games last year, 17 games the year before, and 17 games the year before that. He's durable, 4,600 yards last year, 37 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Yeah, you might be onto something.
I don't doubt the coordinators helping all that, but also like, no, I'm expecting Jared Goff to tear it up this year as well with whoever the coordinator is because he's a good quarterback.
He's been over 4,000 yards. He's been over 4,000 yards, pretty close to 4,500 yards every year for the last 3 years.
That's
he had some big numbers in LA too.
Is that Detroit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, those are good numbers. Jesse, you might be right.
So
you might be right.
So maybe he might be right, but he also was with 2 top tier play callers.
Yeah, for sure.
So now he might not be. And I think Jared Goff is good. I'm not making an argument that he's not, but are
you referring to Ben Johnson and Sean McVay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the hesitancy with some people might be the fact that, all right, do it with, I don't even know who the offensive coordinator is.
I get that. I think I think it's just a little unfair to Jared Goff. I think at this point, you got a point. Like the dude can play. And point like the coordinator conversation, I'm pretty sure like Philly fired 2 of theirs and like they got to the Super Bowl the next year. And point being like there's plenty of good coaches out there.
They fired bad ones though. And I think
I get that, but it's just getting into a new system or just whatever. You're dealing with new coaches. I think you can get past that. You just got to hire the right guys. There's plenty of good coaches out there.
I think the thing with Philly though, I could be wrong. Didn't they lose both coordinators the year they went to the Super Bowl? And then the next year was 2 new coordinators and it was a disaster.
I thought it was the year they was like the fake 10-0 year, whatever that was, and then they let them go after that.
I think they let them go on both occasions, like 2 back-to-back years. Because I know that defensive coordinator was not the guy that took them to the Super Bowl.
I know he had a fake 10-0 year.
Well, they had Gannon, and then they had coaches. They had a coach between that,
and that's what
they had Gannon as a defensive coordinator. I think they had a coordinator after that, and then Vic Fangio came in last year.
Yeah, so
I'm saying they fired the bad one, I guess, or whatever. But point being, like, there's plenty of good coordinators out there. You can make that work.
Yeah, you just got to get the right one. Like the Eagles didn't get the right one defensively, at least.
Yeah,
they didn't get the right one. So if
but also they got St. Brown, Montgomery, Gibbs, Jamison Williams expected to take a step up this year. The way Dan Campbell's been, like, you got enough weapons on offense where it's like it's going to be tough to bring in a coordinator to limit that.
He completed 72% of his passes on that 4,600 plus yards last year.
Didn't he have a game last year where he
had 4 picks?
Huh?
He threw like 4 picks or something.
I
No,
think
no,
he
no,
had
no.
a game last year where it was like 20 of 20.
But
or
that's what I'm
something.
saying. Didn't he have a game where it was like one
Yeah.
incompletion or something like that?
I think there was a game where he didn't throw an incomplete pass. I could absolutely be
crazy.
making that up. Let me
It
look
sounds
that
right
up.
though.
He did something ridiculous.
It sounds right.
At some point last year. Let me see. This is last year, right? Yep. 27 to 33. Nope. Yeah,
I think it was
apparently I
against
think I made this
Seattle.
up.
No, I think it was against Seattle on a Monday night. I think it was when he just
It
went
is
crazy.
insane that you remember that. 18 of 18. 18 of 18, 292 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in that game.
Also did have a game. I got to find him. He threw 4 picks and they still won the game. That one too.
That was the Texans game the year before, I believe, on Sunday Night Football. That's how I remember it.
Interceptions. Here we go. Yeah, he had a game where he threw 5 interceptions against the Texans
And won.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And that was last year.
That was last year's game?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
26-23 at Houston. He was 15 of 18, 240 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions.
You know what's funny is
Reminds me of that Buffalo game where Tony Romo threw 5 interceptions on Monday night. And I think Nick Folk was the kicker.
Yeah, I remember that one.
51-yard field goal to win the game.
Yeah.
And then like they had iced him.
yeah.
And then he had to kick it again. And T.O. in the post-game press conference goes, my kicker kicked a 102-yard field goal today.
Shout out to Tariq Owens too, by the way. That was cool
Yeah.
to see. That was dope to see, man. Shout out to Tariq Owens.
Yeah, Tariq. And wasn't in is it Brennan? What's Jerry's? Wasn't Jerry's son out there too? Is it?
He might be. I didn't even stick around that long. to
Oh,
figure
okay.
out. But I think I know he went to Stanford.
Brandon
UC
Rice.
USC.
Brendan?
Yeah, Brandon Rice.
Okay.
Good for him. Jerry dropped the pass on Saturday.
Yeah,
Saw that.
but I know Bonte threw him out, threw him under the bus. Was like, look at the goat out here dropping passes.
The funny thing when I think about that Lions Texans game is, and this is why I think this is what the NBA is looking for. I think this is why NBC is top of the top right now. Losses like that seem so much more damaging or embarrassing on Sunday Night Football. I remember when the Niners
Losses like the Texans lost?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Like that was on Sunday Night Football, and it was like, because literally, I think it's because it's a standalone game.
Sure.
The world is watching. And
You're not watching 4 other games at the same time.
And it just seems brutal. I remember when the Niners lost the opening game at Levi's, Colin Kaepernick, they were up by 10 for most of the game, and then they lost. They gave up like 14 unanswered in the fourth quarter. That was embarrassing. And then remember when a couple of years ago, Aaron Rodgers came back with like 21 seconds. The Niners took the lead. They had a big comeback, took the lead with like 21 seconds. And you gave Aaron Rodgers too much time. And he made like 2 passes, completed it. They kicked a 50-yarder to win.
Yeah.
And that's all I heard all week from like NFL. You gave Aaron Rodgers too much time. Like, shut the hell up. This would have happened.
What do you want him to do? I love when people, well, what would you prefer they do? Not score.
Right.
Don't score right there.
And I think the Niners were down 10 or something like that with like 4 minutes to go. So it was like, hey, we're trying to get a comeback. Like score. Just score when you can.
Yeah.
And I think Juszczyk scored with, like I said, 26 seconds to go or something like that. And I don't think the Packers had any timeouts or something crazy like that. It was, as you can see, that loss stayed with me because
I hadn't noticed.
You had NFL Live talking about it all day, and it's a nice suit by Ryan Clark too.
You definitely do a great job of letting some of these losses go. You don't hold on to some of them for decades at all.
You know who I think scored in that game on a quarterback keeper with the first half coming down to zeros on the clock? Trey Lance. Jimmy,
so Kyle was trying to kill him early.
Yeah. I think Jimmy Garoppolo had like.
That's why Kyle Shanahan went to the locker room so angry.
How did he do it?
They had Jimmy Garoppolo had like 12 plays at 1st and goal in that situation. They couldn't get in. And then on the like 4th and goal before they were going to they were going to waste this opportunity. Kyle said, "We'll do it live." and put Trey Lance in there, had him run behind Trent Williams in for a touchdown.
That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing.
Oh, man. You know who was cursing that whole time, texting me, was our guy, Black Bottles Ben.
I
We
bet.
were watching that game. He was pissed off.
Boy, love his 49ers, man. Sports Talk on ESPN 1320 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We'll come back. I did want to talk about the Raiders. I mentioned that story, Raphael Stone talking about NFL media, and it's just a really uncomfortable truth that we could dive into. And, man, shout out Bill Belichick. I think he's been the coach for the Tar Heels for like 7 years now, which is weird because he coaches his first game next Monday versus TCU.
Yeah, man, prime time.
Who knew, though? Who knew that he hasn't coached a game for North Carolina yet? So we've got, by the way, there's and they're doing a victory lap for a specific reason, and we'll talk about that as well. We'll open the phone lines for you for the first time today. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. Steeler and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Go fix. My bad. Thank you.
He's straight.
I'm actually excited for Saturday. Texas and Ohio State,
that's
9 o'clock in the morning. Wake up, get that workout in, get sprout walked, and then
that's gonna be fire all day. I loved this past Saturday. I enjoyed that.
Clemson and LSU. Oh yeah,
it's going down.
Katie gonna learn the downside of
Alabama, Florida State in Tallahassee.
Katie about to learn the downside of what this relationship means.
and I think the Sac State game is at 4.
See you at dinner time.
Yeah, I think it's at 4 out in South Dakota.
When is the first one here? Because it's like 3 weeks away, right?
Yeah, 13. Yeah. They get week 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to be at that one. Man, that's a week. That's a 3-day stretch right there. Sac State, Baker, Sky River. Damn, we're close enough to preseason games. I can see the Toronto Raptors on the schedule.
That is here, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Quick math. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks from Wednesday.
Wow. It's that time already.
Oh, yeah, then that Friday night. Jesse's big night.
Yeah, man. You nervous?
Not nervous, excited.
Yeah. It's going to be a great time.
We got an NBA schedule. We got back-to-back weddings. We got Friday and Saturday. Adam Silver out here booking the nuptials. I love this. All the excitement for week 1. Week 2 is probably going to be ass. Give me one game week 2. Nope.
Week 2.
Nothing. It's literally nothing. Oklahoma and Michigan.
Yeah, Oklahoma think they're going to be back this year. I do remember week 2 not being.
Shout out Barry Switzer.
That's normal.
Oklahoma.
Barry Switzer was surprisingly likable in that doc.
I didn't know too much about him, but yeah, he was.
Nick, I haven't gotten to this part. Didn't they call him a racist?
No, they called Troy Aikman
No,
a
they called
racist.
Troy Aikman a racist.
Oh, that's where that came from.
He called, not he did, but I guess he gave legs to that.
Mm.
Yeah, that there was some stuff there that was really unfortunate. This cut day is just about less than 24 hours away now as NFL teams cut their rosters to 53 players. We talked a lot about the San Francisco 49ers to start this show. We talked a lot about the San Francisco 49ers with Kyle and James of the Insiders during the handoff. But what about the Las Vegas Raiders? The Raiders are intriguing for different reasons. Obviously, you got, Brock Bowers out there. Geno Smith is taking over as your quarterback. Pete Carroll is taking over as your coach. With 4 weeks left in the season, this is not what we expected. We thought the Raiders, I think there was, at least for the briefest of moments, the Raiders had the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Didn't last long. They went on to win a couple of games and fell. I think they wound up getting Ashton Jeanty. I think it was 6th. Mm-hmm. And obviously that's Ashton. He's not a quarterback. I think he's a potential game-changing player, but he's not a quarterback.
Yeah.
And so there's pieces there, but when you try to put the puzzle together, I'm not exactly sure what the picture is it's forming.
So I really do look at this upcoming season for the Raiders is a culture, identity establishing season for that franchise. They want to kind of change the perception that goes through that building, that national media and players around the league have of what goes on in that building.
Yeah.
And I think that is first and foremost what they're going to be looking at this season. They want to win games, obviously. They want to be competitive.
So
they want to change the whole identity of what it means to be a Las Vegas Raider right now.
So you say this an hour after Jacoby Myers wants a trade.
Yeah.
It tells the team he wants a trade. But and more importantly, can you do what you just laid out? Can you establish what you just laid out if you're losing? Can you establish a culture shift and change if you lose football games?
I think you can. If it feels like when Kyle Shanahan first got to San Francisco, he was changing some things up. He was changing the culture, and I think they started out 0-9.
You said that was Chip. He replaced Chip.
Yeah. And he was kind of just changing the way they went about some things. And like I said, they weren't winning games for damn near the first half of the season. Only those players know, only the people around the league who maybe they looked at the Niners as the same type of team because they weren't winning. But it felt like they were going about things a different way. They were establishing something when Kyle first got there. So I think you can. Obviously, you like to win some games along the way because you don't want the things that you're saying as a coach to become hollow. Because, hey, do it this way and it's going to lead to winning, and you just don't win or anything like that. But I think you can. We talked about this, Doc, a lot. That seemed to happen with the Cowboys. When Jimmy got there and they started to change some things in their identity, they had to build on that, but they weren't winning any games.
Yeah.
But you can only do that for so long.
But they had young talent.
True.
And that's kind of the thing with and this isn't new. This dates back to the Pete Carroll hiring. I'm a fan of Pete Carroll. I think he's a terrific coach. From a Raiders standpoint, I didn't quite understand the hire because no matter how he acts, no matter how good he looks, Pete's still 73 years old. So I don't feel like, and maybe there's no such thing. Maybe there's no such thing in the NFL. Maybe there's no such thing in professional sports anymore as a long-term coaching solution. But this thing with Pete felt very short-term to me. And I love Gino's story. I love Gino's redemption story. I love that the opportunity that he's had under center. I love that he's made the most of it. Again, given the position you were in with a handful of weeks left in the season to where you wound up finishing the season, it's now okay. I don't know that Gino's a long-term quarterback solution either. And so it just kind of feels like you've got, I don't know if it's duct tape. I don't know what you have here, but to me, it's a very, very good coach. It's a solid quarterback. I think you have a force in your tight end.
Mm-hmm.
You did the unconventional and you took a running back really, really high in the draft. And it feels like there's little pieces just collectively. I don't know what it turns out to be for this team. And you're also in a division that's pretty tough.
Right.
You're in a division with Kansas City. You're in a division with, Denver, who is everyone's, preseason darling. And then you've got, your boys. You've got that group in Los Angeles.
Yeah. And those aren't my boys. I just like the coach. Just like the coach.
That
is my boy.
You like the coach a lot.
That is my boy.
Yeah, you're a Chargers
my favorite
fan.
coaches of all time.
We're gonna call you
one to hang out with.
We're gonna call you a Chargers supporter.
Say pick one: Kyle Shanahan and Harbaugh.
I like Kyle.
Coach Kenny Caraway's football team. Who are you taking?
Kyle Shanahan. We did this question last week though. Like if I'm trying to build a franchise, like I'm taking it from scratch, I'm picking Kyle Shanahan.
Mhm.
If I got a team that I think is like
Close.
a coach away from getting Jim Harbaugh, will get you there faster. But those are both my boys.
But why is that? Why do you think that?
Because he's proven it.
Where? Michigan?
The 49ers, Michigan.
Well, wait, what did he do with San Francisco?
He went to 3 NFC championship games.
Well, what'd Kyle do?
He went to a Super Bowl and 3 NFC championship games, but it took him, he had to build it up. Now, I don't know because I've never seen him in this situation. Maybe Kyle could do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if you give him a ready-made team, he can take that team where they need to go immediately as well. I just know I've seen Kyle build a franchise. I think that's his strong suit, or at least more so than Jim Harbaugh. I don't believe, even though Jim Harbaugh built Stanford up, like he built that up, he built San Diego State up, or excuse me, regular University of San Diego.
Were you gonna call him regular San Diego? Because that's amazing. Not San Diego State, regular San Diego.
He built those programs up, but that's college. That's not the pros.
Mm-hmm. And Michigan took a while for calling it what it is. Like he was extremely successful, like almost jarringly successful
right out the gate.
His first year, and then it tailed off a little bit.
Yeah,
and then
able to do what he had to do.
Unsavory acts of a
unsavory acts. He did what he had to do. I'm sorry he didn't have tattoos that he could sell.
He's essentially been banned from college sports.
Well, no, it's only been 10 years.
Okay, 10 years. How old will Jim Harbaugh be in 10 years? Let's see. Jim Harbaugh. What is that? I don't want that. No, go ahead. I'm just gonna Jim Harbaugh. 60. Okay, you're right. He can return when he's 71 years old.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Do like QB Brown. Dude in Penn State did it. He can do it.
Do like QB Brown.
Okay.
Keep coaching.
Yeah.
But I think, and it's interesting that earlier you brought up the Kings as well, because much like I say about the Kings, I feel the same way about the Raiders here, where you've got some holes in the roster and what you're trying to do. I don't think it necessarily all has to be fixed in one offseason, or can be fixed in one offseason. There could be, maybe you looked at it and you said, let's establish the trenches first. Yeah, we don't have the quarterback here. Gino isn't the long-term solution, but he's good enough. He's better than AOC. And
who's out for like 8 weeks now, by the way.
Yeah. And let's establish the trenches. Defensive line, offensive line. Let's establish that. Let's put a lot of resources as far as draft picks, maybe some free agency stuff, or maybe just the coaching staff. Like, let's emphasize that.
Mhm.
Yeah, we need some receivers. Yeah, but in my plan, if I'm Pete Carroll, my plan, that's at the end of how I build out a team. I build it from the inside out. And it may take 2 off seasons to get everybody in here that I need to, but I understand it might take some time to get this roster completely where you want to be. And maybe you didn't want, I'm just hypothesizing.
Mhm.
Maybe you didn't want to put a young quarterback out there, a young potential franchise quarterback out there when you're trying to establish yourself in the trenches. Maybe you want to establish that first and then go get your quarterback a year later.
But where do you get the quarterback a year later so is the expectation to win games?
Yeah, they're going to try and win.
So where do you
games.
get the quarterback from?
You can get it in the draft next year. It doesn't have to be a top pick.
Okay.
Pete Carroll won Super Bowls with 3rd round pick.
Yeah. They could also be looking at it like that. Like,
After they had signed a high price free agent.
Shout out Matt Flynn, wherever you are.
Flynn.
No one knows.
Yeah, on a beach
No one
somewhere,
knows.
rich.
If we're talking,
Did they stretch provision his contract? That man didn't play it down.
I think we're talking like Raiders and Kings. The Raiders got a better future right now. I'd buy theirs compared to the Kings just because they got the building blocks right now. Like the quarterback isn't there
In terms of Brock,
you got Max Crosby still there. Ashton
yeah.
Jeanty could be a superstar. Like there's
Yeah.
building blocks there and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The quarterback, like we talked about, like we got Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. I think you can find something like that. Not necessarily Russell Wilson, but a quarterback. And then Pete Carroll's one of the best coaches of all time.
So they got the best in this comparison. They have the best young players in the conversation, but the Kings have the better older players.
Current players. They're older too, but I think when we say that as if like Domas and Levine.
Yeah. Give me a better word. Current's not the right word. Established. They have the better established group.
And
like
not saying
Domas.
you were saying that, but I think when people think about those, they're like, oh,
No, you're
Domas
right.
and
No,
Levine,
you're
they're
right.
hella old.
Yeah,
Like,
you're
no,
right. No.
They're not that old.
You're 100% right. Domas, Zach, DeMar. Well, DeMar is old. DeMar. When you're within eye shot of us, you're old.
Ashton Jeanty some this season. Their young players might be just as good as the Kings' current ones, though. Brock Bowers better.
Maybe.
Best at his
I think
position.
I think the Raiders got better young players than the Kings.
No, I'm
Well,
saying
no, that's
their
what he's
young
saying.
players
He's-
would be
he's
as
talking
good as
about
the Kings'
players,
current players.
period.
Yeah.
Brock might be the best player of both franchises.
Brock not better than Sabonis.
Oh,
And you know I've been critical of Sabonis. but
yeah, you hate him. That's what the chat says. You hate his guy.
Hey, hold on.
He's not better than
I have a
Sabonis.
question. You more confident in Brock getting you a touchdown or Sabonis getting you 20?
Well, that's unfair because that's unfair. Why don't you ask me about rebound?
Hey, Brock can block, I think. Brock's fine or whatever.
Why don't you ask me about double? Am I more confident in Brock scoring a touchdown or Sabonis getting a double? Sabonis.
Right.
Were
Brock,
you more confident in at the end of a game?
yeah. Answer that one, Kenny.
Wait, hold on. This is okay. Is Domas the best player on the Kings?
Yeah. I'm gonna give him that.
Yeah.
I'll give him that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm, and that's part of the reason why I'm so.
Were
critical
you in the Sac State suite with Domantas Sabonis? What happened?
No, but this is the misconception of my thoughts on Domas. I'm critical of him. I expect a lot of him because yes, you are supposed to be the number one guy. If you're gonna be the number one guy, what you're doing isn't enough. Like you've got to be better. And I think that you are talented enough to produce more than what you do. It doesn't have to be grand, like because he's already putting up like 19 and 13. Like I'm not asking you to go 25 and 18 on a night, but push that up to 22. Your rebounds can stay about the same. Be a better leader. Be a guy that uplifts everyone around you. Like that, yeah, you're supposed to be that guy. James Ham, you're going to be here at 3:00. You're going to tell us Domas is the best player on the team if we ask him this question. All right, if you're the best player on the team, this team is a 500. I need to step it up. Step it up. So that's the thought with Domas. But Domas is a hell of a basketball player. He's a 2-time All-NBA guy.
Mm-hmm.
2-time All-NBA guy. A walking double-double. He's one of the best players at his position.
Also, DeMar's 37, so I can't say he's better right now. But at one
That's
point,
the
maybe it
other
would have been DeMar. Also, Brock Bowers almost 1,200 yards receiving last year.
This is a good question. I think I know where you're going to go to. Is Brock Bowers at his position better than where Domas is at his position?
Yeah.
Brock
is a top 3.
Brock is one of the
right now, I think.
Top 3?
He's not top 3. I'm not going to put him over.
You're obviously putting Kittle and Kelsey.
It's top 5.
Kittle can be in there. Kelsey.
And I'm putting my man in Detroit over him.
Laporta. I'll take Brock Bowers over Laporta.
That's
but
fine. That's fine.
I'll take.
Well, we're also talking
Kelsey's
about
playing off reputation a little bit right now. He's got to step
Brock
up his
just
numbers.
finished his
first season.
Second year, excuse me.
No, he just finished his rookie year, didn't he?
Man, he's crazy. That man's crazy.
I'm crazy or Brock Bowers?
No, Brock Bowers.
Oh, okay.
No, he's Brock Bowers is.
Brock even at Georgia was like, whoever drafts him is getting an NFL ready player.
He's the truth.
He's been the truth since Georgia.
But Domas is a top 3 player at his position too.
Is he?
Right.
Top what?
Top 3 player at his position, right?
I'm gonna be
top 3
Yeah.
to 5. I mean, if he all NBA,
I mean,
I'm gonna
well,
they don't do it that way no more. But if
it's-
he's all NBA,
they don't. It's
okay.
Okay, so is he a center?
Yeah. Ooh.
Is he a center?
yeah, I think he's always looked at as a
So
center.
it's Wemby, AD, and I mean Joe's not in this conversation anymore. Jokic, and then Domas. So that's not top 3.
I mean,
I get
Give me Bam
he's
Adebayo.
at least.
I think he's better than Bam. I would put.
I think he's
might
better than
put
Bam too.
Cat over.
Bam's a way better defender.
I'm not putting.
You think Bam is better than Domas?
He's a way better defender.
Hell
He's a
no.
way better defender. Domas. I mean, they can both rebound. Bam's better at putting the ball in the hoop.
No, hell no. Bam's bag is equivalent to Domas's to a certain degree. Bam is not.
I'll take Bam. I'll stand on that one.
Yeah, Domas better than Bam. I think they're. I don't want to dismiss it like that. Like they're on the same tier. Shout out Kyle Madsen, but I think Domas is better than Bam.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. He's definitely a top 5 center. He's no worse than top 5. And we're completely removing Joel Embiid from this conversation anymore.
I'm
Like,
tired.
he just can't be in it. I don't think that's official.
On this show, it is.
Okay.
I'm retiring him right now.
Might be in his best interest to do that. So you don't see a parallel between Sacramento and Las Vegas?
No, I do. I
Oh,
do.
you do.
I agree with you at first because
Okay.
the things that the front office or the people who are trying to establish something for both franchises look at like, hey, we got to get better here. We need to add here. It might not all happen in one offseason. And I think that's part of building something. That's part in certain cases. It's part of building something. It's part of, hey, we got some holes here. We need to rearrange some the way this roster is being built. We can't do it all in one offseason. So we're gonna get started, offensive line or cap situation with the Kings or something like that. We're gonna get started and we're gonna work on that along the way. Point guard was the thing for the Kings. Like we need a point guard. And they said that from day one. And they went out and addressed that. They didn't address getting a true small forward or getting younger or something like that. They weren't able to necessarily do that. But maybe that's at the trade deadline. Maybe that's in the offseason, where they start chipping away at building this roster a little bit. And I think that's what the Raiders kind of did this offseason. I think Pete Carroll looks at the defense first.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe even the trenches, in that respect, but definitely defense is where he wants to change how this team competes. And that was his priority this offseason, this first offseason.
Well, if that's the case, you might be surviving with Geno a lot longer than a year or two.
Maybe so. But
Not a lot longer, but it'd be longer than a year.
Yeah.
Like you're probably talking 2 to 3 years here if that's truly your plan, which goes back to my original now Pete's 76. Does he even see the other side? I don't mean, does he? I mean, like, is he the coach when you kind of hit the other side of this and you've got, maybe we got a little defense here and we've got the offensive pieces coming together. Like, is there, if you're Spy Tech, John Spy Tech, do you have like an informal like succession plan already? Like, do you have a thought of, all right, we think Pete's going to get us to a certain place, 3 years or so, we'll offer Pete a front office position next to Brady, and we'll get our guy in here to keep this moving.
That's how I would have went about it if I hired Pete Carroll.
Pete's also got energy though.
He do.
Like, he doesn't come off as like a 7. He doesn't come off
not
as
at
a
all.
Tom Landry 76
Not
year
at
old,
all.
I guess, or
Yeah,
whatever.
Tom Landry still catching strays.
That was pretty bad.
Like, even Bill
that was
Belichick
bad.
now,
That's
I
pretty
feel like
bad.
just like Pete, he still got energy, but I think he still is just wants to be out there, just loves to be out there, all those things.
But
I think you still talk about that stuff. I don't think it's a 3-year job for Pete Carroll, I guess would be my point.
I understand that. When I'm talking to Pete and he's interviewing for the job, I'm asking him, do you have a succession plan? Like, do you have a guy in waiting or a guy that
You're
think-
asking Pete that?
Yeah. Yeah, we're having that conversation. Like, Pete, I want you here. I want you to establish some stuff, and I want you to kind of gear this franchise a certain way.
Uh-huh.
But maybe I'd ask him, do you plan on coaching 8 years? And if not, what does that look like? Does that look like you for 3-4 years, and then you've got a guy under your on your staff, under your wing, that maybe you would hand things off to? Like, yeah, we'd have that conversation.
I think you ask Pete just how long he's in this for, but if you're gonna have a succession plan, that needs to be yours, not Pete's.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. But
But you need to know then who you're gonna put in there after
How?
Pete Carroll, and just I guess who's gonna be the guy that successes after him. But yeah, I wouldn't. If Pete's like, oh yeah, I'm only gonna coach 3 years, cool, Pete, come hang out with us for 3 years, build a culture here, win some ball games, and then we'll take it over after that.
I got to do some math. Does anyone know off the top of their head how old Marv Levy was when he retired?
My guess is 75, 73, something like that. No, a little younger than that. Maybe 68.
I think he was.
He just turned 100.
No, I think he was 70 or 71.
Because he just turned 100. Like
he
2
just
weeks
turned
ago.
100. Yeah, he turned 100 on August 3rd. So he was 71.
Man,
He looks 1,000 times older than Pete Carroll did.
them
or
boys
does.
coaching, man. They coaching in
Yeah,
the
for
70s.
real.
Sheesh.
For real. Can you imagine Sean McVay coaching 40 more years in the NFL? That's insane. We're sitting around D'Lo and KC, 85 years old, talking about when Sean McVay was 30.
Man, them boys
Goodness
coaching.
gracious.
Yeah.
Mark Levy looked the same at 100 as he did
the
at
exact damn
71.
same. Sparky Anderson.
Oh my gosh. No, nothing will ever beat Sparky. When you pulled out a 20-year-old Sparky Anderson, that was the craziest thing I'd ever seen.
How old is he here? 72. No, this is actually his high school senior picture.
Did you watch the video that Did you watch the video that someone DM'd us about Chris Collinsworth?
Oh no, I saw the response.
Bro, you've got to watch it.
I gotta see that. Yeah, I gotta see that.
So someone who will remain nameless sent us a video of Chris Collinsworth, and the person was like, Chris Collinsworth is 24 in this video, and he's talking about girls, and he's talking about how, the best thing about being a football player, it's the money and the girls. And like, I'm not naive. I know, like, I get girls because I got money. And once they get above 18, they're too smart. But like between 14 and 18,
whoa,
they they really like me. What?
That video's been around, yeah.
Oh my God, I've never seen it before. And you know what stands out? Chris Collinsworth is 24. He looks like an old ass man in the video.
That's everyone back then, though.
And not everyone.
Hey, he was tripping.
It's a particular It's a particular type of person that looks it looks a little bit older. We'll come back. I don't like I'm not putting that video on my story. So you got to find the video. It is
with him talking like that.
Nuts.
With him
It is
talking like that is
absolutely
crazy.
nuts.
What's that? Probably early 80s.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Man.
We'll come back, man. I just one more thing I want to say about the Raiders, and I'll leave it alone.
Nah, man, we the home of the Raiders, man. We talking about the Raiders all day.
Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Out there in a Michigan shirt. Is that a Michigan shirt?
Who is that?
Oh.
Man, I feel like I might have to. I don't want to, but I might have to. No, I think I actually definitely have to. DoorDash something. They get the same thing every time too.
Dr. David, right now, plan is open bar for cocktail hour, 2 glasses of wine for dinner, and then after that, people buy the drinks.
It's lit.
It'll be a good time. I was telling Kyle earlier, since we all know I only wear Air Forces. Forgot about my dad's this weekend.
Oh no! What you got on?
I got slides, bro.
Oh man,
Deion Sanders, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
sorry, Deion.
You're gonna get in trouble by Prime.
I didn't wear a hoodie today because of that. I can't wear both.
You're gonna get in trouble by Prime. Let me see. Yeah. Let me just get the old faithful here. Hopefully I can make it through. What's going on with y'all, man? Hey, I got some hopefully I get this to you guys in time. I got some news with KC. News with KC, formerly known as Bump It or Dump It. Some interesting stuff. Oh yeah. This sounds crazy. Which one do you guys want? I don't even know if we have enough time. What time we got? Oh man. Think about this for the next commercial break. Do you want prop limitations or Waymo?
Waymo.
You over here talking about prop bets during the commercial break. What's going on with Prize Picks?
Well, I was tapped in. For week 0. Shout out to college football week 0. I was tapped in, had my Prize Picks all lined up, ready to go. Got a couple dollars, you know what I mean? Got a couple dollars out here with a little Prize Picks. But now it's that time. It's that time for week 1 of college football. And I got I think what I'm going to do, because I'm going to have a couple of different lineups, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to really lock in on one game specifically. Ohio State and Texas. And they've got some good little plays there from my lineup. I already got one locked in. I got my man Arch Manning. They got him at 30.5 pass attempts. I went less. I got Jeremiah Smith. Some calling him the greatest college football player to ever play already. 5.5 receptions. I'm going more. Now, they got Julian Sand, the new quarterback at Ohio State, with 1.5 pass touchdowns. I'm going less on that one. I think Texas is going to win the game, by the way. And I got my man.
Shocker.
Got my man. They're the number 1 team in the nation.
Well, they are.
With maybe the number 1 player in the nation.
I think they're winning too.
With my man Travion Wisner. They got him. This is a demon.
You're struggling with Contravion, huh?
Quintravion.
Yeah, no, it's all
No,
right.
the last name, I want to make sure I had it right. Because I always know him as Q. That's how I always hear him.
Hey, Q.
They got him at half a touchdown rushing plus receiving. I want more. So, look, the lineup will be up all week. You can tap in. You can check it out. If you want to make your own lineup for anything, college football or any sport, Major League Baseball, WNBA, U.S. Open, whatever you want to do, they got you. Just download the PrizePick app. Put in the promo code KIFM. Get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM.
$50 in lineups, by the way. Just one point.
$50 in lineups.
$50
$50 in
go to
lineups.
lineups. Yeah,
You get that.
it's not like you play $5 and they give you $50.
No,
You
no,
get
no.
$50
$50
to play.
towards
Yeah.
the lineups that you want to put out there with the promo code KIFM. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Must be present in certain states. PrizePicks.
Are you pausing for dramatic effect?
Run your game.
Wait, when run your game? I thought it was this good to be right.
No, it's next week.
Oh, that starts on the 1st.
Yeah, next week. Run your game. Rust Dog. His second win of the season. Zabo. Not this week.
Wow. Zabo should get bonus points for that.
This one from Zabo.
What a sham of a league you're running over here.
Zabo, remember, all stats will transfer over to the new regime, the new league. It's good to be right league.
One more thing about the Raiders.
Mm.
I don't think they're that bad. I don't like. I think their offensive line is a little bit better than I anticipated it to be. I think it's going to wind up being a little bit stronger than I anticipated it to be.
Mhm.
I like Ashton Genty. I want to see that work. I like Geno.
Yeah.
Don't love, but like. And I don't know, man. I keep like looking at it like I just don't think it's that bad. Now I don't know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I thought they would win more than 4 games last year, and I was wrong. So clearly, I don't know this team very well.
We did it one of the days when you're going. The over/under was 7.5.
We had them at 7 because Kenny didn't want to have them beating the Patriots week 1.
No, it wasn't that. It was the Titans. I
yeah,
think we all
Titans,
agreed
yeah.
they'd lose to the Patriots. Well, we picked them to lose to the Patriots. I got them at 7. You going over 7.5?
I got it at least 7.
7.5 is the number.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I want to go 8.
Okay.
I didn't even look at the schedule. I should at least
I think we had them
have an educated opinion rather than just saying, yeah.
We had them, and to be fair, I think this is a little generous here. We had them going 500 in the division.
Yeah, that's not crazy though.
It's not crazy,
just
but
because of the way
it's not crazy. But we just penciled them in at 500 in the division. I don't know if you pencil them in there. I think 2-4 is a little more realistic for this division. So after we had them going 500, it was like, all right, find 5 more wins.
Well, I got New York here.
The Giants or Jets?
I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad. I got the Giants here. I got the Colts here. I got the Titans here.
The Giants.
I mean, I got the Bears. I mean, if you win 3 of those 4 games, I got the Jaguars here.
Giants.
Got the Cowboys.
Giants. Damn.
That was a joke. I'm sorry, Drew Down. Sorry, Cowboy fans. That was a joke.
Giants. And I'll say the same thing about the 49ers when they play them too. If your offensive line ain't right,
hey,
the Giants could give you problems.
I said this last week, right? I kind of.
Oh yeah, when Jackson Dart guys.
Yeah, I'm kind of in on the Giants a little bit. Just curious to see what this looks like.
Yeah, but like you mean beating in on the Giants, like they're not gonna win a bunch of games, but they're gonna be curious, like they're gonna be interesting.
If your offensive line isn't right, which is a problem potentially with the Raiders and for the 49ers, the Giants can give you some fits.
Yeah, I think you're right.
There's
something.
Fits.
there's something there. I think they made a mistake not firing their head coach, but I think there's something there. I'll be not gonna say I'll be locked in, but my dumbass bought league pass, so I'll or Sunday ticket, so I'll get to watch them. I'll get to see them.
Yeah.
I can if we went with your theory at 500, I could grab a few more wins for the Raiders. I could. I'd like to see them beat a couple of good teams. Well, I guess in the scenario you laid out, they will. You're going to beat 3 of them in that scenario. That's the tough part for them, because I don't think their division is going to have anything that even remotely resembles a down year. Maybe you can catch the Texans late. I don't even know what the Texans are going to look like. Maybe you can catch the Texans late. I mean, I didn't even say you got Cleveland on the schedule. You could steal wins. I don't know who I mean, maybe Deshaun wasn't was Deshaun an Achilles? What was Deshaun again?
The Achilles.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah. And that.
Oh no. Who do you think?
Did you see that?
Who do you think?
Did you see that mess on Saturday? Okay, who do you believe?
Deshaun.
Who do you?
Was it on the Browns thing?
Yeah. Who do you believe? Do you believe it was on the up and up, or do you believe there was some shenanigans playing?
No, there was no shenanigans. I think that story is just completely blown out of the water now.
Wait, what's the story?
So Shedeur got.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Shedeur got pulled before he was able to run a 2-minute drill,
Mm-hmm.
and I think people like coming out of that game, people were like, oh yeah, like he wasn't getting the same opportunities that Gabriel was, and kind of put in a position to fail. That's what I see.
Him getting pulled to run the 2-minute drill was fishy.
Is it fishy, or is it your quarterback is taking 5 sacks on us, however many plays already, and it's flustered?
So you can
tell me.
So you can put in the guy that's not even going to make the roster.
Get Snoop Huntley some game film or whatever, because Shedeur's going to be here.
He's played the last 2 weeks. Snoop Huntley.
I know, but like Shedeur's not going anywhere.
Hasn't he been in the league?
Yeah,
he got film.
Well, I guess like that's what it'd be, but like I don't see it either way. Like that doesn't have to be it. But I don't see it.
But
as shenanigans.
you don't take him out in that situation. Like if you got pure intentions and you're trying to build,
So do you think
like
that
you may not like him?
So then, do you think that they're working against Shedeur Sanders right now?
I don't know if
Because that's what it is.
What's
then.
the
I'll put
point
it
in that?
I'll put it to you like this: I don't think the coach wants him. That doesn't mean he's actively trying to sabotage him or anything else like that. But I don't think the coach wants him.
What's the benefit, though, in him not being successful for Kevin Stefanski?
You get him out of there. You
You can just
don't
cut
have
him.
to deal with him. He may not be.
Hey,
in charge of
Kevin, just let me have a conversation. Hey, Kev, sit down. Let me explain something to you. You don't have a quarterback. So if you have to find one out of thin air that you don't like, I don't care. Go win football games, because guess what? If you don't, you're fired. Kevin Stefanski doesn't have a season after this. He will be fired. So if it's him versus Shedeur, they're both losing, because Shedeur's career is going to start the way it's starting, and Kevin Stefanski is going to get fired. No one's going to win out of this. So I don't feel like it benefits him at all to undercut Shedeur Sanders.
I'll lay out the scenario to you. And Shedeur didn't play well. Like regardless of who was playing out there, because I think 4 of the 5 offensive linemen got cut, or whatever. Like that's who he had to go out there with. And that was the argument a lot of people were making. I'm not like, he just didn't perform. He took a 24-yard sack at some point. Like Shedeur got to learn to throw the ball away. Like he didn't play well.
Yep.
But he played, I want to say, I don't know, because I joined the game late, but he played a lot of the second half. They're down, or the game's tied with 2 minutes to go, and Stefanski takes him out. Like, for what? If this is a guy that you want in your system, that you believe in, or you're trying to build up, why are you taking him out in that situation? Other than to be spiteful and to make a point. If they, and once again, Jesse gave me another, maybe the guy that's been in the league for 3 years, you want to get tape for him. Maybe that's the case.
Well, it's like doing him a favor, whatever. But either way, I don't know. We're talking about a 4th string quarterback right now too.
And that may be how Stefanski's looking. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about this fourth string quarterback no more. I don't like. What if he comes back and wins this game? Then I'm gonna have to deal with that even more. I don't want to deal with that. But my whole point is, he didn't do it for pure intentions. Like, oh, let's get Huntley in there. Like, he's like, either
Well,
he didn't want Shedeur to sign, or he's tired of talking about, or wants to. There was an ulterior motive behind that, in my opinion.
can I point one thing out?
Mhm.
They won.
They did.
Real quick, yeah. And if Shedeur's, hold on, if you are trying to win the game or whatever it is, like just trying to move the football down the field on the 2-minute drive, and Shedeur is doing absolutely nothing, do you think it's more beneficial to the guys around, like on the offense, to get Snoop in there, where we can move the ball down the field a little bit, or you throw in Shedeur, who's just had the hell of a hard time today?
I
to
would
be
give that
fair
2
again,
minutes.
Huntley completed his first pass. He did not complete another one.
But point is that they moved the football down.
No, they did with their run game.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So, but once again,
Tell the whole story.
if this is a guy, the preseason ain't about winning games. The preseason is about evaluating guys and also putting them in situations,
I was
putting these
told
young
you play
guys
to win the game.
Can you evaluate the other guys though if Shedeur can't stop taking sacks?
Yes, you can. There are bad quarterbacks all the time that play whole halves and finish the games out.
But I mean, like I guess I just don't see it as I'm working against them.
Like
right now.
that was fishy. That's all I'm saying. That was fishy. And I'm not, and you heard me say Shedeur didn't play well. Shedeur was taking sacks and doing all this stuff. Like, he had his own issues that he had to deal with. But in that situation, if this is a guy that I'm trying to build with, or I want to move forward with, or a project, so to speak, I'm like, all right, kid, you've had a tough game. Let's see if you can get past all that and run a 2-minute drill to win a game.
I guess, but like I said, Shedeur's not going anywhere or anything like that. He's the 4th string quarterback. Like, I don't know. I think maybe there is something to it, maybe there's not. But at this point, I think the Shedeur Sanders stuff is hurting him. Not even his fault, but just the media stuff. Like, we know how the NFL treats distractions, and it's not even his fault. Just the story's becoming way too big. I think that's hurting him.
But that's Stefanski not paying attention. It became a bigger story because he did what he did. If he would have just let Shedeur play, and what would have happened, win, lose, whatever, we'd probably be talking about how bad Shedeur was. But he had to go and do something like that, and now this has been the issue all weekend. If you would just let him play, like, none of this would have happened.
Maybe so, but I feel like just everything with Shedeur is being overblown at this point.
Mary Kakabet asked Stefanski about the persistent narrative that he's sabotaging Shedeur Sanders. Stefanski responded, quote, "I'm committed to his development, just like all our rookies. We'll continue to focus on getting our guys better. That's what we will stay committed to. That's what's important to me." That's all he said. Yep. That was it. I kept looking for more of the quote. There wasn't more of the quote. That was it. All right. All right.
Even
I think
whatever
Stefanski know he dead man walking.
whatever he's trying to do, he misplayed that on Saturday. Just let Shedeur play, and none of it. The focus will be more on Shedeur's play as opposed to you in your coaching decisions, I think.
Stephen A. Smith said coach pulled Shedeur Sanders to save him from himself. You still rock with your boy?
With Stephen A. Smith?
Mm-hmm.
As much as I have, like, he just don't bother me. That's what it's been for a long time.
Ooh, let's see what Cowherd said. This should be fun. Let's see what
Cowherd had a funny clip. Go ahead and see what he said, but he had a funny clip the other day.
Is that when he got cussed out?
No, who did he get cursed out by?
Who was it? It was I think it was an old clip I was watching. I think he might have gotten cussed out by Brock Purdy's old coach. That's what I think I was watching. I don't know why it popped up on something. I was looking at it on Awful Announcing.
He had a situation.
Oh, he didn't say anything. He's just defending Stefanski.
He had a situation the other day where he had Greg Cosell on from NFL Films, and he as you would like to say, he was trying to lead the witness, and to talk about Brock Purdy and how bad he was and how he didn't have weapons, and we saw the real Brock Purdy and all this other stuff.
Mhm.
And Greg was like, actually, Brock Purdy is a heck of a quarterback. He's really good. Like, and he went on a minute and a half answer of like why he's good.
Coward just sat there.
Coward, I don't know why he don't like Brock Purdy, but he does.
He really doesn't. He really doesn't. Who's going to be? We kind of mentioned this. This feels like a bigger deal than we gave it attention. Who's the Raiders' backup quarterback?
I don't know now. They had.
I mean,
they
they legit have to go sign
They
somebody,
drafted-
Yeah,
right?
they've
Ewers,
acknowledged
didn't
that.
Did they draft Ewers?
No, he's in Miami.
He's in Miami. They drafted somebody though.
I'm not sure, but I think they acknowledge they're going to go
You
out
know who
for
it
a
could
vet.
be? It could be Huntley.
Well, there you go. He's got tape now.
Go get Huntley to be your
Hey,
backup
Huntley-
quarterback.
Huntley wasn't bad when he was. I remember with the Ravens. Didn't he play for the Dolphins too though?
Yeah, last season.
Was he any good?
He's all right. He's a backup
Hey,
quarterback.
UCLA guy. Where's he from?
UCLA.
Yeah. I remember with the Ravens. He didn't do bad. He can be the backup quarterback in Las Vegas.
Is Jameis 3 in New York?
Yeah, Jameis is. Not
Are they going to keep
playing.
Jameis at the?
I think so. I mean, especially with the whole the rule they have now, the 49ers rule, where you can have the emergency quarterback.
Mhm.
I think he'll
You know it went bad for you when you got a rule named after you.
bruh. That was
Do you make a move? Is
For the
that worth
Raiders?
doing? Is that? I mean, is it worth doing?
if
Exploring-
Raiders
Just-
Jameis.
Yeah.
Not for me.
Okay.
I've got
No,
my.
Jameis was your guy.
He is.
You were
but
showing
I've got
up next weekend in a Jameis Winston jersey.
I've got my experienced QB already in Geno. Anybody else I'm bringing in is to see if I can find.
But you
diamond
need a
in the rough.
body. You probably need a body.
Yeah, I'll go find. I'll find one of these.
Snoop Huntley it is
Yeah, I'll
then.
find one. But I'll even go younger than that. I'll go. I don't know, Rosen or something. No, Rosen.
Rosen?
Rosen not young no more.
Rosen who?
The Rosen one.
Josh. Oh my God.
He's not young no more.
There's no way Josh Rosen is on a football team right now.
He's definitely not on a football team right now. That's what I'm saying. I'll go find somebody like that.
Josh Rosen, 28 years old. Literally says an American former football player. Oh man.
I
man hasn't played in 2 years.
I'm finding some young
3 years.
I'm finding some young guy. That gets cut on cut down day. I already got my OG.
I can't believe Josh Rosen was really that bad.
I can't believe it either.
I cannot believe that man was that
He got
bad.
a bunch of chances though.
Did he?
Did he? Cardinals got rid of him. He
Yep.
went to Miami.
Miami was a legitimate. Well,
Tampa Bay.
did he have a shot to do? He didn't have a shot to do anything.
Yeah,
in
he started
Tampa Bay,
games.
did
Or not in Tampa Bay, but Miami started.
No, in Miami, he definitely did. Like he went to Miami to be their quarterback, but maybe he didn't need a chance after that. Maybe that was kind of it because he had Tampa Bay
and then the Niners.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, they
I think
did.
he had one
He
more
went to
after that.
Atlanta.
No, he just-
He had practice
He
squads
just
after
went
that.
to Atlanta. That was it. And he was done.
Did he? He didn't play in Atlanta.
4 games.
Oh, he did.
He's got 4
Okay.
games on the Pro Football Reference. But Miami gave him a second round pick for him. He stunk it up, and I think maybe the rest of the league's like, yeah, he's not good.
Through 26 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, 3,700 yards, 62% his final season at UCLA.
Can't believe it. I thought he was good. Here's a couple of free agents that I see right now, and that's just ain't getting the job done. CJ Beathard,
Okay.
Jeff Driscoll.
All right. Jeff
And-
Driscoll's got to be 70. He's got to be Marv Levy's age.
9 years in the league. And Jake Fromm. Maybe I'd sign Jake Fromm.
Nope, he's working insurance now.
Damn.
That's facts, by the way.
Damn. Well,
Well, good for him.
oh,
Good for him.
Warner was working at a grocery store.
Yeah, you got to let that go. You can't keep holding on to the one. Like we got to let that go.
Oh man.
Did they ever make that movie about him?
Yeah, it sucked.
You watched?
Was it the likes of the
No,
Sean
but I
Payton
know
movie?
it sucked because what people said about it.
Oh, okay.
I think it was worse than the Champagne movie.
Oof.
At least that one
I
had
don't
Kevin
know,
James
man.
in it.
Well, that's true. For reasons known to no one.
And who was Kurt Warner again?
He was the Shazam. Whoever played Shazam.
I thought Shaq played Shazam.
No, this is a new Shazam.
Wait, what did Shaq was in a movie called Shazam, right?
Yeah.
What was the movie Shaq was
Kazam.
in?
I think it was Kazam.
Oh, Kazam.
Yeah.
Was he a genie?
Yep.
Oh man. Yeah. That's when like Hogan was Mr. Nanny. That's when Shaq's movie career just like it didn't hit. Damn.
Oh man.
He did, and then he did Blue Chips. Did he do any other movies that he starred in?
Did you already say like the superhero one? Didn't he do a superhero movie?
Wasn't that Kazam?
That was the genie.
Also, Zachary Levi or Levy played Kurt Warner.
What?
Okay.
Exactly. Shazam.
Where's his filmography? Come on, Shaq. Man, Shaq's. Oh my
Shaq
God,
was in-
Shaq was in hella movies.
Shaq was in town over the weekend.
I saw that.
Yeah, man.
I saw that. All right, forget it. Go to TC. So I think the only movie that he really starred in, was Blue Chips, Kazam. Oh, Steel.
Steel.
the
That's what
movie
I
you're
was.
thinking
Yeah,
of.
he was. Yeah.
He's in a movie called Steel. Let's see what sort of ratings did Steel get. Shout out, 8% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Damn. Well,
Let's see what TC thinks here. 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
Hey, I think his hardest movie was Blue Chips.
You're not really going out on a limb with that one because your other
Yeah,
choices
I
are Steel and Kazam.
Yeah, because Zam was all right, the little genie, but Blue Chips, bro, was his one movie. And I'm at the point right now, bro, I'm like, just bring him in the building, bro. Sign him, and we'll worry about the minutes. I'm talking
Sign
about
Shaq?
No, we're talking about Westbrook. Sign
Who's
Russell
we?
Westbrook and-
Who the hell is we? Bro, you're
hold on,
talking about Westbrook.
I know. I am. Listen. Okay. Well, listen. I am. If I was Scott Perry, if I was in the GM, I'd bring Russell Westbrook in right now as a TC. Right? TC is saying it's nobody else. I'll bring the dude in the building, and I'll worry about the minutes, about who's playing what, feelings, and all that, bro. I'll worry about all that on the back end, bro. Get the guy in the building, and we'll split the minutes. Split the minutes. Release anybody, whoever you got to do afterwards, bro. But just get the guy in the building. I'm tired of the back and forth with Kuminga. Get Russ in, let him work out with the guys, and we'll worry about everything else on the back end, D-Lo.
All right. I love you, bro.
Oh no.
I think I flustered TC.
Oh, the fade.
He's over here talking about Raiders, 49ers, football, bad Shaq movies. And we need to sign him. What, Shaq? I don't know how many minutes Shaq can give you anymore, but
Yeah, I didn't. Even I was like, I don't. Who TC? Who?
speculation he was calling the wrong station.
Oh no, TC always rocking with us.
Can you imagine one time?
Well,
he
that's
calls
not
in,
true.
He's like, "What's up, Alan?" And we're like, "Wait, what?"
What? What? What you mean, man? What you mean? Shout out, boy, TC.
Shout out TC, man.
I love the idea of no, just sign him, figure it out later. That is not how this works. You can't figure it out later.
I think they would have did that already too if they could.
Right.
Look at Michael sleep at the game. Michael was asleep at the preseason game.
What else was he gonna do?
Oh man! Now, if you had the money, I would be able to do that situation with that TC's talking about with Westbrook. Bring him in. I'll figure out the rotations. Doug will figure out the rotations. But I think the holdup is you can't get him in financially. So you can't just
I think you can get Russ in financially right
and
now.
stay under
because you still have that 14 million.
True.
I just
That's
don't know
true.
that that's what you want to do.
Hmm.
I mean, obviously you're not paying Russ 14 million. I just don't think you want to. I don't think you want to dip into that.
Yeah,
Until you know.
that's a good point.
You truthfully might not be able to do that or anything else until Kuminga signs that qualifying offer with Golden State, because that's when it dies.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all right, there's no conversation to be had with Jonathan Kuminga. That's over. Warriors situation, it's over. All right, what are we gonna do? And then keep it moving, and then do whatever you're gonna do, whether that's Russell Westbrook, which it sounds like it is, or it's something else.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll stay talking basketball. We've got a lot to talk about. It's dumb for me to go, here's what's coming up, bro. It's just spin the wheel, because we've got a lot.
Like the old dunk contest.
Just like that. And shoot, we got to talk about what happened in Sacramento this past weekend.
Yeah, man.
CeeLo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, that's funny as hell. Yeah, I can't lie. My boy was kind of wild for saying he's 6'5". That was kind of wild. Sometimes I try to be slick, man, and order these smoothies and be like, yeah, it's going to be good for me. And then I just want food. Like, I just want real food. This is food that's good for me. So this is not what I wanted at all. Trying to figure out what shoes Phil Yates got on. It was kind of fire. I love that turquoise in the Lions colors. You getting a Westbrook Kings jersey? Probably not. Well, maybe. Maybe. I always said if I ever got a Westbrook jersey, it'd probably be one at OKC joint. I might get one, though. I might get one, as long as it's 0. Oh, it can't be 0. What's Malik? 0 or 00? 0. Yeah. I'll probably get a OKC jersey if I ever got one. Probably won't get one, but if I did. See, Kenny was smart. He got real food. I'm over here fucking drinking a protein shake.
I realized be here longer than I thought today. We out of here.
I saw him walk by earlier. I just honestly thought he was going to text all morning. Hey, can you get some breaks recorded?
Oh, Jesse, how much time we got?
All
right.
Did we
Play
do
this
prize
off.
picks already? Yeah, we did. Sorry, go ahead.
Waymo to begin testing in New York City. Waymo may be getting its toughest test yet after receiving its first permit to begin services in New York City.
Is that the personless?
Yes. That I want to watch a TV show on those people cursing out those Waymos. Probably kicking the car, hitting it with baseball bats.
Damn.
New York City with Waymo is going to be crazy.
Have you ever gotten in one of those driverless joints in the Bay Area?
I haven't, man. I haven't. obviously seen him all around San Francisco. They got him in when I was in Arizona. They got him out there heavy too. I haven't.
I'm not
him
ready
on.
for that.
The homie got one, man. He said it was a little bit of a trip, but nothing happened. Like everything happened the way it was supposed to. So
Yeah, yeah. I ain't there yet. I ain't there yet. You got to get to know each other first.
No,
just drive.
There's nobody there.
The driverless vehicle. The driverless vehicle. I ain't there yet. I ain't there yet.
Hey, real quick, I meant to tell you last week. Guess what I was watching last week? That
Not
was
The
pretty
Office.
interesting. It wasn't The Office. Then it's going to be even worse when I say what it was. I watched the animated version of Everybody Hates Chris. Everybody Still Hates Chris. Not bad. Not bad. It's
Okay.
like the same show. It takes an episode or two to like get used to the fact that it's a cartoon. But once you watch an episode, it's just like the regular show. And that was one of my favorite shows of all time. I love Everybody
Was it
Hates
really?
Chris. Yeah, I love that show was hilarious to me.
Oh, that's good.
Everybody Hates Chris it's a classic.
I liked it. Is Chris Rock the voice?
Yeah, Chris Rock. They got a lot of the same voices. I think the only one, his brother and sister aren't the same voice, but Tashina Arnold's the same voice. Terry Crews, the same voice. Tisha Campbell is in there. She's the same voice. So, and Chris is a new voice, but Chris Rock is narrating still.
The only thing I really watched this weekend was your Aces winning their 10th straight.
Doing what we do. Doing what we do.
Absolutely insane.
Stop
10
playing
straight
with us.
to start to wind down this season.
Asia went crazy again. Asia had like 35, and
she's having one of the most ridiculous stretches I've ever seen in the W.
Asia going crazy right now.
And the rest of the Jerry doc.
The
whatever. It's not the Cowboys documentary.
Yeah.
It was good. I enjoyed it. I told you I did. They were roping me into some feelings when that 94 game came around. And the 49ers beat the Cowboys' ass. It was like I said, it's a puff piece. It's not really doesn't really ask the tough questions of Jerry Jones, and maybe that's not what it's about. They were, I don't want to say they were tough on Michael Irvin. They told the Michael Irvin story. They told all of it in excruciating detail. They told all of it. But overall, like, I liked it. I was 14 when they lost. So like I was 12, 13. Like this is when I really started to watch football, like watch every single week. Like it wasn't just a casual thing. Like I had the SI subscription. This is when I was really, really like getting into it. But there's a lot of stuff there like that I didn't know. I didn't know that Switzer and Aikman had so much dissension between the two. I don't remember the Super Bowl buildup where they said Troy Aikman was a racist. Like I wasn't aware of any of that. I knew Michael Irvin had some issues. But watching it, from an adult perspective, remembering those, like you brought up I think it was the 92 game with the muffed kick. Like as I was watching that, I was like, God, I don't remember as much of, like, I remember the euphoria afterwards. Because that game was the one where I truly didn't care. I just knew it would agitate my grandpa. So I was like all in on it. But I remember being so happy when they won. And the only play I really, really remembered was the muffed kick. It's like, oh, okay, this is coming back to me. And then 90 was like, okay, I'm starting to remember all of this. And then that's why 94 was like, oh, yeah, I remember this. And it was that nasty ass field. And it was just a ass whooping at the hands of the San Francisco 49ers. And I thought it would have been so funny because this episode ends and Michael Irvin retires, Troy retires, and they run through Emmett breaking the record as a Cowboy, going to play for the Cardinals, saying he doesn't like it. I had never heard Emmett talk about his first game as a Cardinal at Cowboy Stadium. And he was just like, I knew then I couldn't do this. Like, I'm a Cowboy. I don't want to do this anymore. And I was like, God, that's the series. But it wasn't. Came back with another episode. It's like, oh, so now they're running through just a real quick, like, what the last, 20 years or whatever of bad. And they sped through it. Like, they showed the Tony Romo play. They showed the Tony Romo plays. They glossed over the Bill Parcells hiring Wade Phillips. They kind of glossed over this real quick. And then it got to like current day. And I'm like, oh my God, are they going to end it with the 49ers beating their ass? And they didn't. They ended with the Packers beating their ass. Oh, man. What an amazing way to end this that would have been, that Jerry never would have signed off on. But I thought it was good. I thought it was good.
I'm still in the middle of the third episode. And much like you, the first time I remember really tapping in to football was 94. That 92, I was 9. So I was just like, oh, Niners they can go to the Super Bowl. They're just going to win this game again. They always win. So they'll win this game. And I vaguely remember the called back touchdown. And I don't remember anything after that outside of, oh, they lost. Wait, what? I think I remember Alvin Harper's play. That because I was like, oh, they're going to lose. This is crazy. But 94 was and then I remember 93. I just remember they didn't have a chance against the Cowboys. Like I was like, this is going to be tough. Like I don't think they can win. But I don't remember specifics.
I remember the Super Bowls more than those 49er games because the first one they destroyed Buffalo, and that was the Michael Jackson game. The second one they were losing, and that's where Troy was coming off of that concussion, where he was like, he doesn't remember the NFC Championship game against the Cowboys, and then he starts the Super Bowl and he's terrible, and finally, I think in the doc it was Norv Turner, or it might have been Emmett saying to Norv Turner, just give me the ball. They're like, okay. So they gave Emmett the ball and just right down the field he goes, and they take the lead back, and they kind of sink the Bills after that. And then the one that was really fun was the Steelers one, because that one I remembered vividly. And there it is, Dion Primer, blah, 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 and knowing Larry Brown.
I remember they were trying to, are they going to let Dion play offense? I remember that was a big question going up to that game.
They did.
But yeah, I didn't. You know what I remembered about that Super Bowl the most? That was the day I got
the Steelers one.
No, the Bills' second one.
Okay,
that was the day I got my first pair of Jordans.
Okay,
my mom's boyfriend Barry, shout out Barry at the time. He came back with some Jordan 9s, and he was like, "Yo, man, I got you some J's." I was like, "Some real Jordans?"
Oh man,
like,
he was trying to win the kid over.
Hey, he did. It worked.
Well,
that's my boy. Shout out Barry.
Shout out Barry.
Shout out Barry. That's my boy. But that's what I remember. And I remember them losing. But yeah, 94 was the first time I was like, I had some, I don't want to say some skin in the game, because I always was rooting for the Niners, but I always just thought they were going to win. And that's when I was finally aware, like, oh, they lost to the Cowboys twice. They got Dion. Like, we got to do it this time. That was the first year I really remember feeling that way. And
will you still do the show with me if I buy a Deion Sanders Cowboy jersey?
No.
I don't really blame you.
Hey, but that jersey is cold. I hate that he went there. I hate that.
See, they don't even have the white one on the
cold.
website. They've got the Thanksgiving joints.
Those jerseys are the white jersey is the best thing they got going for them.
Yeah, they don't have the white jersey on.
Those
here.
other jerseys.
I'm not looking at Cowboy. I'm looking at Mitchell and Ness. I can get a Shedeur jersey. I can.
A Shedeur Brown jersey?
Yeah.
All right, man.
I can.
You know Shedeur, my boy, but come on, man.
You don't want to get a.
No, man. I did
say
they
don't have the 49ers Dion jersey that I want. They don't have.
You don't want the 75th anniversary joint?
That's the red. I want
with the shadows. They don't have a white one though.
See, I would, but they don't have the shadows on here. They just have the red and white ones.
They got a white one with
No, they don't have the white one either.
Yeah, they got a red.
They got
one
they got a Steve Young one with
Yeah.
the shadows,
Yeah.
but I don't see a Dion one.
They got a red Dion with the shadows. They don't have a white one because I was looking for the white
I might have to go TO.
one. Oh, okay, all right. Good. Big Cowboy guy here.
Well, TO did play for another football team.
They got T.O. on Mitchell and Ness too.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
you're
on the
right,
wrong.
you're right.
I'm on Fanatics. I'm on the wrong website. Get off of this stupid ass Fanatics site. What is this? Ah, there it is.
You see the red joint?
Yeah. They got. Oh man.
That one's cold. That one's cold.
Oh,
When I got
so's the
that Steve
price.
Young, that's the one. Yeah, the price ain't nothing nice. When I got that Steve Young, I was like, oh man, this feels different. This feels
You
different.
got a Steve Young jersey?
Yeah, I got it. Steve Young was my boy, first and foremost. That was my boy. That's my quarterback more than Joe. Joe, I didn't mind you what I just said.
I heard you.
I don't really remember Joe like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Steve was the one. And so yeah, that was my boy. But that was also one of the throwbacks that they had on Mitchell and Ness.
I can't buy a $300 football jersey, man.
Understandable.
God, that jersey's beautiful though.
Understandable.
I can't do it. I'm gonna look at it 14 more times.
Well, who are you gonna wear then?
I just might not wear one.
Oh, come on.
I won't participate in kickoff day.
Oh, come on.
our boss is really excited.
Yeah, come on. Why don't you get a Jake Plummer jersey?
What about Jack Plummer? We discovered him. We'll get a Jack Plummer jersey.
Let me find a jersey for right now. I'm just gonna close my eyes.
I can
see where the sensor goes. Houston Texans. Let's see. You can get a D'Amico Ryans jersey.
What?
Yeah. He played for the Texans.
A D'Amico Ryans
D'Amico
jersey?
Ryan, the white one. You can get an Andre Johnson one. Those are
What
the
if,
only jerseys they have.
what if I just get maybe I can just get one of these like $160 jerseys?
D'Amico's 150.
That's really
or
expensive.
160, excuse me. Or Andre Johnson. You can get that.
I could get the TO with the red and the gold.
Let's try again here. Who we got here?
I could get a Dion Atlanta jersey.
Oh, of course I would land on the Cowboys.
See?
Let's try this again.
See? How about them Cowboys?
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I can't believe they don't have a white Dion jersey. That's absurd.
They've got the white, and this is only 120. They've got the white Hardy Nickerson joint.
I need to get a Ryder Lions jersey before it's too late.
No,
Oh, you
for
know what?
real.
That's what I need. I need a Sac State jersey.
That would be a good look. That would be a good look.
Can you ask your friends over at Sac State if they can get me a jersey to wear for one day so I don't have to drop?
I'd give you one.
I heard, there's rumors I have a basketball jersey somewhere, but the coach left town, said I gave it to Kenny. No one knows
He
if this
didn't give it
jersey
to me.
exists or
He
not.
had it. He's got it with him.
Took it. There's a D-Lo Sac State basketball jersey in Louisiana. Can you ask
Sac
your
State joint would
friends
be
at
cold.
Sac
That'd be
State
cold.
if I could have a jersey to wear for one day,
Yeah, man.
and I'll bring it back.
Hell yeah.
Hell, maybe I need to get a Folsom jersey to wear.
Yeah. And that was so dope to watch on Saturday night. Folsom, Grant in the DPH. Seeing that on national TV, on the ESPN, not any of the ESPN news or anything, the ESPN on Saturday night. I was dope, man. Salute to both of those programs for scheduling that game and playing each other. Folsom, I was telling my boy Brandon, who's from here and lives in LA, we were talking during the game. And I said, man, Grant's the truth. That's a championship team, championship program. Ain't nobody beating Folsom. Ain't nobody. Ryder Lions too much, man. And then I forgot the young man's name. Sorry about that. The wide receiver that took the muff punt 99 yards for the touchdown. Had a couple other big plays like those two. Nah, ain't nobody beating Folsom this year. But it was so dope. The number of times, you were able to hear, and this stuff means something to us out here in Sacramento. Live from Sacramento.
Mhm.
We'll be right back here in
Mhm.
Sacramento
Mhm.
as these two teams, like that was dope to see. I love seeing that, man. That was
Yeah.
great.
And hey, shout out to the Pacers. That was an ass whooping that they're going to learn from.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of got breaking news. Sort of.
Okay.
Raiders signed Amari Cooper.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Is he the quarterback? Is he the backup quarterback? All right.
Well, we did ask.
Well, we
who were
did.
the other receivers.
Well,
we couldn't
I
name
know.
them.
I know who Amari Cooper is. I know.
Amari
who
Cooper back with the Raiders.
Jesse was like, hey, we got breaking news.
Sort of.
Sort of. Maybe.
I don't know.
Really?
Used to might have been 2 years ago.
Did Jacoby Meyer ask for a trade and Amari Cooper's back?
Yeah,
Not the
with
day I
Raiders.
was expecting for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
Go
All right.
Folsom.
Okay. Well, wait, what? Oh man, come on, Florio, you got to word this better. So, yeah, if you look at some of the notes we took, this was kind of one of the things we had written in. Trey Hendrickson agreed to a new 1-year deal that gives him a $14 million pay raise that will take him up to $30 million this season. That is not at all what I expected.
Yeah, he'll be playing for a different team next year.
Yeah. Yeah, you gonna get this year of service, get this money real quick, and then he out of there.
This is hilarious. This is the Bengals' way of paying you too. Like, we can't pay you 4 years, 30. We can do the one
man.
if you want.
Wow.
I wonder what he was at, because I didn't follow that closely, but what he was asking for and what their limitations are on being able to pay.
I'd imagine he was asking for what Myles Garrett was asking for.
Yeah, they can't pay him that.
They've never paid anyone though.
But no, they
played T.
with
Higgins
Jamar,
and
the
they
quarterback
played
and Jamar.
Well, they
That's
played
right,
T.
yeah.
Higgins too, didn't
I'm
they?
not being fair. Before that, yeah. Now they paid those guys. Before that, the Bengals have always been like notoriously cheap.
But that's why I say you're
He's
right.
had-
You're 100%
yeah.
right. But they can't. If
He's
he's
had
asking
17
for that,
and a
they
half
can't give
sacks
him
the
that.
last 2 seasons, though.
He's the truth, but
Like,
they can't do it.
I
don't know how they can
I don't
make that
think there's
happen.
anyone as good as Myles Garrett. But man, he's up
right
there.
there.
Like he's up there with Micah.
He was second in defensive player of the year. Was first team All Pro.
Last year, did Miles win? Who won last year?
TJ Watt.
Oh, did he?
That's a guess.
I didn't even mention TJ Watt. TJ nasty.
Yeah, I had
Patrick Surtain, excuse me. TJ
Oh
Watt.
yeah,
came
he
in.
did
Oh,
win.
Yeah. Trey was
Yeah,
second.
he was-
Myles
he was
Garrett third.
locked
TJ
down.
was fourth.
Okay.
Where was 97 on that list?
Hold on. I'm looking.
Keep scrolling.
Okay,
Keep
so he
scrolling,
didn't-
keep
No,
scrolling.
there is. I'm done scrolling. This is
Oh.
24 guys. He didn't get a vote.
Okay. Well,
I remember when Myles Garrett was like, I want to be traded. And I thought, oh my God, if you could turn Nick Bosa into Myles Garrett.
Man, I would have traded him so quick.
Turns out Myles wasn't serious. And the Browns wouldn't take the 49ers call, so it didn't matter. God, man.
Yeah,
1 year,
I-
$30 million. That is
and
not what
that-
I expected out of that.
In that situation, man, like, yeah, I can't.
Would you pay T. Higgins then instead of one of the top edge rushers in the league?
No,
That isn't. Yeah.
I would not let Trey Hendrickson walk.
I guess
Absolutely not.
we'll just call it bad business. I guess.
I absolutely would not.
See,
do that.
I see it. I see it differently, though, man. I do see it differently, and I know, much like the Nick Bosa stuff, and like we were like, "Yo, you crazy? He's still top flight." Not saying it's his fault. Hear me, it's not his fault. But we didn't have Trey in the defense when ain't been good 2 years.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
what
go
am I
get
going to
other
pay you?
guys, though.
What am I going to pay you top dollar for?
Because when you do build up that defense, like that's one of the most important like parts of it. is
You
the
need
edge
an
rusher.
anchor.
Yeah, like that's not Trey's fault. They never built out the rest of it.
I don't know. I think I might.
It's like the same thing with Myles Garrett. It's like, what are you gonna pay Myles Garrett for? He's not adding wins.
Some would say you probably shouldn't have paid. Like,
But yeah, that's a mistake though. It's not on those guys. It's like
It's-
Trey Hendrickson can't do anything more to get you wins. That's on the front office.
it's not on those guys, but also we're already not good where you were at. If I give you this type of money, how are we supposed to build a defense around you?
You gotta do the rest of your job. I'm not the first guy you're gonna pay.
Maybe I shouldn't be allocating my funds to somebody like okay, let's ask this question. When is that worked out? How many times has that worked out? Like, he's the premier pass rusher, give him all the money.
TJ Watt.
Would they win? What the hell have they won? That's your boy, the coach. What have they done? Are they perennial Super Bowl contenders?
No, but you need top guys like that. You don't like do you just not pay anyone?
I don't disagree.
It's
with
not
that.
on. It's
I don't disagree, but
it's not about the money. It's about not doing the rest of your job.
I don't disagree, but I think to a certain degree, that position with the money that is paid, with how much of the cap it takes up, I think that's a little overrated. I think it's a little overpaid and a little overrated, because you pay these guys all this money and your team is still sorry. And I'm not saying it's their fault, but shouldn't those funds potentially be allocated a different way to help the team out? Like I said, this never really works out.
Why
I mean,
would
they
you
don't run
pay
out of
T.
money after
Higgins?
they paid
then?
Trey.
Because you're number one, your franchise, you give him as much as you possibly can. You can make the argument that you maybe giving him a defense would help him out too. But if you give Joe Burrow,
No one looked
Jamar
at the
Chase-
Bengals last year and thought that the offense was a problem.
yeah, because you had T. Higgins, you had Jamar Chase. Maybe if you don't have one of those guys, maybe they double Jamar Chase. Maybe it affects the offense that much where now you got an issue over there.
Or if you have someone on the other side of Trey Hinton.
Yeah, sure. That could help out too. This is a fundamental aspect of how I look at paying that position. When does it work? When does it work? That's all I'll say. Like,
I don't think it's in a vacuum. I think you can pay him. Like, that's not. You need to fill out the rest of your roster. That's.
But how do you do that
to the front office?
If you're giving this guy $60 million
By
a
scouting,
year?
but he's not the only guy you're paying though. Like, this isn't the first guy to get paid. Like, there's.
I mean,
other
you
ways to
paid
build up a
Nick
defense.
Bosa.
Yeah.
How's that worked out for the 49ers?
You've been one of the better teams in the league for the last. I mean, Nick Bosa got his contract, 3 years ago?
3 years ago, you went to the Super Bowl the year he got the contract. He didn't perform that well, but you got to the Super Bowl that year, and now you're in the.
So is the question about the performance or the makeup of the team?
I think for me, that position getting that much money, I think is a little overblown.
Work for Aaron Donald, Tyler Jennings, and Chris Jones. It's not about paying. It's about just making sure there's other guys that help. This guy getting 17.5 sacks is no use to me because everyone else is third string quality.
Those two, Chris Jones and Aaron Donald, are also interior defensive linemen. Not
Putting
edge
pressure on the
rushers.
quarterback.
Not edge rushers. I think you can scheme away from edge rushers. I don't know if you can scheme with those guys coming straight up the middle. That's why
You can't scheme Aaron Donald.
that too,
That's
and Chris Jones too. But those guys right in the lap of the quarterback and what they're able to do there, I understand paying those guys. I understand paying the edge rushers too. But I just think, yeah, what Aaron Donald was able to do at that position and Chris Jones was able to do at that position is a little bit more disruptive, I think, than those other guys. Same thing. They talk about Tyler Eagles on Mike Carter. What he's able to do interior and creating that pressure there, for me, that's different than the edge rushers. But they were also already good teams. So you've got a championship team.
So
already.
you're saying the interior pass rusher is more valuable to what you're doing than the exterior pass rusher?
I think sometimes because they also can stop the run the way they do as well.
Mhm.
I think sometimes in certain situations you get a little bit more bang for your buck if you have guys who can affect getting to the quarterback from the interior part of the defensive line and stopping the run. But with those two guys, they were also championship teams already.
So would you pay Micah or no?
Yeah, I'll get off the fence. No, I wouldn't pay Micah.
Okay.
Would you pay Micah? Both of you guys?
Yeah.
For what?
Make him the highest paid, one of the highest paid defensive guys.
He's one of the best players. He's one of the best players.
An
at
edge
this
rusher,
position.
edge rusher can win you. Like, yeah, like I guess if the team's good, the edge rusher will win you a game.
They're not good.
It's no different. To me, it's no different than a quarterback. You have to build around those guys. And if you don't, you're shortchanging the guys that you're paying. It's the whole, well, we've got to win while the quarterback is cheap. No, no, you have to continue to develop players while your quarterback is cheap.
I agree 100%, but the quarterback, for a lack of a better word, can't get schemed out of a game. You can scheme these defensive linemen and these edge rushers out of a game. And they're still effective. They still.
I think if you're scheming an edge rusher out of the game, you're opening something up for someone else.
You're scheming the edge rusher by double teaming them and stuff like that.
That's where the rest of the roster, I think, comes into play.
Okay. All right. I was just gonna ask, how are you gonna build the rest of the roster when you're paying this guy all this money? I think that's the problem. The Browns still ain't gonna be no good.
It's not 100%. No, the Browns aren't going to be good for like 15 different reasons.
Well, yeah, but like
I don't think Myles Garrett's contract is one of them. Hold that thought, Jesse.
Yeah.
Hold that thought. We'll come back. James Ham at the top of the hour. We won't talk about any of this with James Ham. Steele and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
No, man. I somebody has said something about Raja Bell came up on my. Somebody was talking about him, but I didn't see what had happened. I didn't see the video. I didn't see that. I saw Boots was sparring with Canelo. It's a good look. It's a good look for Canelo. Honestly, that's a good look for Boots too. I understand why you say that. I understand that. I get it.
Can I have one of your chips? I need that.
Yeah, man. Get
Taste that.
Yeah, I was. Once I realized what was going on, I was like, "Oh man, I better get some food."
I drove by a Chipotle yesterday. I was like, man, we haven't had that in forever.
Norm, I do not have a Padres hat. Won't be getting one.
All right, James Ham going to join us here at the top of the hour. Been talking football most of the day here on this Monday. So happy you tapped in wherever you at. We'll have a lot of football to talk about over the course of the next, we'll have a lot of football to talk about moving forward. We are a little over a week away from the start of the season. We promised we had some big things on the horizon. Those big things have been finalized. We're going to be at Baker Family Wine on Sunday, September 14th, week 2, 49ers and I think it's the Saints that day.
I need that win.
So we're going to be out at Baker at 1 o'clock, Baker Family Wines in West Sacramento at 1 o'clock on Sunday. The very next day, we're going to be at 32 Brew Street, Sky River Casino for the second game of the Monday Night Football doubleheader that literally no one has ever asked for, but we continue to get it year after year. But it's Raiders. It's the Raiders in that 7 o'clock game, so we're going to be there. I think we'll be – now, this is not a live broadcast. We're not doing a live show out there. I think we're going to do some pregame stuff before the game begins, but we are going to be out there watching Monday Night Football, watching Raiders football on September 15th. So that is that we said earlier live on air. Sac State home openers the 13th.
Yeah, man.
You've got 3 opportunities to catch D'Lo and KC. Sac State on the 13th, Baker Family Wines for 49er football on the 14th, and 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino for Monday Night Football with the Raiders on Monday, September 15th.
They brought up a scenario last week of Sac State has, in the middle of their season, has a Friday night ESPN televised game on October 24th.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, yeah, I'm in a building. You know I'm in a building. Against Montana, who I think was picked third to win the Big Sky. Like, oh, it's a big-time game.
Mm-hmm.
This big-time implications.
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody said, wait a minute. That's the same night as opening night at Golden
Utah
One Center.
Jazz are here, yeah.
I said, oh, no. I think I've made the decision. I'm going to Sac State.
Okay.
I might pull double duty. You know, I might need a police escort because I might, tap into the Golden One Center. Well,
Careful.
Yeah, no, never mind.
Careful.
I'll just take a Waymo.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, I might double dip on that one.
Now
might be at the basketball game for a little bit and then shoot on down J Street and the East Side.
I did that one night for the dumbest reason.
Uh-huh.
NXT was at, I think it was Memorial.
Uh-huh.
And I went to both.
Football game in NXT?
No, NXT and the Kings.
I got you.
Yeah. It was so dumb. I don't even remember what NXT. I don't remember. I'll have to ask WCW what it was that night. But if it makes you feel better, the Kings are home
on Sunday
against your.
No, not my nothing. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Against the Los Angeles Lakers.
So that.
Oh my God! And Halloween is a Friday night. Lord,
are the Kings in town?
They are not.
Oh, okay.
Nope, they're on the road for They're on the road for 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so they'll open with Utah and the Lakers on Sunday, and then they hit the road on Wednesday for Oklahoma City. They hit the road on Tuesday for Oklahoma City. They'll play Chicago on Wednesday, Milwaukee on Saturday. And what a jackass of a road trip that is. Jesus. And then Denver on Monday before they're back to host the hated Golden State Warriors.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think I'm going to double dip on that day. That's the plan.
All right.
Because I got to be out there. Because that game might be for first place in the Big Sky. Might be for first place in the Big Sky.
Well, you can't get to first place in the Big Sky without getting to the home opener on the 13th.
That's right.
And then, as we mentioned, week 2 of the NFL season will kick off with D'Lo and KC at Baker Family Wines for 49ers football beginning at 1 o'clock. And then we'll follow it up with Monday Night Football, the second of the week 2 doubleheader 7:00 start. Your Raiders, I think it's the Chargers that night.
Yep, Raiders Chargers
if I'm not mistaken.
in Vegas,
and that'll be at Sky River Casino, 32 Bruce Street, that Monday. So lots of really, really exciting things ahead here, including a Hulu docuseries on the Tar Heels.
So
the football team,
Bill
Belichick's
or like a
football
Hard
team.
Knocks type deal.
What's the difference?
What?
I think
when I think of docu, I'm thinking of like telling me the history. Like I don't care about Tar.
No, a docu. It's going to be on Bill's first year. But I also I don't know. Is it? I don't know if is it live. Like you know, is it Hard Knocks?
That's what I would think it would be.
Or like. All or Nothing. Because All or Nothing, it all happened.
Yeah.
They put it together. And then are we going week to week?
I think they're going week to week. Hulu did that with, didn't they, Jesse? Didn't they do that with like the NFL with the Cardinals and like the AFC North or something like that? In that Hulu?
I thought that was Amazon. I thought that was All or Nothing.
Follow the divisions.
Yeah,
the teams in the division. HBO Max did that.
HBO Max.
The in-season Hard Knocks now.
Oh, they follow that. Yeah, they follow the whole division.
Yeah.
The Cardinals might have been Prime. Yeah, I think it was. So
the Cardinals one, I think you're thinking
maybe
this is definitely
this is Hulu's first foray into
maybe
the week-to-week situation.
See if we can get some. Be focused. Let me see if we can get some clarification on this real quick. I saw the video. I saw the announcement. Oh, this is a 4-sentence. I have no clue. I have no clue. But their season opens up next Monday. Is next Monday Labor Day?
Yep. Labor Day weekend coming up.
They got Bill on Monday Night Football again.
I'm saying prime time, baby, prime time.
They got Bill on Monday Night Football again.
UNC TCU. I think that's in Chapel Hill. I'm pretty sure it is.
So this was the Hard Knocks thing. Remember when they said that Hard Knocks was going to do Bill Belichick in North Carolina? And then depending on what you believe, that fell apart or was shut down. Again, depends on who you believe. And now here we are with Hulu doing the series.
I think Bill's going to do a good job in North Carolina too. I don't know what that results in.
It is amazing that he hasn't coached a game yet.
We haven't seen him on the sideline in 2 years? He took 1 year off, right? Or
I think he just took one.
Yeah.
I think he just took 1 year
we
off.
haven't seen him on the sideline in a while. He's an OG as well.
Because the brother they hired, they fired.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any specific breakdown on what this is. It doesn't even look like Hulu's commented on it. The only thing that has been put out there was the announcement. That's it. So, I don't know.
I watched me some good college football over the weekend too. I watched that Iowa State, Kansas State game in Ireland. That's always raining. Every time they go there, every year it's raining. So that sucks. But it was a good game. It was good to see college football back. I was watching Davis and Mercer until they got rained out.
You know what you're saying doesn't sound healthy.
I was tapped in all day.
Week 0 football.
I was watching Incarnate Word. They lost to Nickel State. I watched that.
Not even a school.
Kansas beat up on Fresno State. I was watching that game. Hawaii with the comeback victory over Stanford. In Hawaii, Andrew Luck was there.
Wow.
New GM. He was in the building.
Yeah.
And then I watched a little NC Central Southern in the MEAC SWAC kickoff classic. It was good stuff. It was a football day.
Andrew Luck looks like he needs to up his calories or something. He looks very frail. He's like, I'm not going to play football anymore. I'm just going to stop eating.
He needs a lineup.
Well, that wouldn't hurt. That wouldn't hurt.
In the meantime, I was watching I was locked into that Padres Dodgers series this weekend.
Real quick, did you see any Oklahoma football? Yeah, they probably didn't start in week 0.
No.
They're selling access to press conferences.
Access how?
Well, I'm glad you asked. For the low price of $692, you and your buddy can go to an Oklahoma press conference. Now, you can't sit next to James Ham and ask questions that James Ham, the Oklahoma version of James Ham, or the Oklahoma version of Matt George. You can't sit with them and ask questions.
Locked
No.
on Sooners.
No. You can pay $692 to go to the press conference and sit there.
All right, man. All right.
Now,
What are we doing?
before we trash this, I think this is genius. And the reason I think it's genius is because someone is stupid enough to pay it.
Oh, yeah. I don't fault the university.
Tyler says, why not just watch it on YouTube? Tyler, doesn't matter. You want to sit up here and be as close to the coach and the players as you'll ever be? No problem. It's going to cost you $692.11 to be exact. And I will take your money every time and sit you right there and then send your ass out of here.
And this is just a one time. This ain't like a season pass or nothing like that.
The $692,
Yeah.
That's one game.
Come on, man.
It's one game.
Come on now. All right, hold on. While we're here, just give me a second.
You want to buy your passes?
No,
Oh,
no. I actually don't like Oklahoma football at all. I think they've been frauds my entire life. So
Michael's asking, do the student loans cover the $692? I'm not sure.
So I'm just give me a second. I'm just trying to figure this out here.
Mhm.
So $692
Mm-hmm. And 11 cents.
and 11 cents
Mm-hmm.
to sit in on an Oklahoma press conference after they played Illinois State.
Yeah.
All right, man. All right, they got it. It's cool. Once again, university, somebody will pay for it. Just do what you got to do. The person who does it, man, let me hold $1, man, because you got it.
Someone.
That's crazy.
Here's the thing, though. Someone doesn't have it, and they're still going to find a way to buy that $700 ticket.
That is crazy.
Oh, that's tough.
And just sit there.
Just sit there. Again, you don't even get to ask questions.
And if you try, you probably get kicked out. No refund either.
No refund. Oh, that's brutal.
Shout out to
Can you imagine James sitting next to the guy who paid $700 to sit there?
Shout out to our guy Rich. Could be anywhere. He's in the chat today. Shout out to him, man. I just want to say what's up, man, because LSU, they got a tough game.
Oh, you're a big LSU fan.
No, I'm not a big LSU fan. I'm just saying LSU, they got a tough game. They play again. Oh, they played Clemson.
Yeah, we talked about that one. Yeah.
That old Death Valleys. I'm saying go Tigers. Go Tigers.
Hammer, we were it's the university's new Sooner Magic Moments campaign.
What kind of magic moment is that?
Hammer, have you heard that the University of Oklahoma is now selling access to press conferences to fans for the low price of 692 games or $692, excuse me.
Okay, does that give them the right to ask a question or just be in?
It does not.
Okay, so I will tell you, the Kings on occasion will bring in groups of people to sit in especially if there's like a major signing or something. So you always get the family, whoever's that person is, but on occasion it feels like there's been a group of people who are, maybe fans, like in RIP Bill Walton. There's a time where Bill Walton came into the press conference, even though he just because Luke was the head coach and sat in the back and asked questions of his son. But it's not typical, and it would make things really awkward. Like it's kind of our, I would say, like the locker room is the player's personal space where we're like sort of invited in, and like have to follow strict set of rules. Like we're not allowed to take a still photo in the locker room. Even if there's like a jersey, you have to ask permission, and a lot of times they'll take it out in the hallway and let you take a picture and then bring it back. You're not allowed. There are like specific rules we have to follow in the locker room and stuff. That's their space. The media like press conference room is really our space, where they come in and like sit at a table and we throw questions at them. I don't think that you should be able to sell access to that. And I don't understand why a lot of people would want access unless, when they're done, they get a handshake from the coach or the player and an autograph or something. Because if not, it's really not that engaging for us to just sit in the back of the room and watch something unfold like that.
I have another thing for you, if you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
You can pay $518 to run out of the tunnel at Oregon.
That actually makes a lot more sense than paying $692 to sit in a press conference where you can't do nothing. That look that James was talking about, like, that's the look that I get from him, Sean Cunningham, and others when I sit in to a press conference at the Kings. They're like, what are you doing here? It happens very few and far between. But, yeah, I'll sit in there.
Well, you don't have to go to the press conferences. You just go talk to Doug or Vivek or whoever you need to.
Not me.
You gave De'Aaron a pep talk one time.
That was pregame.
Oh, my bad.
It wasn't a prep talk.
He did. I mean, he became All-NBA a year later, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, like the press conference room is very like formal, right? It's like there's a microphone, you raise your hand, you might get you're sort of in line to ask a question, and then the microphone moves around the room. And like it's very specific. I just don't know that it would be that fun.
Like Sean's got to cut the clip of this of whatever the answer is. Like, Matt George, Jake, this is local news here. This is the stuff that they've got to put together for their telecasts.
Yeah, it's our work. There's also like you're looking for quotes and you're looking for someone to say something that just like sparks your imagination. And then when they bring the next person out, you're going to follow that thread. And then if you go in the locker room, you're going to follow the same thread and just kind of keep, pulling on the thread, trying to unravel whatever it is that you're trying to figure out. And that's just kind of like the game, what you're there for. It's not always about like people always ask like, how do you, because I mean, the first 12 years, I only covered one team that didn't lose 50 games. Every team lost 50 games except for George Karl's like 33 win season. Oh no, Dave Yeager's 39 win season. But so like 10 years I had to write more than 50 losing game recaps. And that's not fun. And you're trying to come up with a new way to say that they lost every single game. And that's where you have to sit there and listen for like the buzzwords or the why to what's happening. And then you're always looking for a way to tell a different story. So it's not just monotonous and, the Kings fell by a final of blah, blah, blah. So-and-so scored this many points and this many rebounds. But in the end, they fell short. You're always trying to come up with a different way to say that same exact thing, especially when you've got to write them, almost 70% of the time.
That's a crazy amount of money for that experience.
It's literally the worst $700 you could spend. That is just awful. I mean, you split it with your buddy, it's $350. That's just awful.
Well, can you? Because that $700 gets you.
It's
you
two.
plus one.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a +1 situation.
Yeah.
It's a plus. And I think the $700 game. I think there's the $700 is like the Michigan game.
Mm-hmm.
The other non-conference game, it was like 500 something. Either way, it's just like an absurd. It's an absurd ticket price. But Hammer, you were talking about these press conferences, and I don't know what Kings news there's to dive into unless it's to talk about Malik Monk and Russell Westbrook again. But how close are we today to what you do on a day-to-day basis? Not talking about the insiders in the radio show, but talking about the way you cover the Sacramento Kings. How close are we today to what we were prior to March of 2020?
Oh, you like pandemic wise?
Yeah.
Oh, it's way different. Yeah,
I was going to ask, it's not even close, is it?
No, it's not. It's not. So, like leading up to that, so I'd covered the league for a decade when the pandemic hit, right? Like I don't want to say we had unlimited access because that's not correct. But okay, so I can take this a couple of different ways. Number one, there are a whole lot more people covering the team now than there ever has been before.
Mhm.
And I think that's partially because the team is, like started winning. But I also think it's because during the pandemic, newsrooms just like they were looking for content, and sports becomes one of the few things that, like it's tough to have like a traffic beat where you're going out and covering like car accidents and stuff when roadways are like, at 30% capacity is to normal, and people aren't getting in car accidents at nearly as much anymore. And, the crime beat, they're like during the pandemic, the crime rates dropped, right? Because there aren't people out and about doing things. Sports became one of the few things where you had continuously going, even if it was like modified, where we're sitting up, in our regular seats, but spaced out 8 feet apart. And it's us and a bunch of cardboard cutouts. And if we're talking too loud, the players on the court can hear us. Right. So that's where it got to. But the deal is that there's so many, it was the only thing that was still going, right? So all of a sudden, a bunch of the local television stations that had not spent money on sports for decades and had not supported the team on a daily basis, all of a sudden you start seeing them show up. And sort of the residual of that is now we will have 3 or 4 news stations at every press conference, at most practices. I would go to a practice probably 15 times a year where it was me by myself at a practice. Nobody else. Me and kings.com. And before I could, get back and write my story, they'd already posted the video of me asking, 8 questions to a player and them not asking any. And I'm standing there like, hey, you just stole all my content. And that doesn't seem cool. But now there's so many people there. There's so many cameras rolling. So I would say that's one thing. There's a huge amount of people compared to what it was before. But then as far as like where we're at in the building and stuff, we used to get the coach in post game, but it was real brief and it was right after the game ended. The game would end, the coach would come in within like 4 minutes of the game ending. If you're on the road, it would be like right outside their locker room up against the wall. There's like 4 of us standing there peppering them with questions. And then we didn't get any players that way. We would just go right into the locker room. Now they bring out 2 players. And that in itself becomes its own problem because by the time we get done with 2 players and then they bring in a coach, all the other players in the locker room have cleared out. So it used to be that we would be waiting outside the door maybe 10 minutes after the game ended. The door would open, we would go in, and all the players would still be sitting in there, hanging out in their uniforms or, sometimes shirts off, sometimes wearing, a tank top or something that they wear underneath. And so when a scrum would go talk to somebody, if it's like DeMarcus Cousins, you could go around the room and start getting quotes for stories from all the other players because they're all just sitting there. So you'd be like, hey, I just heard this really interesting thing in the coach's post game, or this happened tonight. Why don't you tell me about this? Or maybe there's a story you're working on for 2 weeks, but you want like 6 different players to represent and to give you quotes for a story on a specific player or specific event that's happening. All of that's gone. None of that exists anymore. There might be 1 player at a time in the locker room we get to talk to. We didn't see De'Aaron Fox in the locker room for, the last year, maybe 2, because if he didn't talk at the podium, he got the hell out of there before we got in there. So even if he had a 45-point night or something, if he didn't talk at the podium, he left. And so all of that's changed. Like our ability to write a really comprehensive full piece has changed.
Which one do you like better?
Oh, I miss the good old days. Yeah. I miss standing there after a practice and like saying, hey, I don't know whether it's Paul Westfall or Michael Malone, like, hey, I want to ask you something that I don't want all the other cameras capturing. But hey, with your microphone out, say, hey, I was wondering about this, and ask a one-on-one question. All of that's gone. Getting a player one-on-one is really tough. Somebody just walks up and starts recording the whole time, and then your interview is out on social media before you can even turn around. So I think it's killed the ability to write a good story. You can still get good content, but most of it's video at this point. And it really does limit what you're trying to do in the locker room and everywhere else.
Sorry about that, James. We were certainly some of the
Well, you
people
don't
who
have to apologize. Rudy Gobert needs to apologize.
Rudy Gobert does need to apologize. And I mean, we could think of the good things this brought us. For years, we brought Zoom press conferences and all, media days and introductory stuff, all, live over the air. And I think that was a big part of the growth of this show. And it brought us Do-Rag De'Aaron.
It did.
It brought us Do-Rag De'Aaron, and we would know what type of mood De'Aaron Fox was in that day or that night by whether or not he had a do-rag on.
Yeah.
And then, James, you guys had a fun little game you would play while waiting for De'Aaron to emerge from his endless therapy or whatever he was doing before getting to you guys.
Yeah, we'd wait an hour to see if he was wearing the green do-rag or a blue do-rag or a black one or a checkerboard one, something with some sort of pattern.
Yeah.
We'd all take bets, not money. But then, we would all cheer as soon as he came out. And then he would laugh because he thought it was funny that we were betting on sort of what he was going to wear. So
we just knew
good times.
Actually, you know what? Like, and Steve B here in the chat, he asked a good question. Do you think that there's a lack of trust with now with the players and coaches due to social media? I'd even take that a different, expand. There's a lack of trust because they don't know us as well as they used to, and it's the same reason why I go in the locker room every pregame. We have a half-hour window from 6:45. I mean, from 5:45 to 6:15, where we can go in the locker room and we can interview anybody. I don't pull my camera out or my mic out unless I have something very specific, like a player's coming back and I want to put out a video really quick that he's in the locker room and here's what he had to say about returning to the court or whatever. I usually keep my phone down when I'm in pregame, and I try to be part of their culture. And that used to be something that was really cool because there would be, like 5 or 6 guys in there, and they would have conversations that you're normally not a part of, and you can be part of, and you can sit there and talk about your life. They talk about your life. I know one time, like me and Costa Kufis were talking, and somehow our relationships with our significant others came up, and I said, I like maybe me and my wife have been in 2 disagreements like our whole entire relationship, but we've never got into a knockdown drag out fight. Like that's just not who we are. And he's like, oh, I don't believe you. And then so I text my wife right there from the locker room. She didn't get back to me in time. I said, how many times have we got into an argument in our entire relationship? And then she fired back during the game. She said, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 disagreements ever. So when I got back to the locker room, I showed Costa and we had a good laugh about it. But you got to know each other differently. Again, whether it's Omri, whether it was I talked to Darren Collison a bunch, Jason Thompson, just throughout the years, there are certain players that you just start to build rapport with in a different way because you're in the locker room all the time. It's why me and Scal still to this day have a great relationship because it's pre-pandemic. It's just really, really difficult for that now. And I'd also say that social media doesn't help. And the fact that I can say something on the insiders that gets clipped to, 8 seconds of me saying something incendiary about a player when it was really a 2-minute nuanced discussion about a player, that doesn't help either, because a lot of the players see this stuff, and if they don't, their family sees it. And so you get into this weird thing where social media does have an impact on all this stuff.
Remember when you said the Kings had the greatest offense ever and it blew the 2016 Golden State Warriors away? ... Yes, indeed. Who was the player you felt like you knew the best? Like you had the best relationship with?
I don't know. Like I had a lot of conversations with Omri over the years. We still, I'll message him back and forth. I don't know. I had a really good relationship with DeMarcus Cousins. Like, how many times did DeMarcus look at me and go, "Hey, come over here," and give me the come hither look, and I'd go over and we'd have a discussion, whether it was about NBA officials or whether it was about something I wrote. I know one time he said, "Why do you always write about my facial expressions?" And I said, "Because you're very emotive and your facial expressions tell a story." He goes, "Well, just because I look angry doesn't mean I'm actually angry." And I would say, "Okay, that's fine." I've said this before. He asked me once or twice, "Hey, why do you always write about all the technicals that I get?" And I said, "Because you got another technical." I said, "If you want to, we can make an agreement right here. You'll stop getting technicals. I'll stop writing about technicals. But until that happens, I've got to, if you're on your 14th technical, I have to write that one more technical and you're in danger of getting suspended for a game. I have to write that. You lead the league in technicals with 9 and it's still November. I have to write about that." But there's that accountability.
Is that a real
thing.
number? Did he have 9 technical fouls
I'm sure that it was close one year.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
At first I thought James exaggerating. Then I thought, well, God, what if he's not?
Well, maybe it was in a bit of an exaggeration, but I don't think there's at least one season where it was close. But see, those are the types of things that you have this relationship, this back and forth with players and with coaches that's just different. I can tell you, and this isn't to brag, this is just because my job, I have had phone conversations with almost every head coach ever from Sacramento. I think maybe Keith Smart and maybe George Karl, we didn't have a phone conversation. But outside of that, all of the other coaches for sure. And multiple times, there's when a coach is trying to say something, but he can't say it in a press conference, but they need to get something across to you that's happening that they might need help trying to express without running a player over with a bus. They'll give you a call and say, "Hey, look, I don't want to put all the business out there, but we have, I have to be sensitive to this, this, and this. And so I hope that you can be sensitive to this, this, and this, because that's what I'm dealing with." And it's okay, so you have a give and take with the team, with players, with coaches, where you're listening and you're part of their world, but they're also part of yours, and I think it's really interesting to look down and see your phone and there's a coach or a GM or somebody calling, and you're just "Oh, I've got to go take a call," and you're talking to somebody who is super super high level with the Sacramento Kings, but at the same time it's like a business transaction. You're sitting there discussing stuff and you're able to ask honest questions, because if they're going to be honest with you about something that they need to express off the record, you can ask more and you can sit there and dig. And that's why, when I stopped being the insider at NBC, I don't feel like I'm the insider at ESPN 1320. I don't feel like I have to lose that moniker because that's not on my letterhead. It's something that I have conversations with people that other people, don't typically get to have conversations with. And it's something that, I hold a high regard for and I respect, but also something that, it's part of the job to be part of their world in a different way than I think many people think we are.
You ever had conversations with Vivek or the Maloofs?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've had not so much with the Maloofs, like maybe like once or something. Like, I mean, that's what started the whole "Here We Stay" movement. Was Gavin Maloof decided during Kings Lakers pregame, uh, at home, he decided to sit in the back of the media room like one of those people you're talking about buying a seat. He sat in the back, and then he didn't get up from his seat fast enough, and the convergence plan was falling apart. And a couple of us ran over and like started talking to him, and that's when he started like not saying it, vocalizing it in the right way, but at least saying that that they have to keep their options open. When he said that, the way he said it, like we all knew that they were going to try to relocate the team, and that's how the Here We Stay movement literally started in preseason in the 2010-11 season when they tried to move the team later that year, and it was very specific. It was like Gavin sat in the room. As far as Vivek, like
What a dummy!
That was just not bright.
What are you doing?
It's just not bright.
No,
Sorry, James.
no.
Go ahead. Jesus.
As Kenny said earlier, not the sharpest.
Not the sharpest tool.
It's not the sharpest tool in the shed, is how you say it. But yeah,
the sharpest knife in the drawer. I'm mixing.
Yeah, you were just kind of like sitting back, like, oh, what's happening here? Like, why are you talking to us? Why are you saying this stuff? And no media relations staff around. No, and not. I'll give the media relations staff a break. That's PR staff. Like, it's different. The business side and there's the business side has a PR staff, and then there's media relations. The media relations staff is dealing with the coach and all that stuff and going to get ready to go in the locker room, where a PR staff should have been there with Gavin, and he just started talking. It's like, oh boy. And I think one other time Joe Maloof started talking, but with Vivek is, especially the last couple of years, like it's pretty hands off. Like you can say hi to Vivek and stuff like that. I've had conversations with him. I've told you guys the conversation that John Santiago, when we were at Cowbell, we had with him and Mark Mastroff. We were standing at a summer league game, and him and Mastroff were standing behind us, and like we said hi. We were cordial to the two of them, and then we were watching the game, and then Vivek like tapped me on the shoulder and was like, "Hey, what do you guys think of the Darren Collison signing?" And I kind of looked at John, and John looked back at me and goes, "I don't know why you didn't just sign Isaiah Thomas back. He's a better player." And Vivek was so taken aback, and he's like, "Oh, well, we don't think that Isaiah's a starter." And I said, "Well, he started for you all season, and the last 2 seasons has been really good." And so we went back and forth. He said something like, "Well, we didn't want to spend that much money on a bench player." And I said, "Okay, well, just so you know, you spent $8 million a year last year on Carl Landry, who is a bench player, and you only could have spent 7 and kept Isaiah." I said, "You also could have just kept them both. You could have signed Darren Collison and signed Isaiah Thomas, and then had the two compete and see who's better for the starting job." And so it was like this really weird, like, insight into his thinking and what the people around him were telling him. And so, but that was when he was very new as an owner. And, again, you're going to make mistakes and you're going to grow and stuff like that. But we don't get a lot of that anymore. But yeah, it's just a little different.
Poor guy just wanted a pat on the back, and Sam and John told him he's a screw up.
Sam, did you just call me Sam?
No, no, I'm sorry. James and John, what I was thinking was, Sam, we traced back the last in-depth interview that Vivek gave was to Sam. I remember we texted Sam once about this, even though we're not supposed to be friends with him. Yeah. We texted him once, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't think anyone's talked to him since."
No, I mean, I wrote for ESPN a full-length article about.
And well, I guess we'll never know. We'll never know what that article was about.
Is that always funny?
It's funny every time. And we'll never know what the article is about because we have to take a break and come back. Steeler with KC, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. Or James.
I'm back. I'm back.
There it is. We had to go to break. Yeah, I gotta find that text right because we text Sam like, "Hey, is this the last interview that Vivek gave?" And I think the consensus belief was, "Yeah, that was it." He said, "Oh, that was a doozy of an interview."
The what?
Sam said, "Yeah, that was a doozy of an interview."
How long ago was that?
We got it. Let's see. We cannot find anything of substance since 2016.
2000 what?
16?
Oh, okay. So when he fired Malone, which is when
I would think 15. Because my first coach firing was
well, he
my
took
first
over.
coach
Yeah,
hiring was Dave, so that would have been
13,
George Karl,
14,
right?
14. So it was 14. It was 13, 14. He took over in 13. He fired Keith Smart. Well, they let Keith Smart go, hired Malone. Malone lasted a full year and then early the next season. So it was a back half of 2014. I sat in his lounge with him on a white couch, just the two of us, for like 15 minutes. And he gave me that entire random marching band. He wants a jazz band leader, not a Sousa marching band leader. And he wants it to be free flowing and all that stuff. And I wrote that for ESPN, like not for Cowbell. That went straight to ESPN. And actually, I never got paid back. I never got paid for that, shysters. But I don't want to talk about that. But yeah, I mean that was I don't know 2,000 plus words on the mothership, and again, I think after that they started to realize that it's not a good idea. Yeah, I might be entitled to compensation. Let me see. Vivek. See if I can. Oh yeah. Here you go, everybody. Yeah, drew down. If it was only worth enough for me to, yeah. Yes, one of those commercials. Stevie B, yes. Pete D'Alessandro did sabotage the Kings on the way out the door. That was a 2000. Oh, let me think. Shoot. 2015 NBA draft. Okay, so Malone got fired. That was 14-15. Yes, leading up to the 2015 NBA draft, if people remember at the end of that season, they had hired George Karl. It had already become a mess. Pete tried to save his job. Let me think. Maybe not. No. He did make it through the George Karl season, didn't he? Whatever draft, Pete D'Alessandro, from what I know.
Hang on, Hammer. You're coming back. Hang on, Hammer.
All right.
We'll just throw it right back to James. One, because he froze before the commercial break, which is hilarious to everyone except for James. Two, James is desperately trying to trace various levels of dysfunction that have occurred during his writing career while covering the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
Which can be an extremely difficult task when you start mentioning names like Pete D'Alessandro.
That's what I heard when he was telling that first story about Vegas. The Vec ain't talking there. He's not a starter. The Vec ain't saying that's something Pete told him.
Yeah. No, it was. And I'm trying to think, what year did Pete get let go when they hired George Karl, and then George Karl coached out a year with Vlade? Oh no, that is what happened. Okay. So after the Malone firing and then Tyrone Corbin debacle, which, again, Tyrone Corbin's a very nice guy, but the situation he was thrust into was a mess. And then they hired George Karl that same year. They brought in Vlade late in the year to be an advisor. And then during that offseason, it was very clear that they were going to go to Vlade, and Pete left because somebody asked in the chat during the break whether Pete sabotaged on the way out the door. From what I heard, Pete D'Alessandro took all of their draft prep with him. He took the iPads. They had like everything set up on iPads but again, that could just be a story. There were enough like indictable things for Pete D'Alessandro during his time.
Pete hacked the cloud. Deleted all the scouting reports.
Yeah. That was just a weird time. And again, that was a new owner who, was given somebody to hire. Somebody gave him a recommendation. He took that recommendation, and it ended up being like not the best thing ever. Yeah, and I know Pete gets a lot of the direct cannon fire for his tenure here, but it was more than just Pete. It was Pete. It was a new owner. It was, Chris Mullen. It was a lot of things that happened all at the same time, and Pete just happened to be the one out in front of it. And I'll say this, and I've told multiple people since this within the walls there, like when you hire a coach or you hire new media relations staff or whatever, like if you can't tell us something, just say I can't tell you, or like, hey, we're not going to discuss that right now, or hey, I'll get back to you when I can, that kind of stuff. What you can't do is lie. And there's nothing worse than like your job is to tell people like the honest truth as you know it, and to have somebody like telling you something that isn't true and that they know isn't true. And to take it a step further, they know that what they're saying isn't true, but they keep telling it to you. That's the most uncomfortable I've ever been with a general manager, where you literally just want to turn around and walk away from somebody like mid-sentence. It's just like, hey, look, man, if you're not going to be honest, it's one thing to like tell me you can't say something. It's a whole other thing to literally just lie to my face when you know that I know that you're lying. It's just so intellectually dishonest and shameful that when Pete left, the gloves came off. Like actually before Pete left, the gloves came off, and then Pete left. Me and so many others had enough of just the blatant misrepresentation of events that were happening.
He's got to be one of the worst things that ever happened to this organization.
Yes.
And that's saying a lot.
It was short though. I mean, at least that he didn't get a 5-year window or anything else.
Yeah, it was incredibly damaging. He got rid of one good coach that they had, brought in one that just went to war with their best player from the start. I mean, it was that was awful. That was an awful, awful experience. I think it's the worst. I think it's
yeah, I mean, and Vlade, at least, again, there are certain things that he did wrong, but also he didn't leave the cupboards bare. Like he didn't sign bad contracts. He found at least one star. He missed on Luka for sure. I mean and he also, the 2017 draft, he missed when he had the 10th pick and he traded it for 15 and 20. He missed on 15 and 20 with Justin Jackson and Harry Giles. But the biggest thing is that he should have just drafted Bam Adebayo at number 10, or he could have drafted Donovan Mitchell at number 10, both of which would have been perfect fits next to De'Aaron Fox, and he would have had like long-term success. But there also isn't like a moment where Vlade puts you in just such a horrible situation. In fact, Vlade got the Kings up to the brink of being in disaster zone when he was going to sign DeMarcus Cousins to I think it was $219 million extension, and then backed out and traded him to New Orleans. That would have been the one where, potentially he, basically albatross the franchise, like buried them where they couldn't get out from underneath it with a massive contract extension that, that would have run well past DeMarcus's prime, unfortunately.
Well, let's get caught up to where we are today, Hammer. I don't think they have an albatross of a contract like that. Certainly not that one that runs long term. But suddenly Malik Monk's contract has come into question as his place on this team. Your friend Mark Stein reported today that maybe the Sacramento Kings aren't looking to move Malik Monk right now. Are you in the camp, Hammer, that Malik still holds a lot of value to this team, to this roster?
Yeah, I personally think that Malik has a ton of value to the Kings specifically. Like, maybe he doesn't have value on the open market like you would hope, but I've always been of the opinion that Malik Monk is a very, very good NBA player who doesn't just, he makes a difference when he steps on the court. We've talked about how, whether he's the most important player or whatever you want to call it. I just think that for some reason that's gotten lost. And part of that, to be honest with you, it's on Malik. Malik, sort of push and push and push to get in the starting lineup. And then that did not work. And so I think that that's part of it, that, Malik kind of put himself in a situation where, sort of maybe he got a little bit too big for what was happening and pushed the wrong way. And so, he becomes part of, the Mike Brown story. And that's just not really where you want to be. But at the same time, like, I still think that Malik is a super impactful player. The biggest thing I also believe that, guys like him around the league right now, they're just not getting the types of contracts that he has. And the types of contract that he has, it just isn't given to anybody at this point. You got your high-end contracts, you got your low-end contracts. Even the MLE, I don't know how many players actually got a mid-level exception this year. And the answer, maybe one or two, if that. So it's just the dynamics of the league are changing so fast. And if you're somebody who's trying to reinvent a roster on the fly, you look at his contract and say, okay, I think I can probably get value for that contract and not take back nearly as much and actually go out and address a position of need. Now, whether that's been able to come to fruition or not, the answer is no, it hasn't. But I also think right now we're seeing sort of Scott Perry wind back a little bit of what's been said out there and say, hey, look, no, Malik is still part of what we're doing here. We love Malik. We want him to be part of the club. And that's because you're about to start a grueling 6 months where you're all in, team planes and hotels and like going out to dinner and everything. And you have to have some sort of kumbaya moment. And I'm hoping that they can move forward from this. But again, I don't know what his future is in Sacramento, whether it's like between now and February or whether it's between now and, next summer or the summer after that. Like, there's no guarantees. It's the NBA.
James, in your opinion, how often do teams and players move on from these situations and be perfectly fine? We always talk about it where, how would you feel if they were trying to trade you and you wouldn't be all bought in? And I think that's very real. But there are times when everybody involved is like, it's part of the business. Like, I'm going to go out and do my job. I put a percentage on how many times you think summers like the Kings and Malik Monk summers happen, and then they come into the season and there's an understanding and it doesn't affect the way the player plays?
I think it depends on the player fully, and I'd also say, like, look, we've had this situation here in Sacramento for like the last 4 years. Like Harrison Barnes was almost getting traded every single, summer. He was almost getting traded every single deadline, and then it became Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes, or Kevin Huerter. Are they going to package Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes together to go get Brandon Ingram or Kyle Kuzma or whoever it might be? Like, I think the Kings have lived in this constant state of players looking over their shoulders for the last couple of years. And I don't think that that's a healthy environment. I do know that a lot of players compartmentalize really well. They keep things separate and they're able to look at the business side versus they go out and, put your best foot forward. But, I've told you guys in the past, like watching Marcus Thornton like fall apart in the 2-3 weeks leading up to every trade deadline was one of the most interesting things to watch. Just like a player who would be absolutely paralyzed by the process and like really, really struggling and frustrating and all that stuff. Like just to watch a player who's, averaging 20 points a game, starts scoring 2 or 3 points a game and can't hit a shot, you can just see his whole entire body language change. And then the day the trade deadline goes by, he scores 25 or 30 and, just like the weight being lifted off his shoulder. So it doesn't feel good to be shopped. And, I think that Malik is he's not in rare company in Sacramento. Like we're going to hear it all season, whether it's DeMar DeRozan, whether it's Zach LaVine, whether it's Keon Ellis, we have no idea. Look, once we get past December 15th, it could be Dennis Schroeder that we're talking about like this. Like, that's the game, and a lot of these players get it, but a lot of players, I mean, you think that they all get it, and then we go through last season where a player like, DeMar DeRozan in his 16th season says he's never had a coach get fired mid-season before. And like everyone in Sacramento is looking around like, who the hell is this guy? Like, what do you mean you've never seen a coach get fired? Like, I've seen, I don't know how many coaches get
We've
fired.
seen all of them.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like mid-season firings. I mean, again, Westfall, Malone, followed by Ty. Dave Yeager made it to the end of his season, but he had one more year left on his contract.
Luke
Walton, Dave Yeager. Yeah, and then Luke got fired mid-season, and then Mike got fired mid-season. So I've seen 5 coaches get fired mid-season. So it's not like something new, but we all just assume that they all like in their heads, like, oh, this is a business. Like DeMar DeRozan's never been traded mid-season. Like we don't know what that looks like. He doesn't know what that looks like. He's seen teammates get traded, but it's different when it happens to you and you got to go live in a hotel for 3 months. Like it's really, really different. And so, like Jake LaRavia lived at the Sawyer Hotel all the way until he was no longer a Sacramento King or until the season ended and he left.
Mhm.
Like that's what their life is like after a trade.
That did too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's what happens. They put you up in a really, really nice.
I believe Zach was there with a baby and a wife too, which probably.
I think they weren't around. That was also what made it difficult.
I think they were, and then they weren't.
Yeah, they live in Newport Beach. So he was flying down initially, and that's what he when he was with the Bulls, he just said, "Hey, I've got to go," and they said, "Go ahead and go." But then when he was with the Kings, he had told us at one point, like I think 3 weeks in, like he hadn't seen the baby in 3 weeks.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mean, it's just really, really tough. Like during bonding time with your child, being away from your team, and like Zach's not unique to this situation. This happens all the time.
Yeah.
And where players they get traded or even players they don't get traded, but they're on the road the entire month of February or something. Remember De'Aaron Fox, Rasay had their first baby like when the Kings are in the middle of their giant road trip, like leading up to the All-Star break, and then he basically got to come home and then had to go back out to the All-Star break and didn't want to be there. You're like, why are you acting this way? It's like because he just had a baby and hasn't been able to see it. Hasn't been able to spend any time just settling in and being a human in their homes. And so, yeah, it's different. Like their lifestyle, you think it's all easy and stuff like that. But if they're not good at compartmentalizing, they're not going to succeed. They really do struggle.
If memory serves me correctly, someone responded to a tweet of ours saying we demand to know, we deserve to know where De'Aaron Fox is.
Oh, man.
And I believe Rasay caught wind of it, and that individual has never been seen or heard from again. Like that, like she ripped him to shreds.
Wait a
And
man,
we
who the hell are you?
Just have never seen him again. Just gone forever.
Well, that's like
Um,
when people disappear like that, you just have to give them leeway, you know? Like he's not the first one. Like I've said this, like George Hill, when he signed, George Hill had like 3 family members die in the first like month and a half of the season, and he kept having to leave to go to funerals and stuff. And, like these, they're human beings that go through the natural progression of life, and it's really tough. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you were talking about Malik. That's how this conversation started. You were talking about Malik and how that trade stuff could like linger and be around, and it could happen with DeMar, it could happen with potentially Dennis Schroeder come December. Doesn't all of that make Doug's job that much more difficult? Like convincing a group of guys in October, hey guys, we got to do this together, or you were really at the end of September, hey guys, we got to do this, we got to stay together, we got to stick together, even though this all might look a little bit different in a couple of months.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of one of the most difficult parts of this job is getting players to buy in when realistically, like you as a coach might buy into them, but your franchise might not be bought in.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's always this weird give and take. It's like, we've all talked about, the words that Scott Perry said on a podcast about Zach LaVine. Like those words, and Scott will stand behind him, but those words live like in infamy. He's now one of your players. And so you're always left with this as a player and as a coach and as like a front office personnel. There are some front office people that won't walk down and get to know the players at all because they don't want that on their conscience when they trade them. They just don't want to know. They don't want to have that personal connection with somebody. And, so I think that there is like a really weird underbelly to this whole thing that people don't really grasp, that, like getting traded, or, how many people like become best friends, like being in a locker room. How bad, like right now, is Trey Lyles hurting, knowing that, he's not back with the Sacramento Kings. He doesn't have another NBA home. And, that's a place that you've been super clear that you loved, and that was your first NBA family, and now it's gone. And so like there is a harsh reality to the business side of this, and they all, have to live through it in their own way. But yeah, I think it's going to be a really interesting season because we are going into an unknown, and we keep hearing 2027. Well, everybody whose contract expires before then is looking around like, well, I think that means I'm not part of the plan. And it's just, it's kind of awkward. It's a reality to like sort of what's being said, but under people's breath. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, just wait till 2027. It's like, I think he's talking about me. That's not okay. Yeah.
Well, it's definitely difficult. This is just a difficult situation to be in, but this is also, one of Doug Christie's strong suits and why he's in that position. People believe that he can handle it. People believe that he can navigate through that. And I think he can. I think one of the strong suits that he possesses, and James, you would know this as well as anybody, is the respect that he garners from the people that he comes across hopefully won't allow them to just mail it in. Because even if they're mad at the organization or the owner or something like that, there's a level of respect that they have when Doug Christie's looking you in the eye and asking you to do something that the majority of those people in that locker room kind of won't take that for granted, I think.
Yeah. I mean, there is a level of professionalism that you hope that players like play to. Right. And the other thing is, I think while a lot of us out there, we write or we say stuff, and we write and we say what we mean, or we write and we say what we know to be true, and what are, like whether it's rumors or whether someone's, whether someone's on the trade block or whatever, like we have to be around those people. And like, that's where like having these relationships actually matter. Cause like, hey, look, man, like I'm sorry, like to De'Aaron, like we knew De'Aaron was getting traded before it was like public knowledge. We knew like, and so like when we go on the radio and we start talking about it, that's a really awkward situation. I think the one thing that made it slightly better is I believe the team was on their long road trip. And so we didn't have that like interaction like right away, or it didn't have like, I did not have De'Aaron pull me aside and say, hey man, am I really getting traded? Like I didn't have that interaction with him. But I'll tell you this, when I saw him, when they came back to town with San Antonio, I went over, I greeted him, gave him, we hugged it out on the court. And I thanked him for, being a pro his whole time here. He thanked me for always being super professional with him too. And we left on really good terms. And that's the way it should be. Like when we're doing our job and reporting what we know, it's not always easy. But as someone who literally reported the $219 million extension that DeMarcus Cousins was getting, got that covered through DeMarcus, through an agent, through an intermediary, through King's PR, through everybody, completely covered that it was happening. I even called the great Larry Kuhn, who did all of ESPN's salary cap stuff for years, and made sure I had the number right. There, I reported that it was 100% factual, and then it changed, and they traded him. And so that's what you've got to kind of flow with what's happening and understand that things do change. But as long as you're absolutely correct and you're not doing things that are nefarious or to get famous, then they're going to understand that you're just doing your job and that they're just doing their job.
I hope that's true.
Hey, there's a few of them that may hate me. It's fine. But
who could hate James?
Come on, man.
I don't know.
Who could
Well,
hate?
there's at least one guy out there that hates me. Let's be honest. But we can keep going.
It's okay. George Karl hates everybody.
Only that's who I was talking about. That's fine, though.
That's perfectly fine. Well, no one on this team hates you. We'll see what happens. We were looking at we were laying out the D'Lo and Casey schedule for September, which kicks into high gear in just about 2.5-3 weeks or so. And then as you scroll through the calendar, all of a sudden, there's Kings games right there, like media days, like right there on the calendar. There's preseason games right there. We're starting to look at opening day game. Like this is all happening very, very quickly. I mean, we've like Labor Day weekend this weekend. Yep. And then football starts Thursday. And then all of a sudden training camp will be here and all of this will be behind us, and we'll be talking about basketball that's taking place on the floor. And of course, we'll be doing it with James Ham as we do every Monday and Wednesday. And we'll bring the Fridays back at some point once the schedule gets going. But of course, you can hear James Monday through Friday on the Insiders beginning at 10 a.m., where we will be beginning tomorrow at 10 a.m. Make sure that you're here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, James Ham.
And we did it.
We did it.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Michael, this is inaccurate. I don't have any beef. Awesome. These two might, like others might have beef. I don't. Also, Michael, I did bring up your point on the podcast that will go up later. Your trade idea, and me and Sean and Brendan discussed.
Michael was the one that said Lauri Markkanen. That was crazy. No disrespect, but that was crazy.
Lauri Markkanen.
It was Levine, two unprotected first for Lauri Markkanen.
People get really selective when they talk about injuries or games.
No, I said it last year watching Lauri Markkanen play. When one of the games he played against the Kings, he moved so bad, he couldn't move. All of his mobility was gone because of his back injury, and I was like, oh no. But I guess right now he looks great for the Finnish national team, like in the build up
Oh, that's cool.
Dennis
qualifying and stuff.
Yeah, he did.
Dennis Schroeder, he's a heck of an international player. He's a good NBA player too, but he's really good in the international game.
Yeah, but I would like to see what he looked like next to Domas. I just like perfect stretch player, that you have to defend at every level.
Nobody play defense there? We care about defense in this situation or no?
No, he's not playing great defense. No,
But do we care about defense? Because sometimes we care about defense, and other times we don't.
well, yeah, but if you're going to give up a worse defensive player to get Markkanen, then I'm okay with that. At least you got better defensively, just not good defensively.
I ain't never heard nobody say Markkanen's good on defense. Not once. Not once. Not even close.
You didn't hear him say that he's good at defense, but you also haven't heard them say that he's horrible at defense, which is something you have heard about other people. So
I would say he's horrible at defense.
Yeah.
He's a good player though. I wish we had Lauri Markkanen on this squad somehow, some way. He's a good ball player. I just wouldn't give up that much to get him.
Yeah, I just like the 4 years, even though it's a bit scary because you never know. So,
All right, y'all. We got to go. We'll see you tomorrow morning.